we're live in 3, 2, 1. We're live. Oh, live. Oh, live. Live. Testing. There. Now it looks like I have a really active chat. Look at that. That's a hack. That's a stream. That's a streamer hack. Streamer hack. That's a streamer hack. Let's be a streamer. Hey. Let's be a streamer. Let's be a streamer. Let's be a streamer. Let's be a streamer. Victims of extremist 764 network warn. 764 network warn parents about predators. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where's my live video? This is bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. Oh, here are videos. Live. I'm live right now. Fuck. I need to put a link on my Instagram. Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Videos. Live? Is that? Oh my god. How do I get to my live video? New channel? Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Whoa. What does it sound like? Does that really sound like that? I don't. Oh, actually, yes. Thank you. This looks like a little correct. Thank you. Wait, what? Yeah, this isn't working right. Unless, is it just weird because feedback? If someone's here, can you tell me what's going on with my audio? Does it sound choppy on my end or what? It sounds choppy as fuck when I look up the stream. I want it to sound like that. Fuck. person left. I'll never know. Hold on. Okay, I think that's okay. I did test it out on my phone. Oh, fuck. Okay. I think I can send this link out. Because I am going to try to react to 2 videos. Do some more government crafting before I go to bed. I'm on a late night schedule, so I'll be up. Whoa. Surprising. Okay. Here we go. Or at least advertise the YouTube link on my Instagram to see if I get some people to join. And also blast it on Discord. Okay. This is unhinged. Hopefully it gets people's attention though. Oh wait, oh I didn't even put any music on it. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Hold on, wait, I'm stupid. No, I can't. Should I just leave it like that? Actually, you know what? Usually I usually post with music, so maybe it'll be more eye-catching if I don't. And then there's the link, and it should go to the live, right? There you go. Okay. And you know what? It's fine. I usually have music, so hopefully they'll stand out because of the fact that I don't. Should I like? I don't know. Should I not give such a view of my home? Oh wow! Look at that! Whoa! Whoa! 2 people already. Jeez. That was quick. I feel like that was quick. I haven't posted this anywhere else besides Instagram yet, right? Those were probably Instagram people that clicked real quick. And they left even faster. There. How do I? There we go. We have to share. Copy video link. There we go. Okay. So I might need more of this. It's okay for now. Our house in the middle of the street. Our house in the middle of the street. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so the first one I want to share Paulogia. Gia. Two jacked Christians. Also share tab audio yet. Jacked Christians. Oh yeah. Do I have control over how big this is? Maybe I do. I STUTTA. Do I have? Yeah, can I control how big I am in there? Those. I don't know, man. I think it's one way or another. We're gonna find you. We're gonna get you one way. Maybe next week. I'm gonna get you. I'll get you. Why do I have that stuck in my head right? Oh shit! Shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fucking shit! Did you know when it snows? My eyes become a large and the light that just shine can be. Baby, I can bet you to a girl on the rose. Ooh, gonna get it in this rain. Yeah. Now that your rose is a blue, the light it's the blue. Whoa, shit. Light it's the blue. What you do with a really full soda? What would you do with a really full soda? What would you do with a really full soda? Make sure you also have Fritos. Oh, nobody's here yet? Actually, hang though. Still not gone yet? Damn. Whatever the news today. Whatever. The prisons were open. And do everything with prisons were open. You know what? I'm actually not. I'm gonna start with the Tim Miller video that nobody's here because I don't want to. I want to watch the fun one. Nobody's here. Share screen. Tim Miller versus retards.
I have a lot of family as well who came and so if you cut in line, it kind of devalues everyone who took out maybe loans or borrowed money to try to get into the country legally.
You can't get in the country legally now.
Oh, but still, there's
there
people
are no
who
legal pathways unless you're a white South African.
That's not necessarily. I have family. I have family.
That's fine.
I have family. I'm Mexican.
But
I have
during
family.
the Trump administration,
not during the
they've changed the policies a lot during this administration.
But what I'm saying
we're
is
gonna have negative
so
net
that
migration.
just means that people just come in. That people just break the law.
No, we're gonna have negative net. We're gonna have negative net migration in this country this year. The only countries that have that are like Venezuela, Syria,
but I want to address,
countries,
if I can,
and the United States.
Can I address your claim specifically on fascism?
Sure.
Because fascism historically has been going after people who politically disagree with you. And what we're seeing right now, seeing right now though, is I would say that everyone should be treated with human dignity. Everyone, regardless of your immigration status. But that being said, I can still enforce a law and treat someone with human dignity. And I'm not saying that everything that ICE is doing is okay. But my concern specifically, I'd like to address the fascism claim that you made. Specifically the fascism, because we've seen even, for example, Charlie Kirk last month was shot and killed. And so what happens when we use inflammatory flames like fascist, it paints people a certain way. That's like me saying if you want lax border policies, then you're an anarchist. It's a false equivalency. It doesn't add up. Someone can
communists and enemy within all the time.
Yeah, but this is like the sort of infiltrator in this group, right? And Tim Miller even called that out in the beginning. I remember he did before it was like what I watched up until now. But he He was like, nobody in this room agrees with you, like about like how like your moderate position that she had or whatever. Like it's just such a weird mix of like. She's saying they're not. Well, I'm not a fascist. It's like, well, yeah, because you sound like one of the few reasonable conservatives around. So yeah, it's just dumb.
Do this, then that justifies it. That's not
look,
okay.
if they don't want to be called fascists, they shouldn't act like fascists. I just think that if this was not this country,
so
you saw unmarked cars
everyone...
with mass people hassling, and look at the story of Narciso Barranco. He's gardening outside an IHOP. A bunch of masked agents come out. He's an old man. A bunch of masked agents come out, hassle him, tackle him to the ground. But he's got 3 kids who are in the
in a fascist.
Why would we do this? That's obviously fascist. How would you describe it?
I'm not saying that's okay. What I'm saying is that in a fascist country, yes, I would say that's not treating someone with human dignity. And I believe that everyone is worthy of human dignity. But what I am saying is that in a fascist, could I finish? In a fascist country, some political dissent is repressed. So all of the media is controlled by the government. So we still, even though there's polarizing rhetoric, we still have ways for people to express.
Right. We have to meet all of the. We have to meet all of these arbitrary. Like, because there is no singular list of, like, you're in fascism, or congratulations, you don't qualify for fascism. Why all this on my neck just, like, fucking, ouch. But it's like, you can't just, it's not, yeah, she has this arbitrary, she has an arbitrary checklist in her own mind about what she thinks fascism is. And because we haven't, so, it's not well, good thing we're not completely fucked, right? Yeah, we have had some checks. We've had the courts, we've had the media still. Really kind of thank goodness for the fucking media, because they were the ones who kind of kept us on fact, in the same similar-ish world of sanity, common ground. Oh my God.
Express their opinion. We still have ways for people to appeal to civil systems, and they can still appeal for mistreatment by ICE agents. And so I think that's super important, because when we're calling people fascist blatantly, that's what fuels political violence. That's what causes people like Charlie Kirk to be killed, because we're calling people Nazis, we're calling people fascists. And that would be wrong if I went around calling every Democrat
I agree. Well, I agree with you that we're not a fascist country yet. What the claim was that is.
It's not necessarily wrong to go around calling people Nazis and fascists if you have never tied in violent rhetoric into those things, right? What they do is they take one maybe further left person who might say things like, punch a Nazi, or, you can just fucking kill or do whatever you want with a Nazi, it's fine. And then they take another separate, maybe like probably more to the right, but still on the left person who has said things like Tim Miller just said, which is like, what do you say? So I'm gonna get it wrong.
Just blatantly, that's what fuels political violence. That's what causes people's opinion. We still have ways for people to appeal to civil systems, and they can still appeal for mistreatment by ICE agents. And so I think that's super important, because when we're calling people fascist blatantly, that's what fuels political violence. That's what causes people like Charlie Kirk to be killed, because we're calling people Nazis, we're calling people fascists. And that would be wrong if I went around calling every Democrat
I agree. Well, I agree with you that we're not a fascist country yet. What the claim was is that ICE.
Blatantly, and I believe that everyone is worthy of human dignity. But what I am saying is that in a fascist, could I finish? In a fascist country, some political dissent is repressed. So all of the media is controlled by the government. So we still, even though there's polarizing rhetoric, we still have ways for people to express their opinion. We still have ways for people to appeal to civil systems, and they can still appeal for mistreatment by ICE agents. And so I think that's super important, because when we're calling people fascist,
I forgot what the comparison I was trying to make. It's like they'll take two different people on the left who said separate things, right? One has said punch a Nazi, and that's fine. The other has said, I just don't like, I don't agree with that. We shouldn't have Nazis like running our government. Not like Nazis and fascism is bad. It's a very bad thing that we think we should be super duper against. But that doesn't necessarily translate, right, to, you think Tim Miller is advocating for committing violence against Trump or any of these other people he's calling fascists? No, of course not. He just wants people to recognize the threat and keep pointing it out and keep the momentum going so that people vote correctly.
just blatantly, that's what fuels political violence. That's what causes people like Charlie Kirk to be killed, because we're calling people Nazis, we're calling people fascists. And that would be wrong if I went around calling every Democrat
I agree. Well, I agree with you that we're not a fascist country yet. What the claim was is that ICE is becoming a fascist institution. And to that point, the one thing that you said in that sentence that is just not true is that victims of ICE cannot contest.
You think we should be killing Nazis? And we should also equally then kill communists, too? I don't get her line of reasoning here. It'd be just as bad if we went around calling the left communist. That's all you guys do. So that comes way more from those type of attacks come way more from the right than the other way around. But also, Yeah, like no, nobody's saying that people should be killed. Nobody's saying that anybody should be killed. When is that ever coming up? Go ahead, call people communists. And if somebody from your side or any side killed them, and they said the reason I killed them is because so-and-so said they were a communist, I'd be like, that's unhinged. They shouldn't have done that. It wasn't your fault for calling them a communist. But I hate to even admit that, because it's like, well, she probably wouldn't hold to the same standard. So, fuck the norms, fuck the norms. I don't need to...
That's their claims. If they get deported back to Honduras, they don't have a legal pathway. They're a U.S. citizen. There were kids. There was a baby that had a disease, like a rare kidney disease. There was a 5-year-old that was a U.S. citizen, got deported with his mother back to Honduras. The mother wanted him to stay so he could get medicine.
Ooh,
that 5-year-old doesn't have a legal remedy.
I would say
the gay hairdresser, I'm sorry, that we sent to a gulag in El Salvador,
I don't
he doesn't have a legal remedy. They don't have
Are you
legal
referring to the
remedies.
prison system in El Salvador?
No, he sent like 200 Venezuelans to El Salvador, claimed that they were gang members. And one of them, I did an interview with him, Andre Hernandez Romero. He's a gay hairdresser. Unless he was doing the makeup for Cringe Aragua, he was not in a gang.
I don't agree with the way
he doesn't have any redress.
I don't agree with the way that ICE is approaching the immigration system. I'm with you there. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with sending American citizens without due process. I'm with you. My concern specifically is using the rhetoric of fascist because it fuels political violence. That is my concern. It's okay to disagree, but I don't think that that is an equivalency to Nazi Germany. I just don't.
I don't either. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News.
It makes sense. She was fighting on the one word of the claim. She was only fighting about the word fascist. That's what she meant by that. She should have been more clear about that from the beginning, though. Because that's valid. So the only issue she takes, she's not even disagreeing with it, just saying that you should use the word fascist. ICE has become a fascist institution. She's disagreeing with the fascist thing, but not necessarily taking issue with the rest of the claim. And if he knew that, then he could have fought her. They could have fought on just that. Well, maybe I agree with you on all of it, but just don't call them a fascist institution. Call them an inhumane institution or whatever. I guess they were kind of arguing over that earlier, but okay.
But I don't think that that is an equivalency to Nazi Germany. I just don't.
I don't either. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One is staying, so I'm assuming it's somebody.
Before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, giving you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is it's not worth the cost of gun deaths every year to have the Second Amendment.
News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is it is not worth the costs of gun deaths every year to have the Second Amendment.
Wow. Hold on, wait. Really? Was this guy... Oh, hold on. Was this guy actually like a Republican at some point? This is like I mean, based. This is as left as me on guns. He's like, just get rid of the fucking Second Amendment. It's gone. Really? This is wow. I mean, because this immigration thing he argued for was so mild. He didn't even say like abolish ICE. He phrased it as like abolish. It's a fascist institution, should be abolished as in its current form, as is in its current form. But it doesn't mean abolish it completely. Sounds like a very mild claim. So I was like, okay, so he's coming from the more like never Trump or conservative perspective. But this is like, it is not worth the cost of gun deaths every year to have the Second Amendment. Maybe, I guess technically he could say he's not, I mean, I'm going to watch, but maybe he doesn't think we should get rid of it. He's just saying that like, we shouldn't have all those deaths. We should find a way to prevent those deaths or whatever. Like keep the Second Amendment, but keep it it's a well-regulated Second Amendment, I guess. Maybe that's what he's going to argue for. I guess that's my position as well. It's just very liberal. It's way more. Well, hold on. I need to see something. Tim Miller. This is a horrible fucking picture of him. Hold on. What a horrible. Who did him like this? Who did him dirty? Google search. What? This is awful. Why is his hair all... The body shot's got to be worse, too. Oh, God. He looks... that is not a good When was 2020? Former RNC spokesman Tim Miller recounts the Republican road to hell in new book, I Was a Dark Artist. Whoop, whoop, happy 26th. Sorry, I have some Fritos stuck in my gum there. Yeah, it's like happy pre-Thanksgiving, I guess. Or Thanksgiving Eve. Thanksgiving Eve. Black Friday Eve. We're all about consumer culture around here. Look at this is such a bad picture. He needs to get this scrubbed from the internet. It's a horrible fucking picture. Okay, anyway, he's 43. Oh, this opened a new tab, yeah. But he's become full. He like actually made a full conversion though. So this is, I mean, so he's a liberal. I mean, I guess it said that in the Jubilee video, but he actually genuinely is a liberal. Like he's like not, he like doesn't really, he's like, fuck the Second Amendment. Like, okay, based. Miller. So where did he even work? Okay, so he worked on like McCain and Bush. Miller was an Iowa staffer for John McCain in 2008. So basically he got like disaffected after Obama won. He was like anti-Trump, vocal critic of Trump. He was he did work with Jeb Bush. So he was disillusioned after 2016, basically. Prior to the 2016 election, here we go. This is what I want to know. Prior to the 2016 election, Miller described himself as a conservative and labeled himself a conservative activist. Since working with the Bulwark in Trump's first election, Miller has self-identified as both a libertarian and liberal millennial. Miller also referred to himself as a capitalist moderate neolib. In a June 2025 interview with then mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani, where Miller admitted that if he had lived in New York City, he would not rank Mamdani or then candidate Andrew Cuomo in the first slots of the ranked choice ballot for the 2025 New York City. He would not have ranked them? So what, he would have voted for Sliwa? Please clap. Please clap. Poor guy. Dude, I think they did him dirty like how they did Howard Dean. Yeah! Dude, that would be epic now. Howard Dean would win today. Because that's such a meme. Like, he would win. It would win him the day. That screen would be everywhere. It'd be turned into like a TikTok audio that would be trending. He needs to come back. What is this? Yeah, the scream that doomed Howard Dean. Howard Dean's infamous yell. Okay, wait, this one's slightly shorter, I guess. Wait. Yeah, they're both really poor quality.
Well, you guys, you have already got the picture here. I was about to say, you know, I'm sure there's some disappointed people here. You know what? You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
Yes! Yeah! Fucking video game character. Hold on, we got to hear that again.
Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah! Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah! And Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah!
Oh man, yeah, he should run. He should have run in these days. He would have fucking nailed it. He would have won that shit. We'd have swept it. Yeah! That's what I mean. See, you're already memeing about it. Like this, it would just pick up. It would just go out of control. He would be like, yeah, it's so wild. The standards of just are completely like topsy-turvy, like drug world, clown world. Okay, what screen am I showing? That's Tim Miller. Tim Miller. Oh God. Okay. Here we go.
Whoa.
All right. Well, first you made the claim, so I want to hear your reasoning behind it.
Well, yeah, obviously this is a reference to the Charlie Kirk quote about how it was worth some gun deaths every year to have the Second Amendment as it's fairly written. And my view is this: look, this is not an argument to repeal the Second Amendment. My point is that we shouldn't have a fatalistic view about this. To just say we have the Second Amendment,
got it.
Nothing we can do now. Some people are going to die because of it, and so that's just the price of freedom. For example, in Canada, you have a right to bear arms still, but it's like you have to get a license. There has to be training. You have to pass background checks.
Is that not? Also...
Base. He's just taking the Canadian position. Okay, cool. Okay, we're at 1.5. Okay.
In the United States too?
No.
You don't need a gun license.
Well, no. What I'm saying is it's not like a driver's license. Like you don't have to like go to when you're getting a driver's license here. It's more akin to what you do in Canada. You have to go to classes. You have to prove that you have to know how to use the guns. Like there's a process.
There's no process in the United States.
Well, in a lot of cases, you don't have to go through a process. Sure, people have easy access to guns in this country without going through the process. There is easy access for younger people to get high-powered weapons.
That's definitely not true. But can you name the legislation that would have prevented Charlie Kirk from being assassinated?
Well, no, because there wouldn't have been a piece of legislation that could have prevented Charlie Kirk from being assassinated. My point is that his initial claim was in service of this idea that we have a maximalist view of the Second Amendment, where there's nothing that we can do to limit gun deaths. In the United States, we had 46,000.
Can you name the magic trick that could magically solve this problem that we've been having for decades with gun violence? Do it right now. Can you fit a round fucking peg into a square hole? Oh, you can't? Loser. So bad faith.
It's easy access for younger people to get high-powered weapons.
That's definitely not true. But can you name the legislation that would have prevented Charlie Kirk from being assassinated?
Well, it's like two smug things around. That's definitely not true. Yeah, but anyway, can you even name the legislation? Fucking retard. Like Jesus, he's so smug right off the bat.
No, because there wouldn't have been a piece of legislation that could have prevented Charlie Kirk from being assassinated. My point is that his initial claim was in service of this idea that we have a maximalist view of the Second Amendment, where there's nothing that we can do to limit gun deaths. In the United States, we had 46,000. In the United States, we had 46,000 gun deaths in 2023. In Japan, they had 10.
Okay.
In France, they had 800 and something. So like, there is obviously many things that we could do to change the cultures, the rules, the laws, and the mores of this country to not have the gun deaths that we do.
I don't think the statistics of these other countries. I kind of doubt that there's
Japan is
10. You're not giving me really any piece of legislation that would actually fix these things, unless you're talking about the abolition.
That looked bad for whoever this guy is because they fact checked him and that turned out to be true. Japan did only have 10 gun deaths. Damn. Yeah, but everybody in Japan is like fucking stressed and sad and they like die from it. So I don't know. Again, there's no perfect place to live. Okay, that's the takeaway. Everywhere has its pros and cons.
Of the Second Amendment, which we can get into that, and the majority of these gun deaths are handguns. I mean, let's be honest. There's
Japan is
10. You're not giving me really any piece of legislation that would actually fix these things, unless you're talking about the abolition of the Second Amendment, which we can get into that, and the majority of these gun deaths are handguns. I mean, let's be honest here. They're handguns and they're suicide, right?
Yeah,
so if we limit that number, if we actually take that into account, it's not really looking as bad as.
Well, no, it's looking. It's looking pretty bad. Again, 46,000 versus 10 is pretty big.
What percentage?
I think about half of them are suicides.
And what percentage of that is handguns? Are you advocating
a bunch of handguns? I'd like to answer this. I think it's an important question because a suicide attempt with a handgun. Now I'm going from memory, so these stats might not be exactly right, but it's something like if you try to kill yourself with a handgun, you get it right like 9 out of 10 times, basically, right? If you try to kill yourself using
wait, what? You get approximately 85% of suicide attempts with a gun end in death, making it by far the most lethal method. Drug overdose is the most common method, only results in death in less than 3% of cases, according to Harvard. Yikes. Okay, yeah. Wait 1 second. Yeah, I just want to read the rest of this fact check and understand it, and then I'll answer your question. I was just saying, it's like that's scary. Like this is the most common method, but like nobody dies from it. So people just like going to the hospital, having to like throw up the medicine or whatever, or the drugs, the pills. But then that makes sense that the gun deaths or the gun suicides are, the statistically most effective. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you have a gun to your head or in your mouth or whatever, like. I don't know. Yeah, you have to be pretty like inept or something fucked happened to not have it work. Yeah. Okay. What do you take on this? If the government were to repeal the Second Amendment, How would that prevent people from using other tools to murk people with knives, daggers, or machetes? Yeah. No, I mean, well, okay, yeah. So I I'm not. No, I don't want to like repeal the Second Amendment because like. First of all, you just wouldn't get support for that. It's just, it's so unrealistic that it's not even like something I would even try to argue for. And like, I don't know, would I want to maybe change the wording of it if I could? Yeah, to clarify that it's like really based on the right to like self-defense. I think that's like the key purpose of it. It's like people should like keep and bear arms. Like, you have the right to like properly defend yourself within like the means of what a reasonable person should have to defend yourself. So like, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. That gets in a lot of like heavy philosophy of law stuff, which is what I want to get into, is like how we write our statutes, how we write the Constitution, clarifying things, but like in a concise way. So it's not just a bunch of like add-ons and footnotes, because it's like, it's not an efficient way to run things. But yeah, like I think we need some kind of tiered system. Like, there should be like some tier 0 of like, only governments should have this shit, like nuclear weapons, and shit like that. Probably like grenade launchers. And then you just kind of go down from there and figure out like what should a reasonable person have given the facts of the matter, right? And I don't think the average citizen should have any more than like I don't know. I don't think we should be like the average person should be walking around with AK-47s, But like I said, you'd have to really sit down with, like I said, there have to be like good philosophers of law in the room, mixed with like firearm experts, mixed with like people who've already worked with this type of legislation before, and then you like make something that makes sense. It's kind of like a cucked answer, but I'm an institutionalist. I think we need to like figure out how this could systematically work in like a provable way. Yeah, I don't know. Does that answer your question? I don't want to repeal the Second Amendment. I don't think you could, and I don't think you need to. So, yeah. I gotta set the city myself. Yeah, and you're right. Like, like knives. Anything. You could use a fucking bowling ball or a piano as a weapon if you're clever and creative enough, right? Like in the movies, you fucking drop a grand piano on someone's head. So, like, it would be ridiculous to start banning things because they could be used as a weapon, right? Because it's like, well, then, slippery slope kind of shit. Yeah. But that's why I think, just like sort of like you put certain buckets of things in different tiers, and then it kind of covers like the penumbra of different things that might fall in these in between weird gray areas. Yeah.
A lot of other methods that people try to kill themselves, a lot of times it doesn't work, right? And so it increases the number of suicides in our country versus other countries because people have easy access to firearms. In our country, the amount of firearms we have in this country, the next closest country is Yemen.
Okay,
we have double the amount of them.
Tell me, what policy proposals are you proposing that would actually limit this? You can't give me a policy that we don't already have.
No, I can give you a bunch that I would be for. I think we could.
What? Wait, to clarify that right now, just because like the Civil War shit. I'm not saying it's like a fucked up place inherently. Oh God, are we gonna get clipped? That's just fucked up. Just because like the given now circumstances of Yemen, like the fact that we're that comparable. Jesus, yeah, it's crazy.
Go back to the 90s assault weapons ban. I think we should limit high capacity magazines. But here's the thing:
would any of those have stopped the mass?
Yeah, well, yes. I guess that's my point. You keep.
So do you think people should probably have some access to AKs or grenade launchers in certain Civil War? That's a tough one. Oh yeah, for example, Syrian rebels using weapons against Al-Bashar. Yeah, like says So number one, you could probably point to like good historical examples of when this has been good or ended up toppling a bad regime or something. And then also, but like, well, I guess then when I would start to counter that, what I was going to say anyway is like, I don't want to structure the government or like our systems or like the way we write our statutes and laws and things like that. Like, I don't want to structure that around having to plan for civil war, because the idea is like that it's a good enough system that can hold the country together. I think you should have like a lot of corrective mechanisms in every system that is made by humans, because it has to have the inherent recognition that human beings are fallible and shit. We can make mistakes. So you're always going to have like corrective mechanisms and things that can like, well, that's what checks and balances are for. I think that's like the epistemological or kind of like human ethical reason why we have checks and balances is to always correct for our fallibility. So anyway, the short answer is, again, yes, there might be some like we have to put some like carve outs in the law for like I don't know, I'd have to think about that one a little more, because carve-outs would mean that maybe some people would be qualified to have them. Maybe if you take some like super special extra classes. I don't know. Again, yeah, because like having them force the purpose of civil war, I don't know, like that. I don't even think that should be built into the law, because I think at that point you're, well, like that's part of the reason I'm engaged in this project of like rewriting stuff, is because like, oh wait, did I? Oh wait, I think I just blurted that out, but I don't think I've explained that, because you asked me about this, but that's what I'm doing in this video. Well, I was gonna talk about that later, I guess, but I was gonna try to see if more people joined, but I don't know. Yeah. Wait, did I talk about what I'm working on, my project? I don't remember if I did or not. The government should have good mechanisms for authoritarians. Yeah. So like, yeah, but okay, yes, I did. Yeah, no, so yeah, good mechanisms to prevent authoritarianism or like authoritarianism or authoritarian like things from happening. Yeah, suppress people's rights. Yeah, like that's why like I think the Bill of Rights is really good. Like I think if you study that part of our history, like the fight between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, I think in that case the Anti-Federalists was a good thing, or a good thing to have, because they're the reason we got the Bill of Rights. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been like clear, like it wouldn't have been like explicitly laid out, like the government cannot fuck with these things, and it's really kind of like helped us kind of like stay the good kind of sort of like retain the the level of freedom and democracy we've been able to maintain. I think is because those like ingrained rights. So yeah, so my project is like I started by just basically like rereading the Constitution and taking diligent notes throughout, and I've already started like kind of a document, and I'm just going through and seeing like just kind of how can I like tackle this almost like a systems designer, like a game designer mindset, like just make this whole thing kind of like work, and even if I like change certain things to make interlocking reforms that all kind of work together well, like I kind of want to just like start improving all the systems. But then it's not just gonna be the Constitution, so it's gonna be like Constitution, Bill of Rights. Then the next thing is I'm gonna go through like the rules of the Senate and see how they do that, get some more transparency and like how bills pass, like try to really actually like, I guess in sort of like a less, hopefully less cringe way, like actually be a good technocrat and don't do it from like a biased standpoint, but just like how can we make all the mathematical procedural shit like better and make the government run better, kind of thing. And then other like rights would come into play that maybe we could add or make more explicit too. So like, yeah, I'm just like taking a full on like Constitution, rules of the Congress, and then I'm gonna go through like the federal code. It's gonna take a long fucking time. So yeah, I'm just starting it. Yeah. So I'm glad you asked me that question about the Second Amendment, because I'm like, it's very related to what I'm working on.
I'm saying no. This is you were on the side of we should just give up. There's nothing we can do. I'm saying we're the only country where this happens.
You haven't even asked me my position, so that's not true.
All right, so you're trying to refute my
I can see a case. I can see a case for like universal background checks and things like that. But ultimately, right, the pros of guns, I would say, outweigh the cons of guns.
Really?
And yes, absolutely.
Well, you're obviously more at risk of death if you have a gun. We'd all be less safer if everybody had a gun right now.
I can see a case. I can see a case for like universal background checks and things like that. But ultimately, right, the pros of guns, I would say, outweigh the cons of guns.
Really?
And yes, absolutely.
Well, you're obviously more at risk of death.
I don't know. Do I agree with that? Yeah, the pros of guns outweigh the cons of guns. I don't think you can definitively say that. Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. So I'm just kind of going through system in a systematic way. Like, I guess I could give an example. Just one example would be like, so I want to kind of streamline the way we have the qualifications for House and Senate, because right now in the Constitution, the way it is like, for some reason the House you have to be a citizen for 7 years, and then to be Senate it's 9. So then, like, I just simplify that and split the difference, and then basically just say if you want to be in the House or Senate, you have to be a citizen for 8 years. That may seem like a really pedantic detail, but I'm like really going through it at that level, right? I'm like in a very granular way, just sort of getting rid of stuff that just doesn't seem to have a very sensible justification. It just seems like an arbitrary thing the framers just decided to do. I mean, I know kind of like the Senate's supposed to be like the upper house, more esteemed, but like 2 years more being a citizen, like what difference does that make? And yeah, and then like questioning things like why do we even have the vice president as the president of the Senate? Why do they in both roles? And is that like a violation of the separation of branches? So I kind of question that. Maybe we should get rid of that. But then also like the big change is like the problem of like the House when you're in the House of Representatives, you're basically running for re-election every, like as soon as you get reelected, because it's just every 2 years. It's like they don't even have time to govern. So I think I was looking up like other systems, and I looked up like Iceland, and they just have like a unicameral legislature, which I'm getting maybe a little bit more convinced on that argument, which is a separate side thing. But they have their Congress is just like 4-year terms, and it just gives them actual like more time to govern. But then I think they did like a staggered thing. So I think we should kind of like borrow from that. So I have like the House of like staggered 4-year terms with half of the seats up for election every 2. So you can still have the opportunity to swap out half the Congress and have that midterm, like, you know, like blue or red wave or whatever the fuck. So you wouldn't get like fatigue from like a government that's getting too stagnant. And then so that would be House. It'd be you'd have 3 4-year terms, so that's 12 total. The Senate would be 2 6-year terms, so it's 12 years for both houses, but just split up differently. Strict age range of 25 to 75 for everything, House, Senate, and President. Yeah. No more filibuster except 60-vote threshold on cabinet picks. So anyway, yeah, I'm just like really going through it. Yeah. Oh, hello, number 2. Somebody's been at number 2 for a little bit. I was just going off on my changes to making the Constitution. We're doing a constitutional revolution. I guess I'm calling a new convention. I don't even know. I have to finish everything first though. And probably like submit it to like hopefully some constitutional scholars who can give me some advice on if I'm thinking right about things.
If you have a gun, we'd all be less safer if everybody had a gun right now. Would you feel more or less safe if everybody had a gun in here right now?
I would feel plenty safe if I had
more
a gun.
safe.
That's a good question. That was a really good question. Right. Why do you think Congress doesn't have term limits? Why do I think Congress does not have term limits? Because they don't want to put them on themselves. Is that the answer you're looking for? I mean, yeah, it's or are you saying that's why, because they can just endlessly be in the Congress as long as the people still want them, so the 2-year thing doesn't matter, or are you actually just looking for my opinion? I thought maybe this was like you're making a broader point or something. Yeah, that was a good question he asked him though. Like right off the bat, it's like, would you feel safer if because they're literally surrounded by people? It's like, would you feel safer if everybody like had a gun right now? It's like, really, you gonna say that you feel safer? You would feel safer, really?
Right, the pros of guns, I would say, outweigh the cons of guns.
Really?
And yes, absolutely.
Well, you're obviously more at risk of death if you have a gun. We'd all be less safer if everybody had a gun right now. Would you feel more or less safe if everybody had a gun in here right now?
I would feel plenty safe if I had
more
a gun.
safe?
Yes, if I had a gun.
Coming to a debating show, you feel more safe if there were 20 youth carrying guns?
You've been animated by the book.
Hey man, what's up?
What's up, Tim, right?
Yeah, Tim.
Dylan, nice to meet you.
You packing?
No, I'm not packing right now.
Good.
We're in California.
Good. Just making sure.
Okay, well, our annual car debt's worth keeping.
President can only serve 2, or someone from the House or Senate running for multiple terms. Well, so right now they have no term limits. I guess you're saying if you want them to be stricter, that's fine, based, I guess. So I wanted to retain so for the Senate, it's the same. They're in the government for the same length of time. I think that I'm putting a little bit more priority on the legislative branch. Yeah, I will admit that. Like, I think that they should be kind of the solid branch that really holds the government. Well, actually, because I also have the Supreme Court reforms in there as well. So again, see, everything kind of works together. Yeah, I kind of took Biden's reforms and kind of changed them a little bit. But basically, yeah, the Supreme Court justices would also have term limits. So they would just be in the government far longer. So they're kind of like the really long institution. And then it goes like that. And then the legislature is like next. And then the president is like the shortest, most dynamic, flowing river branch. Kind of just basically the way we have it now. Actually, what did I put for president? Let's look at that. Oh, actually, I have a whole different scheme for president. So, I guess you can tell me what you think of this. So, So that what I would do is I would definitely abolish the Electoral College and replace with national popular vote. But I would actually significantly decrease the available pool of candidates, and the president would be chosen from either chamber of Congress, any state legislature, or state governors. And you needed to have served at least one full term in any of those positions, and that makes you eligible to run for president. But then no other people can run. But then all the other same requirements, and then I would get rid of like having to be born here. Get rid of that. You just have to be a citizen for 8 years like the other positions. It would retain the 2 4-year terms, 25 to 75 age range. But yeah, basically like no more Joe Schmo off the street. You have to have served as either a federal, at the federal level, Congress, or state governor is also fine, because then you have like governmental executive experience. So that's a pretty big change. And then, while we're at it, then I have here, make it explicit, no criminal immunity, codify that right into the Constitution, and say they can be removed and permanently, unequivocally disqualified from holding any future office in case of participating in or supporting insurrection or rebellion against the United States. So there's that too. gotta get the Jan 6 shit in there. Kind of, yeah. I have to go back and actually do. I actually did like a back and forth research thing on the Electoral College, and I was torn about it for a while, kind of like for a similar argument. But I think when you're dealing with the federal government, it's like it's over the whole of the people, and the federal government is not. We don't have like a federal government of the 1900s anymore. Like it's very everywhere. And I guess a more libertarianish person would be like, well, that's the problem. We need to go back to local rule and blah blah blah. And I think even to like some extent, we should rely on like home local rule for like a lot of certain things. But again, that's why I'm kind of like I'm having trouble answering this, because this is kind of further down the chain from where I'm at. I'm like starting at the top and then seeing like what needs to be managed at the top level, and then how do you like structure that down? And it's going to be like branches coming out, right? But I'm kind of in the middle of that process. So I mean, maybe I'll go back to saying the Electoral College works better because now I did these other things. So it depends on what goes with it, I guess. But I think generally, I think if you're talking about positions at the federal level, or like federal elections even, should be all done in a universal, standardized, top-down way. So we don't have any bullshit going on in the elections. We don't have the fucking state elector shit problem. Right? And like I said, it's president. So it's like it's president of the whole country, the whole of the people of the country. So we don't have this problem of like land voting, basically, right? If you live in the middle of nowhere, well, there's not very many people that you live with or are around you. So it makes sense that like where the people are, the people vote for the president. Maybe I've sort of I guess that's partially like a moral argument and also a practical, but the practical argument's not super well developed yet.
Cars in society.
I'm glad you brought up the cars. With car deaths, obviously, we're not going to go back to horses. People need cars to
so they're net positive in society, right?
I would say the cars are, but here's some other things
so
you have with cars. Here's some other things you have with cars.
I think they are.
You have seatbelt. There's a million laws related to cars to try to minimize car deaths. You have seatbelt laws. You have speed limits, making it illegal to do DUIs. So my point is that I think that
car comparisons are good. Why don't those Kentucky city boys from New Jersey have the same power to change the course of their country wherever they're from? Well, but they would though, right? Like it's a national popular vote. You just count each and every person's vote one time equally. Like, I don't know. Because also then you wouldn't have like, you just be literally counting everybody's vote. I don't know. Yeah, and again, I'd have to, but I could just say that. Oh, it's so easy. But like, I'd have to actually see like, well, how would we run the system? I don't even know how that would work. Like, you probably have to change a lot about how it works now because it's so state by state. Because that's also something that's another part that I changed, is like how, who controls who has like the powers of the elections and stuff. For like the Census Bureau, for instance, I have like a reform in here to have mandatory reporting requirements for like the internal data of the Bureau, put experts on the commission, structural reform, 2 Dems, 2 Republicans, and maybe one like sort of like random expert or something. Yeah, Federal Election Commission stuff. Yeah, again, there's a lot more. Yeah, it's like a work in progress. Yeah. I'm not trying to hate on the hillbillies from Kentucky. All my family's from like, well, I guess, is Kentucky considered Midwest? A lot of my family's from like Minnesota. Also, fuck New Jersey. Like middle America. Look, you just got to convince more people to move to middle America. Probably voted for Trump. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? I mean, if you just look historically, like we would have had a lot more Democrat presidents had we had the popular vote in place. So I mean, you could say just for that reason, well, it's a biased position because it means that more Democrats would win. But also, I think that kind of says something. The fact that more Democrats would win if we had it as a national popular vote, it's kind of weird. Like you could say, well, because more people live in the cities and in these college bubble areas, so they're indoctrinated by where they are. I mean, if you just think people are purely a product of their environment, then I guess that may be what you would think then. But I mean, with the internet now, I don't think this is true anymore. I think you could go down whatever like conspiracy fuck rabbit hole ideology you want. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I think the internet changes a lot of these old arguments we used to make about, well, people live in these areas, so they all like have this groupthink because they all live in the same city. That's clearly not true.
On the right, there are a lot of people that want to take the maximalist view of the Second Amendment.
Should we ban supercars because they go faster or something? Because that would be the argument for like an assault rifle.
I don't want to ban supercars. I don't think. I don't know. But
I mean, it depends on how fast the car goes. I mean, yeah, if there's a car that purports to go like 1,000 miles per hour, that's probably pretty dangerous. If not outright ban it, you would need to heavily regulate it. Yes. So it's what I hate. People they ask these questions not like, just use your brain for 1 second. Like, how do you know anything at all? It's from the fact of the matter. The fact in here, and I hear me knocking like our. Fuck, that was loud. My neighbor's been like, what the fuck? It's just like this is the reality we all live in together. Like, how actually fast does the car, in fact, actually in objective reality, how fast does it go? In fact, like. That's what it does. Yes, that matters. Of course it does. Because people say, well, you're being all contextual. It's like, yeah, yes, yes. That's all we have is like knowledge situated in a certain context. There's no other way to do it.
Okay. My point is that if we regulated guns in the manner in which we regulated cars, that'd be a good step. I think we probably have less than 46,000 total gun deaths next year if we did that. And I would be for it.
He stole my talking point. That's what I always say. You just compare it to cars. Just if guns were at least as regulated as vehicles, that would be a huge step forward. It would be a massive leap forward for the United States. Just do that.
To get a gun, you have to do certain things to be able to purchase firearms.
Yeah, but again, it's completely uncomparable to the types of things you have to do to get a driver's license to drive a car.
Cars have tons of driver's licenses.
Cars have a bunch of safety checks. There are tons of things we do to try to mitigate deaths via cars. Like this analogy just doesn't make any sense. Like what I'm saying is that what we want to do is figure out ways to limit the amount of gun deaths. I'm not
Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. God damn it. The one time I was trying to yeah, sorry. It should be working out. The one time I was trying damn it. Thanks. The one time I was trying to be respectful and not have you listen to my chewing, then I forgot to unmute. You know what? I'd like to stop my chewing anyway. Fuck. Oh, they changed the title. When it first came out, it said millennial liberal or liberal millennial versus 20 Gen Z conservatives. It's just like they have this issue Jubilee does this all the time. Every fucking video, they like try to do this edgy title that'll get more clicks or whatever, and then the person complains. Like, yeah, what the fuck? Why does this happen every single time? They always piss off the guest. Every time. But also that's, yeah, no, you did with Jordan Peterson too. Yeah, exactly. I think a couple others before him. Yeah. Like, that's also interesting though that Tim Miller did want to have that be the title, almost like he doesn't want to be called a liberal now, or I don't. Because I was reading his Wikipedia and it was like called himself all the kind of manner of things under the sun. What was one of them, like progressive capitalist neoliberal? What? That was yeah, that's some kind of label.
Bad people get guns in Yemen or in France or in other places. Like our country is the only place where this is happening.
Stephen and
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I had to bring it up.
Thank you. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Ken. My name's Hannah. So
This really does the creepy smile. That chick calls him out on it. Yeah, he got mocked.
I want to address the claim. Oh, first of all, I want to clarify. You are not in favor of abolishing or confiscating guns, correct?
I'm not in favor of abolishing the Second Amendment. I could potentially be in favor of a gun buyback situation where it's voluntary.
Okay, right. So I also want to talk about, you talked about there's other problems that are facing America, not only that there's more guns and that's why there's more gun violence, correct?
No, I think there's more gun violence in America because there's more guns. I think it's pretty simple to understand.
Okay.
We don't have anywhere near this level of gun death.
True.
Than any other country in the world, any other first world country, basically any Western country. If you're under 18, the most likely way you're going to die in this country is by gun deaths. That is not equivalent in other similar Western nations.
Right.
So I think it's basically the guns.
Yes. Okay. So more guns equals more gun violence. I want to address that claim by first of all bringing up how the majority, or at least almost 50% of all homicides caused from guns are in cities where the gun per capita is much lower than the rest of the country. So, and secondly, I'd like to bring up that from 1990s to the early 2000s, we had a major decrease in homicides by guns, but we had an increase of guns by nearly 50%. So the other thing I'd like
we didn't assault weapons ban during that time. I guess the stats in the cities, this is kind of a funny thing, and I'm glad somebody brought this up because the pro-gun side in this country is always trying to cut
did she?
And dissect
that was so fucked. Did she just destroy her own argument? Because she cited a period when there was an assault weapons ban?
Is much lower than the rest of. I want to address that claim by first of all bringing up how the majority, or at least almost 50% of all homicides caused from guns are in cities where the gun per capita is much lower than the rest of the country. So, and secondly, I'd like to bring up that from 1990s to the early 2000s, we had a major decrease in homicides by guns, but we had an increase of guns by nearly 50%. So the other thing I'd like
we didn't assault weapons ban during that time. I guess the stats in the cities, this is kind of a funny thing, and I'm glad somebody brought this up because the pro-gun side in this country is always trying to like cut and dissect the demographics down. They're like, okay, so there was a higher percentage in this city or among this type of person or among this demographic. The only reason you can do that kind of statistics is because we have so many freaking gun deaths in this country. Again, there were 10 in Japan in 2023. There were 10 in Australia. There were 236.
Yeah,
in France there were 887. We had 46,000. So it seems pretty obvious. I don't know why we have to come up with other convoluted reasons why we have all these deaths.
Right. So I think that there are a few reasons. First of all, I think that fatherless homes is a big part of it. In America, we have the highest rate of any country in the world of one single parent households. The majority of those being without fathers. Also, 76% of people who commit violent acts come from fatherless homes. Additionally, I think a second problem.
The fatherless homes. The fatherless homes. It's the fatherless homes. We just need our daddies. Just go back, daddy, please.
What we have is releasing criminals back into the street. It's our criminal justice system. The majority, 76% of people that have violent crimes in the United States have a criminal record of some sort, whether that be an arrest, a conviction, whatever. So we need to stop releasing people back to the streets. And then third, I also want to address your claim that that there's this attitude that nothing else can be done. I disagree with that. So I want to point out. So I want to go back to my point about the 76% of people having a criminal record. I also want to address your claim that there's this attitude that nothing else can be done. I disagree with that. So I want to point out. So I want to go back to my point about the 76% of people having a criminal record. If you have a criminal record in the United States, you cannot legally purchase a gun, right? So we can agree that if you have a criminal record, you're not obtaining these guns legally. The rest of them, which are like the school shooters and the mass shooters, they are getting their guns legally. However, these are people
suicides, domestic violence deaths. I mean, look, there are a lot of other 25% of the gun deaths in this country. You're making me do math live. Would still have been like 11,000 gun deaths. That's still 100 times more than in Western European countries. I hear you. I think that dads should be in the homes. I think that we shouldn't, violent criminals. I think we should keep behind bars. But that is that is not like the reason that we have this problem. Like I'm a dad. I'm in the home. I have to worry that my kid, when they go to school, the school's gonna get shot up. A person that lives in the Netherlands doesn't have to have that worry, and it's not because of the number of fatherless homes in the country.
True. Good argument.
Well, okay, I disagree that that's necessarily the case, that it's not a cultural thing, for one. I'd also like to talk about the school shootings, for one.
Oh, that it's not a cultural thing? You want to clarify? Hannah? Yeah? Well, whose culture? What culture? What are we talking about there?
I am myself 100% in favor of having armed guards at schools. I think that we need to get criminals. No.
Was there an armed guard at Parkland? Yes.
Oh, yes. I don't.
She's probably unironically one of those people who's like, well, they don't have as many gun deaths in Norway because they're all homogenous.
Yes. Do
you remember what happened in Uvalde?
There were armed school resource officers on site when the shooting started at Columbine Parkland. In Uvalde, 356 officers arrived after the shooting began, and they waited inside the school for more than an hour before confronting the shooter. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't. Yeah, Uvalde though, honestly, that was like a big fuck up, dude. Like, just that was so. I think the video should belong to someone else. Oh no, shit! Who's blocking me? God damn it. You know what? Fuck this video anyway. I don't even want to watch it. I'm getting pissed off on it. Actually, no, the gun thing was kind of cool, but what if can I like scroll down? Just play the audio. Yeah, it is pretty eerie, yeah. Added here. Okay, hold on, I got blocked. Damn it. Stop sharing and then end stream. Not yet. So what if can I? Shit. Okay, so it's gonna come back. I'm gonna come back on when it doesn't. It's still saying it's been blocked. But I see what happened. Ah, that's so annoying. So annoying. Is it still blocked? Fuck. Wait, now it says 2 again. Do I have to change my title? Oh, there. Oh wait. Okay, the yellow's away. Okay. Okay, am I back? Am I back now? Oh, we back. We back, chat. Okay. You think if I just scroll to the comments and play the audio, you think it'll still trip the copyright? Yeah. It's the Mossad strikes again. They've been talking about all my changes to the Constitution. They're like, no. Can't do that. Can't change the whole system. It's not going to work. Okay, I'm going to see if this is going to work. Hopefully I don't get nuked again. Tab audio, but then I'm going to just scroll down to just like the comments after I turn it on. Okay, I'm not going to be able to pause it a lot then, because otherwise that you have to scroll up. Actually, wait.
Do you remember what happened in Uvalde?
Okay.
The cops, these were the most militarized police you have ever seen in your life. And they showed up to the school, and there were cops everywhere, and little babies were getting murdered, and they couldn't do anything about it. There was an armed guard at Parkland who ran away from the school.
Mm-hmm.
Like, one armed guard is not going to do anything. Door lock's not going to do anything.
Right.
Yeah, it was actually kind of crazy. Like, I never had that happen to me before, but like a yellow thing comes up, a little yellow banner. It says, warning, like, copyright is detected. It's like, if you don't stop now, we're going to kill your stream. And then I just didn't stop it in time, and then it fucking nuked me. They're hardcore. But then it's kind of nice though, because it's like, it's not a hardcore punishment, because you just have to stop it, and then like you have to give it like a second for the system to kind of redetect again, and then it allowed me to come back on. Yeah. So yeah, to answer your question, I guess it's just whatever the lesser one. It's just they wanted me to stop streaming that. But then I'm good to stream now. I think as long as I don't show the video, if it's audio only, then. Oh, does it feel eerie? Yeah, I think that's right when it died. Yeah. It does feel eerie. Yeah, it's eerie as fuck. It's so weird. And also, well, it's even eerier having like, unfortunately, having seen the footage. It's like I did the whole like, somebody just sent me a link and I clicked and I just like saw, fucking, the gushing blood out of Kirk's neck. So it's like even seeing it happen like that too, like, because you don't see stuff like that happen like unless it's like literally like a movie. Like movies and video games are the only time I've seen like a human-like figure like have that much blood coming out of their body. So to see that on a real live human being is still weird. Like when I first saw it, I was like, it just looked fake. It's like, this looks like Kill Bill. I didn't even know like humans could have that much blood come out of them. But it was wild. So yeah, like whenever I see him, it's just like unfortunately, as dark as that is, that's like I just see that, it's just ugh. Yeah, it was sad. Yeah, no, yeah. I didn't feel good about it. It was disturbing. For sure. Yeah. And because I saw like it was like very soon after it happened, there was already people like dancing and like putting wicked music to it and shit, like celebrating. It's like it was mostly on TikTok because that's where most of the fucking slop is. But yeah, I was like, what the fuck, people? Like, Jesus. Like, let's take a step back for a second. Like, yeah, this is like not good for our country, and it wasn't because we saw the bullshit that happened. The Christian nationalists doubling down on their shit, and then now they've been kind of quiet, which is like weird and creepy because they're kind of good about like networking in the like backwoods of America and shit. Like, I don't know. This 26 is going to be a crazy time for elections, and 28 is I don't know. I don't fucking know. I just work here. I don't know.
At Columbine, I grew up a mile from Columbine. The deaths that happened in Columbine, people talk about all these things. A lot of it was people were coming outside for lunch, and you can't like put these schools all behind fortresses. It's just not realistic.
Right. So I'm not really. I have thought a little bit about the practical implications of this. Right. I've done a little bit of mental math on the budgeting and everything. It's more than just one armed guard for one, and it's not. This could be as like cops sitting outside
How many armed guards do you need?
Mhm.
Whoa. Hey, what's up?
Hi, nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
I would disagree with your point on that there isn't many restrictions in America for obtaining firearms. I just 2 weeks ago was in a 5-hour class regarding training of firearms, and I believe that those are actually required. Specifically in California, you have to obtain a CCW.
Rules are different in California.
Yes, rules are different in California, that's correct. I lived in Texas for
A 5-hour class? Oh my god, a 5-hour class. Oh god, it's just such an abrogation of my rights.
last year of my life, and there are still a significant amount of restrictions and regulations and requirements for obtaining firearms in those states, and specifically in Texas, where there's a lot more people in firearms in those more rural areas. Yeah. I personally felt a lot safer. I understand that's different person to person.
Yeah, I mean, like you can't rent a car in this country if you're 24 and you can buy a handgun. In every state, you can buy at 24, you can buy an assault weapon in every state. 18-year-olds can buy guns in some states in this country. Can't buy beer, can't buy Zyn. Like there are literally states where you can't get a Zyn, but you can buy a weapon. It's crazy. So you just can't tell me that like the rules for getting guns in this country are as strict as they could be. Like we could obviously add some more rules.
I'm not saying
we could at least give the do the Zyn standard. I'd say I think would be fair at a minminimum. I would go with the renting car standard. I don't know.
25,
you guys would not be probably thrilled about that, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why people need an AR-15 if they're 24. That's just for me.
There's hunting rifles. There's a difference between hunting rifles and Armalite rifles. That is a case, and there's different reasons behind those. But no, I don't. I just.
Yeah, the Christian nationalists did double down, but it was just them giving a little bit over the top takes, doing vigils on churches and stuff. Yeah, I know what you mean, but like that's what's kind of scary. Is like sometimes I feel like they have a way of like kind of making a big show, and then they want to give this like air of like mystery, like where are we going next? Where are we gonna pop up next? But it might just be my tinfoil hat. Why is my? Can I move this chat? Because my fucking this activate Windows shit that gets in the way. Illegal Windows. Pop out chat. There we go. Put it over here. There we go. Cool. Okay, now I can read your thing. Not like things putting critical response like the LA protests. Yeah, well, I guess it depends on what you're talking about now, because if we're comparing both sides in general, like left versus right kind of stuff, or like far right, far left, or angry right versus angry left. Yeah, I don't. Well, okay. Yeah, because I mean, Christian nationalists. Well, yeah. I mean, generally they're far right. Yeah. Fuck. I was just thinking of like religious stuff, like the religious coalition has just sort of been this invasive problem since Reagan. Like he needed the moral majority to kind of get his sweeping victory that he got, which gave him like the mandate to do a lot of his shit. And then yeah, fuck, what was I trying to think of before I get to that point? There's something else I was gonna say. What I said, Christian nationalists, double down. When I was saying it's bad for the country. Oh yeah. So like the scary part, I guess this is just the general point. Yeah, it's like the scary part about just the way that politicians, especially in the United States, like just abuse the fuck out of Christianity, and they know that if they could just get the Christians with them on anything, and is mean to say, but like, you know, Christians or generally religious people are often gullible. They're easy to manipulate, especially if you make it about like this sort of fight against the culture, right? Culture war stuff just has this way of capturing like the American voter. Obviously, they did this with the trans stuff, and they do it with Christianity all the fucking time. And I feel like this Kirk thing, you know, even noticed with some people in my own life, like they're like reactivated into their hardcore relationship with Jesus stuff, and you know, leaning more into right-wing stuff, and going down the right-wing rabbit holes, classic ones like Alpha Bro shit. So for me, the Christian nationalist stuff is really just, it's ideological. I think it's a major insidious ideological threat, and it's always kind of like lurking in the background. People do this thing, who called it this? Douglas Murray calls it Jesus smuggling. You like, people like befriend you, and you'll be friends with them for a super long time, you know, these chill conversations, and then all of a sudden they just like work Jesus in all of a sudden. Like they smuggle Jesus into the relationship or into the conversation. And it's, yeah, like I've known so many like proselytizing Christian types who do that. It's creepy. It's very creepy. So I get a very eerie, creepy vibe from Christian nationalism in general. It just seems like this very hidden thing. They want to have the sort of polite society, sort of classical liberal or neoliberal sensibility, but they sort of have these fasci or theocratic secret takes in their mind. It's very weird. It's very, very strange to me.
Disagree with that. Just saying. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, man. Good to meet you.
So I just wanted to bring up your claim about how you said in certain places, like an 18-year-old can own a gun, can't do all these things. Yeah. Would you consider the fact that their life they might be in more dangerous places or live by themselves in which they feel that they need to purchase a firearm to be protected? I myself are a 20-year-old. If I live by myself and a 200-pound man comes in trying to rob my home, I feel that if I had a firearm, first of all, if they were to think that firearms can be owned by anybody, that reduces the amount of them coming into my home in the first place. And second of all, if I were to have a gun, that is the ultimate equalizer. I cannot fight a 200-pound man off. And for me, it kind of raises the security.
You might be able to.
It's a feminist approach.
I understand that some people are going to want to have guns for their protection. I understand that makes people feel safer in a free country, that you want to, you know, within certain...
Yeah, we're not saying you can have a gun in your home. You could like be trained and licensed, and you went through all the proper procedures and everything. You followed the rules. Yeah, if you're like a whatever, if you're a small, dainty, fragile woman or a small, dainty, fragile man, or whoever the fuck you are, yeah, you should be able to have a gun in your house. Like, yeah, as long as you like meet all the safety rules and shit. Like, nobody's arguing you should, like, what are we arguing about?
Limits, want people to be able to do things that they feel like they need to do to protect themselves. I get all that. But here's the thing, like, the facts just don't bear that out. Like, if you have a gun in the home, you're 500% more likely to be killed by that gun than if somebody that doesn't have a gun in the home.
Also much more likely if I live in a city where, like here in Los Angeles, I could present you with, in 10 to 12 miles from here, you can go and buy a 3D printed gun for cash anywhere. There are several places where you can do that. And in a place like this, I feel like I would need to protect myself individually. And whenever there's government outreach and they take the rights away from people and they take the rights from guns, the gun violence is higher. It is actually not lower. And
again, that's just not true. Again, in this country, I have one of the people, maybe it'll be you, we have 3 minutes left, will come up here to explain to me how Japan only had 10 gun deaths. Like, it isn't.
a way bigger population density is much more proportionate than Japan. We have a very big, more wide country.
10 to 46,000.
They only have really one major city rather than.
Australia had 236. France had 800. So, like, we're the only country where this happens. It doesn't make people safer. I'm sorry. I understand that people might want to feel like it does. But having all these guns in this country are
people safe. Individual. How?
I mean, I feel like some of those Christian nationalists back to the religion, seeing a young guy like Kirk getting marked. I think that life is affirming the reconnect. Yeah, there was a lot of people, like I said, even like people I've been close with or was close with at some point, just like we're still friends on social medias and stuff. I just saw them posting kind of like what you're saying, like they felt like Kirk was like a brother or a friend, which is just strange. It's just, yeah, I mean, people just most Christians that I've ever known, including myself as a former Christian, it's all about the emotional attachment. You feel this emotional attachment to either the religion or certain people that you were close with in the church, or even just in the faith, or you feel like you just feel the emotional power of wanting that relationship with Jesus. He's taught that he's like, Jesus is your everything. He's your bro. He's your friend. He's your confidant. You can talk to him about anything, and he's your savior. He's your protector. Like, they hype him up like he's the shit. Which makes sense, right? So you want that, you know, and I still kind of like fight with Christian people that I used to know all the time. So we still kind of have these discussions. They try to poke at me, and it's all about like the emotional appeals, right? And it's like they can try to, you know, almost gaslight me in a way, you know, be like, well, you want that relationship. It's like, well, yeah, is there a part of me that maybe does still? Of course. Right. But then you can't. Yeah. But especially when you're dealing with particularly bad faith people, you can't give them even a little inch, because they'll turn it into a kilometer somehow.
How do you think that people are going to keep themselves safe individually in their own homes? If I call the police and somebody is trying to attack me, I have no time.
Sure. Again,
I have no time.
Well, for starters, I would do education. I think if people want to have a gun in their home, want to keep it locked, want to keep it in a safe, I'm for that. Again, I'm for you doing that if you want. I'm just telling you the facts is you're much more likely to accidentally kill yourself with a gun than you are to kill an intruder who ran.
But you would have that legislation in that classes in those educations to not do that. So that is in place. So if you write for a gun by law, if you own a gun lawfully, we will make sure that you have the education and stuff you need to not kill yourself with that gun.
The claim is that this seems a lot of us seem to agree on this stuff. The claim is that it's not worth the cost of some gun deaths to not do anything.
But no matter when you give out freedom, there are going to be marginalized parts where mistakes are going to happen. There are going to be bad things.
Lutheran. I was like, I guess basically born and raised in the Lutheran church. So like I was baptized as a baby because the Lutherans believe only in 2 sacraments, which is 5 down from the Catholics, who have 7, I believe. That's why they call Lutheranism like diet Catholicism, because it's kind of like, because it was the first one to Protestantly amoeba off from Catholicism, so it still retains a lot of kind of like Catholicism light. So yeah, Lutherans had 2 major sacraments, which were baptism and communion, and usually they push to baptize babies, get them baptized as soon as possible. But of course, anybody, if you want to come into the church and be baptized, it's fine. It's not like age cap or anything. But then you do communion. I did all the or confirmation, actually. I did it from like 5th through 7th grade. It's like this whole extra fucking set of classes you take. You learn about the Bible. But I mean, it's also kind of interesting because it's how I end up knowing so much about it. Like, that's how I can talk about the Bible and specific verses, and then all the how it was written, who it was written by, and all this stuff. Like, I kind of learned all about that in these confirmation classes. So ironically, that was like the start of me starting to doubt it. The more I learned about it. So I don't know. They might want to start rethinking either the way they teach that class, or kind of like, for me. Well, and I remember it was a lot of my friends too. Like, we ended up like thinking the same way. We're like, that's kind of weird. Like, wait, really? So like, the Gospels are technically anonymous. Like, we don't actually know who the fuck wrote them, even though names are attributed to them. Like, that kind of seems a little dishonest, doesn't it? Like, he just says, you just descend from there. Anyway. Holy tangent. Okay.
That's like,
would you consider that if you're going to kill yourself with that gun, like you mentioned homicide, how about instead of trying to take guns away, would you rather give maybe that funding or set up some sort of mental health system that can keep
I love mental health funding. Who's for more mental health funding in here? And oh, really? Everybody? Why don't any Republican elected officials for that?
There are plenty.
Why don't they all raise their hand for that? Yeah. This video is getting boring to me. I might just turn it off. Well, me go to the next one. I'm actually, because now we're getting into religion. I actually want to watch the Paulogia video because that's next on my agenda. Yeah, so Lutheran, there's sects of Lutheran that are liberal. Yeah, there are. So there's basically the way it works is like, well, I don't know, I haven't been in Lutheranism for a long time now, but just a question, or is the Bible not because they're conservative beliefs? No, so actually, yeah, okay, it's so interesting. So first of all, yeah, so when I was deep in Lutheranism, this was the way it was. So there was like, I was part of the LCMS, which is the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. I believe that's the biggest one. Most Lutheran churches belong to the LCMS in the United States. They're kind of in the middle. So there was the one that was to the right of us. And they were like just called like the conservative Lutheran Synod basically. And they were like men and women had to be on separate sides of the church. They like super hardcore enforced like men have to take their hats off. It's like very formal. And then yeah, to the left of LCMS was like I think they were just called the Evangelical Lutheran Synod. I forgot what cities the other ones were in or based out of, but yeah. So and the major difference between and the reason I know this is because I actually did start the start of my like what do we call deconstruction, I guess, and then ultimately deconversion. I started to deconstruct from at least LCMS when I learned of the other synods and the fact that there was a more progressive one that allowed women to be pastors. The LCMS, at least at the time that I was a member of it, did not allow women to be pastors, and I had a huge problem with that. And then when that's just because my kind of general, I've always had a kind of like liberal streak, like for equality. I'm like, why can't women be fucking pastors? It makes no fucking sense. Like they're competent and smart, and they can learn the Bible and know the Bible just the same as men. That makes sense to me. And then like they even said that like when I would ask my like youth pastor and the pastor about it, they'd be like, well, women could do everything else in the church up until being a pastor. And it's like, yeah, so but then why have that? Just allow that too. Like why? You just have to exert this male power over them just because? And they didn't have a good answer, you know. And then on top of it, when I found out again, like all the shit about 7 or 6 of the, I think it's 6 of the Pauline epistles are like forgeries. And Ephesians is one of those. And that's where like the whole shit comes from about women have to be silent in the church and submissive. So it's like, it wasn't even actually written by Paul. It was somebody pretending to be Paul. So I find that to be ironic that like, that's like one of the most problematic like beliefs about the church that comes up. And it's like based on like a fake Paul letter. But yeah, so it kind of started with the political-ish stuff, and then it went from there into more like, actually, I don't think any of this is like correct or true. Yeah, and yeah, that got me more into like the origins of the Bible, and then really looking into like how was the Bible even written and constructed and all that stuff. Yeah. And won't you say there should be male nuns when that's typically reserved for women? Won't you say that there should be male nuns? Yeah, I think there should be. Yeah, I don't. I would be for that. Like I said, I think these gendered. Well, arbitrarily gendered roles are weird, but I would almost argue I don't know if there should be any gendered roles. Let me think about that one for a second. I believe in having any specifically gendered roles. I mean, just the ones that make, I guess, biological sense, like mother would have to be like a person with a vagina. Probably. But now I'm pushing myself to the trans argument, aren't I? Oh no. I was like, when I thought about that, I was like, oh no, I just opened up another can of worms. I don't know. I don't think there's no like title like that, like nun, priest, deacon, bishop, fucking doctor, lawyer, whatever, expert on any shit, like titles like that. Like I don't think there should be any gender to those. Like you can have male secretaries are fine. Right? Male nurses are fine. Male babysitters are fine. You can have male nannies all day. Like I'm for complete equalization. Because the reason why people are so suspicious of male nannies is just because there aren't any of them. And there have probably been like one too many cases of where male nannies were weird and did weird stuff. And so it's like we need more normal ones out there to normalize male nannies. Yeah.
Not in red states. In red states, they're slashing mental health.
Pro male nannies.
If we have a drunk driver that crashes because they're drunk, are we going to ban cars? No, we are going to focus.
No, you're going to make drunk driving illegal.
But
you're going to make drunk driving illegal.
Yes,
exactly.
and it is illegal. But we are not going to make guns illegal because certain people do certain things with them. Are we going to ban cars for everybody else because one person does one wrong
thing? You're going to make drunk driving illegal. We already went through this with the other guy. There are a lot of restrictions that you can have. Thank you. Good.
Damn. How much longer is this?
Nice.
It's another hour.
Isaac, good to meet you. I want to go back to what someone else brought up earlier, that it's not a gun problem, it's a heart problem. You keep going to this fact of Japan only has 10 gun deaths. How many stabbing deaths do they have? How many car deaths do they have?
Way less.
How many suicide deaths do they have? They still exist.
Way less. Yeah, of course they still
exist. And so
way less, though.
we already are at a
point
to
mitigate harm.
Stabbing deaths.
We're at a point in this country where there are more guns than people. We can't go backwards. We can only go forward. These are the cards that we've dealt with. Sure. And so you can look at Japan. You can look at Germany, which has a lot of gun deaths and stabbing deaths. France, the UK, Nicaragua, tens of thousands of people are getting slaughtered.
Are trying to be Nicaragua?
No. What I'm getting to the point is it's not a gun problem. It's a heart problem. And frankly, it's a lack of having Jesus in your heart problem, because we as a society, and globally have gotten rid of the moral giver. So there's no morals behind what we do. There's a lot of violence and there's a lot of reason for someone to do something. If you don't see each other in the imago Dei that we're fearfully and wonderfully made, and you eliminate that from the picture, violence increases. And you can see that everywhere around the country. Yes, in the US, I'll give it to you, there's more gun deaths. But if you look at anywhere else in the country,
that's Jesus smuggling. What that guy just did just there is Jesus smuggling. Were we talking about religion? You and I were talking about religion, but he's in the video. He just he found a way to bring up Jesus. You know why people kill each other? It's because they need Jesus. Clappers. See what I mean? All you have to do is just say Jesus. You said, yes, you said Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I mean, it's pathetic. It's pathetic. Why would you choose to be this easily manipulated emotionally? I just don't understand it. I mean, I kind of do, but I also don't.
Country, there's a lot of death and a lot of violence, and that ultimately is what we're both agreeing with, that there needs to be a reduction in violence. And frankly, getting rid of guns doesn't do that. Lessening guns doesn't do that. Fixing people's hearts and allowing them to know that they're saved through Jesus is what gets them to that.
Look, I want people to try to become their best selves, whether that's through Jesus, through the church, or otherwise. I'm for that. I'm just like, there are other countries that have smaller populations.
Nice sidestep, Miller. He doesn't want to touch religion. Is he religious? Let's see. Is he based atheist? Let's see. Personal life. Oh, I keep forgetting he's gay. Because he does the whole like Matt Walsh flannel thing. Oh, that's right. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, he's not like very like gay coded. Miller is openly gay. In May 2018, he married Tyler Jameson, with whom he has an adopted daughter. He attributes his decision to take the risk of coming out in 2007 while still working on Republican campaigns in parts of the Larry Craig scandal. Oh God, now I got a Wikipedia hop here. 23, Miller relocated from Oakland, California to New Orleans, Louisiana with his husband and child. Oh, so he doesn't live in California, and he moved to the fucking South? Wow. Larry Craig, Republican senator from Idaho, was arrested for lewd. Oh, this is the lewd conduct in the men's restroom at the airport. Oh, I remember. Was this the guy who like tapped his foot under the stall, and that was like a gay signal? You want to blowy or whatever? Or was that a different case? Okay, based. Oh wait, I was trying to look up his religious views. Okay, well, if he's gay, he's at least going to be some kind of like liberal Christian. Similar religious views. Oh, here we go. Because this is an article he wrote in the Bulwark, and it says, wait. Oh, maybe this isn't him. Wait. Oh. This is a comment saying this? Problem with Oh no, this is yeah, I had to be careful. This is a comment on the video. This isn't Tim Miller saying what he is. Tim Miller, friends of the pod. So is this the same Tim Miller? If he's gonna get over it. Sarah Longwell rose out of these community work for Republicans. Oh, so Sarah Longwell's a lesbian. They vote for the Bulwark. And then, oh god, I don't want to just take Redditor's word for it. Fucking Reddit. Tim Miller. Wait, okay. Tim Miller bulwark religious beliefs. It's complex views of faith, hypocrisy of the Christian community. He has written about how do-it-yourself mega religions exist in colonial time, criticizing the way in which religious beliefs are used for political power. He has detailed his own specific religious beliefs, engaged with the topic of faith in the public sphere. So he's very. I mean, I guess he's pretty private about it because he doesn't. Yeah. It's just not very like important to him. Which makes. I mean, if he's. I mean, I don't know. He seems like he's pretty liberal. So yeah, that makes sense. He just doesn't really care about it. Wait, why is it? Okay, well, I gotta refresh this. My chat screen keeps fucking up. Okay. Okay. Well, I had to reload. I feel like there was way more. Wasn't there way more chat than this? I might have to retype some things because for some reason it's not giving me the full. What happened to my chat? I don't. Yeah. So for some reason I don't know what happened, but the last message I can see is the one about male nuns. So anything after that you have to retype. Oh, gender roles. Gender roles. Do you think there should be? Yeah, I don't know. My YouTube's like cracking out tonight. Should be only one bathroom for. Oh, go the bathrooms. Here we go with the bathroom issue. Yes, bathroom. I love talking about bathrooms. You know, only one bathroom for both men and women to use, not separate bathrooms. No. I think having a men and women's is fine. I think this whole issue is stupid because if you obviously present outwardly as a man-ish looking person to the broader society, then you'll be able to use the men's restroom with no problem, and then vice versa for women. Like the only issue is if you fall in this sort of weird in-between space where or you clearly are just like at the start of your transition or whatever the fuck, and you just like look like a man wearing a dress. That's gonna be a problem if you go to a place that has gendered restrooms. But that's why I also think that businesses and whatever should just strive to have like gender neutral restrooms or like a mix or just have like single stall fucking rooms or whatever. I just don't. It's not even like it's like so far down the list of fucking issues. I don't think there's a big. It's certainly not a. It's neither a large enough issue or I just don't think the government has a role in doing anything about bathrooms. I think that social norms and just communities communicating with each other will handle the bathroom issue. If there are whatever issues there might be with bathrooms can be handled. This is one of those things, right? Just be handled like a local level. This is not like shouldn't even be in the national conversation. This is definitely like something for home rule kind of shit. Like if cities want to have ordinances about bathrooms, depending on what it is. I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, it's a city, some random fuck city in Kentucky or whatever, New Jersey wants to implement something. I mean, I don't know. Let them do it, I guess, within reason. The Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit. Another general question: if there's a woman and a man working as a waiter waitresses, should we have a gender neutral term for that job like we have for the time? Yeah. Waitrix. That still sounds too close to waitress though. Well, I think that's what they try to do now, right? They call them servers. I think they would use the word they use now is server, so you don't have to worry about waiter and waitress. Call them servers, or everybody's just called a host. So you don't do host and hostess. What else did they correct that with? Yeah, you don't do steward and stewardess anymore. It's flight attendant. So that's a gender neutral term. So, yeah, they'll come for everything. Oh God, that makes me want to put on George Carlin on I forgot exactly what it's called. It's like kind of his take on like political correctness. Soft language, that's what it's called. This is a bit on soft language. Yeah. If I get too wigged out of this Jubilee shit, I'll put that on as a brain break. Sorry, that was not elegant. I need to get that shit out. You might be right. Wait. Nervous to show it for too long. Oh, they are. It is. The administration is. Okay. It is an attack on American values. Oh, wait, shit. I realized I'm not sharing because I had to reload. Whoops. Whoopsies. Okay. Anyway, we got away from guns now, and now we're on to his third claim. He says the Trump administration is an attack on American values, which I mean that's such an easy claim to defend. I'd like to see how the fucking conservatives are going to handle this one.
Sure. Awesome. We agree right there. Yeah. Would you say that all men are created equal?
Of course, yeah, of course.
Okay, great. Then where do you get that from in your liberal perspective, right? Because in the Declaration of Independence, right, it says
Here we
that
go.
it's bestowed
Sure.
by our...
Oh, God. Now we're going to do the meta ethics. Can we go back to guns now? Oh, Jesus.
Creator, right? Where do you get those values?
Yeah, well, look, the Declaration of Independence is probably the classic document representing liberal values, liberal democracy. Like liberal democracy, small L liberalism is something that that basically began here in this country and proliferated into Europe and around the world a lot because we promoted it. Those liberal values are basically freedom of speech, freedom of religion, pluralism, tolerance,
Okay,
rule
but
of law.
where do you get those values? Because you're saying the Trump administration, right? I think the Trump administration actually...
Oh, where do you get those values from? Oh, we're going to go all the way back. It's because, here we go, philosophy debate, bro.
Protects American values, right?
Okay,
protects the American values of the unborn, right? Those are things that us as Gen Z, we are passionate about, right? Because it has killed, Martin just said 28% of us. Abortion has killed 28% of us Gen Z. So that's something that we're...
Oh, God, and now we're going to go to abortion. Can you address the claim? The Trump administration is an attack on American values. Okay, now you just pivot to abortion. Pivot to abortion. Is Tim just going to let him do this? Yo, what's up? What's good? Number 2 coming in strong into the chat. We have to watch Jubilee with the comments because my stream got nuked. So we have to stare at the comments and just listen to audio only because I don't want to get kicked out again. But yeah. Someone said about it. Or something.
Very passionate about, and you can only find that when you find your value in a creator.
I mean, we could go back to the Enlightenment. I don't know that we need to do a bunch of John Locke talk here, but essentially the value.
True. Yes. Thank you. Okay, he did kind of call him out on it. He's like, "What do you want to go the fuck back to like Rene Descartes? What are we doing here, buddy?"
that I'm talking about are the ones in the Constitution and the Declaration. As I said, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, rule of law, democracy, pluralism. That is the foundation of what America was founded on. That's what the founders wrote about. You can go read about in the Federalist Papers.
Okay, but they had those Judeo-Christian values that were instilled from the beginning.
I hear you, man. But you're trying to make this about faith, and what the founders were explicit about was that this country was not founded based on religion. A lot of them were religious, of course.
Yes,
but we have freedom of religion.
Yes, we did have
freedom of religion in this country. So if you go down that list that we said, whether it's freedom of speech, Trump is attacking that. Freedom of religion, Trump is attacking that.
He's not attacking freedom of religion. How is he attacking freedom of religion?
We had a Muslim ban in this country.
No, we've never had an actual Muslim ban. That is an insane claim by you.
That's what he did.
That is an insane.
It had to be overturned by the Supreme Court.
Dude, they're so annoying. They're like Jubilee's like the Nintendo of YouTube. Like literally, because like how that's not them. Like that's just some like auto fucking algorithm that like detected me watching because it's like notice how as long as I'm not showing it, I can play the audio all I want. Like they just they're like he's watching it. Get his ass. Like holy shit. It's like it's also like against like what the supposed idea of Jubilee is, which is like open discourse and debate. You're not gonna let me like comment on you. And notice how much I pause too. Like I wouldn't be like hello. Like I'm not just like playing it. Like this be his love child, right? Yeah. God.
Boss, you've been eliminated by.
Wait a minute.
Thank you.
Let's go. What's up, man? Tim.
Like I pause it every damn like 2 seconds. It would be fine. Like it's transformative, you assholes.
That's good.
Nice job. Little Clementine there. We're ready.
It's a sweet talk.
Okay. I hope so.
I would like to know what you mean by American values.
Again, so obviously there are a lot, but I'm thinking about the values that were promoted in the Declaration of the Constitution by the founders, the things that make America unique. So just going through them, I'd say freedom of speech, freedom of religion, free markets, democracy, pluralism.
Free markets based.
And the rule of law. Those are things combined. Obviously, there could be other
Which ones are the
values.
ones that you think Trump is going against?
All of them. I mean, when it comes to freedom of speech, right now, they're getting cracked down on this country. If you wrote an op-ed criticizing Israel, you got jailed. That was Ramesa Ozturk. There are 60 Minutes. There are media organizations that are getting attacked if they're mean to Mr. Trump. J.D. Vance said that if you said something mean about Charlie Kirk, people should call your boss. So they're going after freedom of speech. They're shutting down the Ice Block apps.
Now, real quick, with the criticism on stuff, there's a lot that you're throwing at me right now, so I'm trying to keep up.
Okay.
But with the criticism on Trump, I actually agree that there could be a lot of criticism on Trump. I think there's a lot of things that he does that.
God, they're such pussy bitches when they always attack the procedure when they like start floundering. You're throwing a lot at me at once. Can you slow down, please? God, they're such pussy crybabies all the time. The second they start like even a little bit losing the debate, or they don't feel like they don't know what to say. God, it's so fucking annoying.
Are not reflective of traditional Christian values. So I would want to know, like, just because he.
So we can agree on that one. The Christian values, that wasn't really the claim, but let's just do it for fun. He is terrible. When it comes to just basic Christian values,
real quick. I haven't seen him really like say like, okay, some press like can't say certain stuff or whatever. Like he's not exactly.
Well, yesterday the Department of Defense had a press room where people get to go in and ask questions to the press secretary. They made them sign a pledge that they were not going to report unapproved information. And now the only people in there are like the Turkey newspaper.
That's something I'm interested in what you mean by traditional Christian values, though.
Well, sure, like loving your neighbor as yourself. I think that Donald Trump is pretty bad on that. And I think if you go down the list of American values, obviously, but Judeo-Christian values, this administration has a disrespect for all of them. I mean, again, we talked in the first claim, or we talked earlier about the deportation regime.
Right.
I think that's very unchristian. I think that canceling Medicaid so that people don't have healthcare services is pretty.
Okay, Miller rushed past it, but Miller could get tripped up there though if he leans too much on saying, well, Trump goes against Judeo-Christian values, but then they can attack him and say, well, you don't embody those values yourself or give a fuck about them. So, but yeah, he kind of rushed past that. Hopefully, the guy doesn't try to nail him on that.
Unchristian, the way Trump talks to people and treats people.
There's a whole lot of stuff.
He's nasty. He's nasty. That's unchristian, but it's also un-American. But anyway, so would you agree with that he has anti-Christian values?
I wouldn't. This is the thing, right? Like, there's a lot of things that I don't agree that Trump like reflects Christian values on. But at the same time, to claim that he's going against the founding of this country, I just don't think is completely fair because I haven't seen any actual, by definition, fascistic behavior unless you were trying to, of course, get to the other points that we talked about.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, we could go through them.
By definition, fascistic. By definition. By definition. What's your definition? Fascism. Okay. The AI overview says. So there's a lot of things that I don't know if I exactly. Yeah, exactly. It was early. I think it was another girl earlier who had like it's an arbitrary checklist of like fascism, right? So whatever in her mind she sees as being full fascism is only the thing that fascism could be. And if it doesn't meet every single thing on her arbitrary checklist, then it's not fascism yet. Oh, yeah, she was saying, we still have a free press. Yeah, it's like, yeah, thank fucking the Lord we still have a free fucking press in the courts. It's like the only things that have saved us at all in any semblance of the word. Taking away freedom of expression is the right to cry their Yeah, they have a right to cry their asses off, and I have a right to criticize them for it and shame them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, one cajillion%. Yeah, double standards. Ugh, God. Jesus, this is good. Let's outlaw. Can we find a way to outlaw double standards? That just would be so fantastic if we could do that. Fascism. The AI overview says fascism is a far right. Authoritarian. Got it. Ultra nationalist. Got it. Political ideology characterized by a dictatorial power, forcible suppression of opposition, and a strong regimentation of society and the economy. Done. We have 10% share in Intel. Fascism. Fascism. We made it. Right. Which is what, that's exactly the point that Tim Miller was just making about the fucking Pentagon shit, right? And even when Fox News wouldn't sign on to it. Like, that's how you know you're off the fascistic deep end at that point. If you've lost Fox News.
Again, obviously, free market.
When Fox News starts worrying about their credibility, that's good one.
He's attacking with the tariffs, with the way that we're now taking over certain countries, the rule of law. He's going after his political opponents for the DOJ, democracy. I need to try to overturn the election.
I don't think there's
storming the Capitol.
I don't think there's enough.
Well, you saw people storming the Capitol, though, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, I have like a weird theory on that, though. I feel like people are very I don't know if this is a word, but like camaraderous. So I feel like they probably, all those press news people probably like mingle with each other, know each other. They're probably like from different stations, right? When they're all at the White House or like central places. I feel like there's probably a lot of people like friends with each other from like Fox News and CNN and NBC. So I feel like it's like I think probably almost just for the peer pressure of like, well, but my friend from that office and over there, like they're not going to do it anymore. And like, I don't know, are we going to like look weird or like left out or whatever? Yeah, like I feel like it's just that. It's like a social thing. I want to think they took a principled stand, but it's probably more social than anything else. I think didn't even Newsmax say that they weren't going to do it. I think the only one that is still doing Pentagon shit was OAN, the tried and the diligently, dutifully faithful news station, OAN. Good job.
But there's a lot of context regarding that stuff that like I obviously don't support any sort of political. Oh, sorry. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, let me get back to your chair.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Done. Are we still on the same claim? Okay. Oh my God, there's so much more to this.
Hello.
Hey.
My name is Bethlehem.
I am watching
Bethlehem,
one.
great. I love that name.
Nice to meet you.
Nightmare
so
blunt
your claim
rotation.
That the Trump administration is against
True, though.
the founding principles of American values in general. I like to kind of establish that American values are inherently Christian while they're not explicitly, because they're built on natural law. And natural law is essentially a theology that's based on Christian values and Christian principles.
Yeah.
So I think in that regard, I think you are kind of off there.
Wait. Stop. Hold on. You can't fuck with me now on this because I have been getting a really good grade in my philosophy of law class. That's what I was going to say. Like, and I'm almost done. I wrote really good final fucking paper, and I have a final exam. What is it? Next week? Yeah. Or wait, yeah, next week. But yeah, no. Like, what do you say? Hold on. Let me go back and hear what she said. She said. I was like, I actually know something on this now. Wait. Shit. I gotta scroll down.
Hello.
Hey.
My name is Bethlehem.
Bethlehem.
Yeah.
Great. I love that name.
Nice to meet you. So your claim that the Trump administration is against the founding principles of American values in general. Yeah. I like to kind of establish that American values are inherently Christian while they're not explicitly, because they're built on natural law. And natural law is essentially a theology that's based on Christian values and Christian principles. Yeah. So I think in that regard, I think founding principles of American values in general. Yeah. I like to kind of establish that American values are inherently Christian while they're not explicitly, because they're built on natural law. And natural law is essentially a theology that's based on Christian values and Christian principles. Yeah. So I think in that regard, I think you are principles of American values in general. Yeah. I like to.
Okay, hold on. I gotta slow it down because she's like, what are I gotta like when you're talking about baseline philosophical shit, you have to like really understand how you're building that structure because it matters.
Kind of establish that American values are inherently Christian while they're not explicitly, because they're built on
American values are inherently Christian.
Natural law, and natural law is
American values are built on natural law. Yeah, okay.
It's essentially a theology that's based on Christian values and
natural law is a theology?
To kind of establish that American values are inherently Christian while they're not explicitly, because they're built on natural law. And natural law is essentially a theology that's based on Christian values and Christian principles. Yeah. So
it's not a fucking theology. Oh my God. I literally had to slow it down so I could understand what the fuck she was saying. Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Rather much in the world, not just let the administration do so. Yeah, the classic theists. They swap, they equivocate constantly on like between philosophy and theology. Yeah, it's oh God. And they use these words that like kind of sound like, oh, I've heard that natural law. Yeah, okay, that's like a doctrine or something, or I know it sounds kind of academic, and like people just don't know. Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows anything. Fuck.
I think in that regard, I think you are kind of off there, that America is inherently built on those Christian principles, being right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, those all coming from Jesus Christ. And I'm not saying that.
Yeah, again, this isn't a claim. A lot of folks want to talk.
Jesus Christ gives us our life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness rights. Jesus gives us our rights. That's your argument. Yeah, yeah. Citation, please. Chapter and verse. Which Pauline epistle outlines the all men are created equal? The part where it says you need to slap your women and keep them down. Make sure they stay silent, submissive. Right. Yeah. And he had the true, and he had the Jefferson Bible and all that stuff where he just took out like the good shit that Jesus said. Greatest hits compilation. Edited out the cringe shit. Kick it, Chad Jesus.
Talk about this here. I guess I'll play this game if we want to. I think that Trump is like maybe the most anti-Christian president that we've had that I can think of in his personal comportment and in the policies that he put forth. But I think that the the founding principles of the country, again, obviously there are Judeo-Christian values, but like they.
Dude, when you lose, Trump has lost like the last two popes completely, right? Like the last two, well, this current one and then the last pope at least has been like super fucking against Trump. Like, you've lost like the fucking president of Christianity, like that. It's pretty obvious. Right. Yeah. Well, right. Yeah. Because because blasphemy is like a spoken crime, right? You can like say like, yeah, like if I say like I'm superior to the Holy Spirit, that's blasphemy, right? Yeah, I think it sounds like he just doesn't want to waste his time talking about religion. They keep trying to Jesus smuggle. Like the past 3 conservatives have done this. Like we were talking about guns, and they said like, I think it's just because people need Jesus in their hearts, and they were talking about like some other issue, and they were like, it's because of abortion. Like, fuck, can you stay on topic?
They're agnostic. They're explicit in respecting many different religions, and they came to the country so people could have freedom of religion. But I guess I would say that Trump is both anti-Christian values and anti-American values.
Well, I mean, we're not here to assess Trump's sins. We're not priests. We're not God himself. So I don't think.
You guys keep bringing up.
No. I mean, my point is that while he doesn't particularly.
Yeah, like a first century, like fucking, what do they call them? Like what's the word they use? It's the H word. No, it's not an H word. Itinerant. There we go. Itinerant rabbi for the first century. Like, yeah. All like rugged and outdoorsy and shit. Fishing. Sweating.
Particularly reflect Christian values because he sinned like the rest of us and things like.
Is that blasphemy? To sexualize Christ.
Like that. But my point is that he sinned
a little more than you, probably.
He's a little older, so he has more.
Yeah, I think probably even at your age, he's probably sinned a little more than you. I think we could agree.
Okay. Okay.
Isn't that basically what MAGA posts on X and Truth Social all day? It's like AI depictions of Jesus.
But my point is that, okay, yeah. My point is that he has lowered unemployment, right?
When was that joke?
He's a little older, so he has more. I mean, my point is that while he doesn't particularly reflect Christian values, because he sinned like the rest of us and things like that. But my point is that he sinned
a little more than you, probably.
He's a little older, so he has more.
Yeah, I think probably even at your age, he's probably sinned a little more than you. I think we could agree.
Okay. Okay.
Dude, and you know what? That's actually so sickening, though. Like the fact that they even try to joke about that shit. AI 30. Oh yeah, we're right. I guess he's second to Jesus, or some MAGA people think he's better than Jesus. That's just so sickening. Like, because like the fact that we like pretty much know that Trump has had some kind of, it's almost a guarantee that Trump has had some kind of at the very least, highly inappropriate interaction with like a 13-year-old. Like at least. That's what I'm saying. Like, and also like the depravity and nature of the crimes that he has committed. Like even if the ones we know he's committed are bad, and like the ones that we're like pretty sure of that we can like very easily put the pieces together. Like, I hate the Katie Johnson shit. I'm like, that's just, I don't know why people just don't give any credit to that. Because, I don't know. I mean, I know some people have the doubts about her story and stuff, but like, I think certain parts of her story, maybe, people sometimes can like feel like they have to memorize certain details, but I don't know. When you listen to that, I don't know. She's not making up like what happened to her. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've been over this. Like the whole like, you know, like just him saying like not even like, I don't care that he like like the grab him by the pussy. Like I don't care that he said the word pussy. That's why I say the word pussy all the time, right? It's the idea behind it. The idea he expressed was like, when you're a star, they let you do it. They let you grab him by the pussy. Like that's the problem. It's his mindset. The mentality behind it is sick and narcissistic and evil and fucked up. Like it's like that should have been disqualifying for that reason. It's not the crude or lewd nature of what he's saying. It's the fact that he thinks he can get away with doing stuff. That's the problem. And like not just any stuff, like grabbing people by their stuff. that's just a big fucking problem. Yeah. Right. No, I'm just, yeah, it's all it is. I'm jealous. It's my inferiority complex. And I want to be like Trump. So I can just grab him by the whatever, whenever the fuck I want. So I can bop it, twist it, lick it. Well, whatever the other ones were.
Yeah. Okay. But my point is that, okay, yeah. My point is that he has lowered unemployment, right? He has given.
Yes, please, dude. Just the more disruptive and attention getting, Jay can fight it. Rub it, nub it, lube it. I'm trying to think of ones that like aren't sexual. What, like, I guess you could do like tap it. I don't know. Tap it sounds bad. What's like a kick it? Okay, well, okay. Yeah. Now we're just going to violence, I guess. Manipulate it. Gaslight it. Humiliate it. Stonewall it. Silent treat. Ghost it. Abandon it. Neglect it. I can't. Oh. Neglect it. Well, I can't. I just made myself fucking die. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh. Got real dark. Okay. Fuck, I gotta focus. Tim Miller. Swear I'm not high.
Child credit tax cuts. Huh?
Get rid of the child.
Well, I mean, I'm sure. No, I guess that was in 2017. Sure. Yeah. Planned Parenthood has now been officially defunded, protecting life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, the part of life where America was founded upon.
No, the liberty is the key one in there, right? Which is people should have the liberty to act as they please, even if they oppose this administration. This administration is targeting political foes across the board. He calls them the enemy within. They're investigating political foes to the DOJ. True. This is fundamentally un-American. It's the type of thing that happens in banana republics. And Donald Trump is the only one that has participated in this in my lifetime. I may be going back to Nixon.
Thank you.
Ooh, ended right on Nixon. Thank you to whoever liked my stream. Appreciate it.
Good to meet you.
Hey, doing, Tim? Charlie.
What up, Cowboy? How's it going? Whoa.
Fantastic. Thank you. We're good. We're good. All right. I want to start with freedom of speech. Yeah. It was during the COVID time of the Biden administration.
Wait. I'm not crazy, right? His name is Charlie. I mean, it's not like an exact... When he kind of like sat down, the way he moved his face, that
situation was very
That's kind of eerie.
Hey, doing, Tim? Charlie.
What up, Cowboy? How's it going? Whoa.
Oh my! Look, even from this is weird. This is even more weird because it's like this is. Yeah, it's like more than it's like AI. Yeah. Like when they show the full frontal, like you can tell it's not like Kirk, but like this is fucking like the side view. This is fucking weird. It's like him with like a slightly different haircut. It could be like his brother. This looks like his fucking brother. This is This is Joey Kirk. Dude. Wait, oh shit.
Thank you. We're good. We're good. All right. I want to start with freedom of speech.
Yeah.
It was during the COVID times that the Biden administration was very.
Agree. We can move on. I think that was horrible. If I did on freedom of speech during COVID, I think.
Well, I don't think that's something that we should just move on from, because we're saying that Donald Trump is against American values. I think the freedom of speech in this country is the strongest it's ever been. I think it's the freest it's ever been. In fact, maybe it's to a detrimental point, because so many people are able to say so many things without being blocked. Because we're saying that Donald Trump is against American values. I think the freedom of speech in this country is the strongest it's ever been. I think it's the freest it's ever been. In fact, maybe it's to a detrimental point, because so many people are able to say so many things without being blocked, without being censored. Their accounts aren't being banned anymore. They were being banned so more so during the Biden administration than they were during.
Let's talk about the tech companies then, if you want to. So the thing that we both agree on that the Biden administration was doing was they're going to the tech companies and saying, hey, you should censor misinformation about COVID, whether it's ivermectin or whatever.
I know, not even true.
Tech companies were doing it voluntarily. The government wasn't making them do it. But it still was bad, I think. I still don't think they should have done it. The Trump administration is doing the exact same thing.
That's a good point, though, that Tim Miller just made. You don't want to just downplay that. That's true. Ultimately, it was voluntary. They just went to the companies. They're like, hey, like, it's probably not chill. Like, maybe you want to do that. Like, there was no, even the way Zuck the cuck made it sound when he went on Joe Rogan. He's like, the FBI like showed up at my door and they're like, you better fucking do this. Like that. He like made it sound like they were fucking mobsters. So fucking unhinged. Like what the fuck?
Right now with information about ICE. They've gone to Facebook and to Apple and told them to stop. Apple got rid of their app called ICE Block, and Facebook shut down Facebook groups where people were going on there and saying, hey, I live in this neighborhood. ICE has been doing raids in the neighborhood. FYI, just so you know, ICE is in your community. In a free country, I think people should be able to post on the internet and say, hey, there are folks in my neighborhood, and without the government coming in and shutting it down. The government came in and shut it down. So if you were mad about that during the Biden administration, to me, what's happening now, the Trump administration is worse on that front. They're also doing the same thing on speech about Charlie Kirk, Israel, other things.
The Biden administration actually paid.
Miller's generally good though, like just all the time, like in interviews, like wherever he usually has like a good answer for things. Even when he doesn't, he still sounds like very like authentic and genuine with everything he says. I just generally like him. He just seems like probably one of the few truly honest actors in like the whole business, in my opinion.
Aid Facebook to go against what the Republican Party was doing and
we agree.
Values.
Well,
whereas the Trump administration,
yeah, exactly.
Biden didn't do shit. Twitter and with Facebook and all the social media we have right now,
it's like Trump personally doing everything. Like even yeah, well, I was surprised by even like his gun take. Like he the way he phrased the claim was like he was basically countering the Charlie Kirk quote. He was like, where Kirk said like there a certain number of gun deaths are worth it to have the Second Amendment. Miller's claim was that like the number of gun deaths is not worth having the Second Amendment. So it almost sounded like he was like saying he just wanted to like get rid of it. So I was like, whoa, wait, that's like rad. That's like rad lib shit. That's like very to the left. But like he clarified, like he doesn't want to get rid of the Second Amendment. He just basically wants to do it like Canada. It's just basically, yeah, he's just advocating for like more regulation on it, more classes, more required shit, universal background checks, like all that kind of shit. Yeah, like drastic gun reform is what. Yeah, that's what he wants. Yeah, he just his main talking point was just like the massive disproportionality of between the number of gun deaths we have in this country versus other countries. Even accounting for population and everything like that. Yeah. I'm gonna have an admitted retard moment. I had to Google Pinochet. Oh, Chile. Okay. Now I know you're talking about. Clip it.
Actually been a lot more freer and more concise, and we're able to talk about things without.
Oh yeah, I was like looking up a little bit about Tim Miller earlier, and like yeah, he seems like he's like very like he doesn't know what he is right now. Because he's like gone back and forth between calling himself like a liberal millennial, but then at some point he called him like something like a capitalist neoliberal or something like that. So or yeah, the other times he said conservative. So I don't know. I don't think he knows what he is, but he sounds far more liberal on most things. So I don't know. I think he's just a liberal. He's a liberal and he doesn't know it.
Being banned and censored. I don't know how many people's accounts got censored during the COVID years.
I mean, Elon's still censoring people. Zucker's still like that. Censoring is still happening, but that's in the free market. I'm fine with that. My problem is when the government, when Donald Trump is coming in and saying you can't post about ICE, you can't.
Free market.
If you did that op-ed. What do you think about Ramesa Ovsturk? You know that story? She was a tough student. She co-wrote an op-ed, basically calling from divestment from Israel. She was detained, imprisoned by the Trump administration for co-writing an op-ed. That didn't happen during the Biden years or the Obama years or the Bush years. That's crazy.
True.
Isn't it?
I would say that is pretty crazy.
Yeah, the
but
vice
again,
president.
Your claim is that Donald Trump is against values, American values. Free speech is one of those American values.
I've been trying to get through the whole list, but you guys, want to talk about Christian values.
Now, wait, did he the guy conceded on that because it has to do with Israel, right? So he's probably one of these far right guys who he's like, well, yeah, I know, yeah, because it was the Jews, it wasn't Donald Trump, it was the Jews. So not so good in advance. Do you think people in the future should have the right to own ray guns? Like pew pew ray guns, like from science fiction, or are we talking about like ray guns as they sort of theoretically exist now? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, well, there's a whole Wikipedia on ray gun. A science fiction directed energy weapon, usually with destructive effect. Usually with destructive effect. They have various names: ray gun, death ray, beam gun, blaster. What else has those names? Hey, got him. Okay. Like in Call of Duty Zombies. Oh my God, zombies! That like just brings me back. I just want to like pop it in and play some zombies. That just sounds really nice right now. I don't have any access to any Call of Duties though, so fuck me. Anyway, wait. So what's your question? That if technology continues to advance, are we going to have to keep changing our laws? Yes. I like. I don't know. Like, fucking. It depends on exactly how destructive a ray gun is. Like when they first come on the scene and shit. Like, yeah, because I was mentioning earlier, like we'd have different tiers of weapons. So, like, I mean, I was assuming those would obviously fall into some, like very highly destructive weapons that should probably be owned by very few people. But again, yeah, it just depends. I don't know. Also, when technology advances, like safety features might get better too. So it might be more plausible for more people to have guns if you have like more built-in safety checks for shit.
Other stuff. Again, freedom of religion, free markets, rule of law, democracy.
How is Trump against freedom of religion?
Again, we talked about the Muslim ban. With free markets, you've got the tariffs, where Donald Trump is bullying companies to come in and force them to bend the knee.
Also, there's the positive point here that Miller should bring up is that like Trump has also like done a lot of things to like force Christianity onto the public, which is also like a violation of freedom of religion, right? It's not just like banning one religion over another, but also just like insanely and unfairly propagating another religion like by the state. That's also like a violation of freedom of religion, even if not by the law of it, definitely by the spirit of it.
To him, free market companies, or else he's not going to tariff them. It's great. It would be you guys would be talking about how socialist it was if Kamala Harris said, "Hey Tim Cook, you got to come in here for me not to add a tax to you, and what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to compliment me. You're going to bring me a little trophy that says that, hey, you know, this staffer that we have who's a non-binary indigenous really appreciates your work and wants to honor you, Kamala Harris. And if we give this to you, then you won't tariff us." Everybody would call that socialism because that's what it is. That's what's happening in this administration.
Yeah, and think about it, that would be there would be so many unhinged attacks against Kamala Harris if she did something like that. Especially, I like that he said this shit about the indigenous non-binary. That's a good touch. I like that. It's good. I relate to Tim Miller because he's like an ex, like raised as a Republican conservative type guy. So it's like he kind of knows what to say that should trigger them. So it's really funny to hear him talk to them. Yeah.
And Tim Cook came to the White House and gave Trump a trophy from a MAGA person. It's like, please don't tariff my iPhone components. And Donald Trump gave him an out on that, but then he's tariffing other things. This is
that was one other thing. Yes, the fucking Trump Bibles. Holy shit.
It's not the free market. Donald Trump's running a socialist regime straight out of the White House. He just is.
Pause. You've been animated.
Thank you. Thank you, man. Good to see you. Lockdown. Tim? You're Timothy. You're the full name.
I go by Timothy.
Okay, my parents called me Timo, actually. So I've never been Timothy.
Yeah, that's okay. It comes from the Greek, which is Timotheos.
Yeah.
It means honoring God.
Honoring God.
Yeah, very cool. I want to address your claim about the rule of law and being a Western value, specifically about ICE and everything. I think what the Trump administration is doing with ICE is actually protecting his constituents. He's doing exactly what I elected him for, specifically the family of Laken and Riley.
Yeah.
Who's protecting them?
Well, that's horrible.
Let me just ask you this. Do you
Lincoln Riley, Irina, whatever her name is. What's her name? The Ukrainian? Irina. Oh, Zarutska. Sorry. Zarutska. There you go. Yeah. They have these names. They just have names. They just repeat them over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Oh God. Dude, Trump has just sold so many fucking like knick-knack shit. It's insane. It's insane. Like what was the oh my God. Didn't he recently he sold like some watches, but then like they didn't deliver them or something? What was that? Trump watches scam. Here we go, The Independent. I should get more practice with switching shares. No, that's not right. Dumbass. I want to share. Okay, yeah, I want to share this. Okay. Nice. Independent. Ticked off. MAGA fume as Trump's watches fail to deliver on the price tag. Some of Donald Trump's MAGA faithful are ticked off with his watch. They're just TO'd. I'm so TO'd right now. Off with his watch company after a number of buyers complained of delivery issues. Reviews of the presidential timepieces sit at an average of 2.7 stars out of 5, according to Trustpilot. Many customers leaving Trump-like reviews, blasting the operation as a scam. Wait, do we? Oh, I think we need to read some of these. Out of all the reviews, 62% were negative, with 50% giving just a 1-star rating. Commercials for Trump's fight watch collection are now fight watch collection are now running regularly on the Newsmax channel. With prices ranging from $4.99 to $7.99, and even higher for custom designs. Styles include Fight Malachite, the mugshot suit collectible, and the First Lady mini in hot pink. Well, this. Wait, so where's the Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, the site provides. The site provides estimated shipping on products made to order. Reviews. I plan to sue this as a scam. Claimed to have ordered a $900 watch in January with a promised delivery in March. The individuals say they tried to cancel their order in April, but their efforts have been refused. It's my work's experience with online shopping. No watch delivered. Dishonest and false customer service responses, both automated and probably live people. Should have known a failed businessman who scammed the country would also scam customers. It's a shame this company is not holding President Trump's high standards. This is a present for my 80th birthday. That's so crazy, dude. he has fight. He just like latches onto one thing and that's it. This 80-year-old though, dude, he's like, they didn't hold to Mr. Trump's high standards. Oh, she's so lost. Poor thing. No watches ever ship. I'm filing multiple FTC complaints. I'm also writing the Trump organization. They should at least know this company's a scam using Trump's name. I wish President Trump could be notified about what this company's done to customers. He knows. It's all on purpose. Oh, sorry, we had some delays. Sorry about that. Sorry. Okay, let's get back to Tim Miller. Okay, we can get this whole thing almost done.
I agree that we have an immigration problem in this country. Or we did. We don't anymore.
Yeah. Well, I guess I would say this. We did during the Biden administration. They let in too many people, and that's why the original claim was not about Border Patrol. I think we obviously need Border Patrol.
I know.
And so I think the Biden
the rule of law.
Yeah, I'm talking about addressing the rule of law here and how the rule of law is not just part of it is protecting innocent people from being attacked, right? Totally. Yeah. But another part of it is protecting all of our rights from being infringed by the government.
No, we need more immigrants.
He's a security guard outside the marijuana farm. Okay? He's a veteran. Okay. He's a U.S. citizen. He was driving to work. They were raiding the marijuana farm because I guess there were undocumented people working there. George is American. He's a Marine. He's trying to get to work. The ICE agents broke into his car.
Arrested by ICE.
Yeah, arrested. Okay. They sent him to prison. He did not get.
Hi, I just noticed a third person joined. So if you're new, the reason we have to share the comments is because the stream got taken down, so we can only listen to the audio. So I'm reacting to the audio. Just as a heads up. Hello.
A phone call.
Okay.
He missed his child's 3rd birthday. Okay. He was there for 3 days. They put him in solitary confinement for 48 hours.
If he's an American citizen, he can sue.
Of course he can, but the administration hasn't said anything about it. But okay, then let's talk about
you can sue and you can get restitution for that. But if you're an illegal alien,
in Honduras can't sue.
But if you're an illegal alien, you don't have the rights guaranteed you by the Constitution because you already broke the law.
What? Which ones? They always like to say this, and then as soon as you show them like it says all persons born or all persons in the United States within our borders, like they have no argument here. It's so stupid. I don't know why they try to say this. It's dumb. I hope Tim shuts this shit down. Right. Yeah, exactly. Immigrants that do fucking everything. We just need more people. Like, what's the problem with having more people? Like, people who can work. It's a whole thing with the healthcare thing too, right? It's like they're a drain on the system. It's like most of them are coming in like young, healthy, able-bodied, like especially when you're on a work visa thing, you have to like have all your vaccines and shit. Like it's very like they're probably much healthier, better off than most Americans are, who mostly have diabetes and heart disease and obesity and mental retardation.
Coming in here. Now, secondly, what I also want to talk about is the freedom of religion and the Muslim ban. The Muslim ban, you talking about in the very first Trump administration when he said the Muslims can't come in?
Ooh, person number 4. Hi and hello. That's a record for me. Welcome.
Yeah, that was a safety threat. That was a safety threat. Yes, it was. We were at war. Everybody was at war.
You can just ban terrorists. You don't have to ban Muslims. I was during that first
administration. You understand that
the Muslim ban was a terrorist threat?
They come over and they say,
this guy.
That's why we have CIA. This is why you keep being like, look, there are ways to go after bad people. We've done this in every administration besides Trump. There's a way to go. I mean, there's a way to go after terrorists. There's a way to go after drug dealers without hassling people and having a secret and having a internal police that's masked going after people.
One more thing I have to address.
Democracy. I hope none of you guys have chosen to go after the democracy point, which I think is interesting.
Well, we live in a republic, but the claim that you say that ISIS
oh god,
into secret police is
the fucking democracy versus republic thing. I hate this fucking. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Ridiculous. It's laughable and everything. But yes, it is. Yeah, it is.
They're secret. They're acting in secret, and it's Donald Trump's internal police force.
They are acting. They have to have a warrant by a judge for each person they do. Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Have you ever interviewed somebody from ICE on your show?
You could read ProPublica.
Have you interviewed someone from ICE on your show?
Actually, I interviewed Dean Cain, who is a Superman actor that's joined ICE. He is not the smartest tool in the shed, but he's decided that he wants to join ICE now, even though he has no experience doing that. Look, man, you're wrong. They don't have warrants. Read ProPublica. Read your local news here. Read the Los Angeles Times. Many people have been detained by ICE. American citizens indictment. I think ProPublica recently said it was like 170. Hundreds of American citizens have been detained by ICE without a warrant. No, you're wrong. That's just not happening.
Those things do happen, but when you have 10 million people that have come in, there's going to be things that fall through the cracks. Let me ask you this: you believe that bad things happen with the police, also, right? Do you agree that they should be abolished as well?
Well, no, because
exactly. So maybe they should be reformed. Maybe there should be some other things.
Exactly, is to me. Police have unions. They have accountability to their people. When the police mess up, as you mentioned earlier, people can sue the police, but also police acknowledge their mistakes.
We can sue ICE.
It's just these arguments are so tired and boring. I don't even know what to say. It's especially on this line. Like Tim's got it. Like it's just there's nothing to say. It's like how can you defend any of this immigration shit? There's just no way. You can't defend it. You can't fucking defend it. It's a pot, especially when you read that story about the kids who got zip tied fucking naked, like being fucking pulled out of their apartment complex in the middle of the fucking night. Like it's unhinged. It's beyond unhinged. We need a stronger word for it. Killing is bad and wrong. Killing is badong.
You can sue the federal government. That's why we have lawyers.
ICE has wrongly detained a bunch of people. They wrongly sent a bunch of people to El Salvador, by the way. The Department of Homeland Security has not acknowledged a single mistake. By the way. Oh, really? Tell me about that. Yeah. So I want to talk. So the guy that was the makeup artist that got sent to El Salvador, you're cool with that?
I don't know about that guy.
Okay. What about the guy?
I don't know. Oh, here we go. The I don't know defense. The retard defense. I didn't know about the very specific hairstylist. Fucking, he was like a big thing in the media. They were like, he's this little gay Mexican, like a poor little guy had to be like shipped off to El Salvador. How do you not know about this fucking story? Like, give me a break. Of course you know. You're obsessed with fucking gay, trans, anything. Of course you knew. Of course you know. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Just say, all you have to say to these people is, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You're lying. And they'll get triggered right away because 90% of the time they're going to be lying.
What about the okay? Well, we sent 200 people to El Salvador. We said that they were.
Well, if they're an American citizen, they're going to have passports. They're going to have documentation, and so they're not going to be ending up in jail.
Well, yeah, we sent 200 Venezuelans to El Salvador.
American citizens.
No, not American citizens.
Okay.
We claim that they're
not American citizens.
You think that we can just send people to foreign gulags even if they're not American?
They're not American.
If they're not American citizens. We can do whatever we want.
Well, they broke the law coming in. Who doesn't want them? If Honduras doesn't want them, if anybody else doesn't want them, where are they going to take them?
Well, no, several of them.
Because we told the president of Colombia to say, hey, take your guys back, and he said no.
Sorry, several of the Venezuelans that came to the country did come through legal pathways, and we deported them to an El Salvador prison because they had tattoos that looked like they were trying to Aragua.
Like MS-13?
Trying to Aragua.
Okay. You know, so notice how he just lumps everybody together, right? It's always just like, well, they came into the country. They broke some little technical rule, or they fucking almost died trying to cross the fucking Rio Grande, and now they've been here for 30 years, but they, because they broke this rule however long ago, now they're like evil and they deserve to be shipped off and away to some fuck place they've never been to before. Like, what the kind of fuck argument is that? Like, it's just you know what? It's just lack of empathy. It's lack of empathy. That's it. Sort of just have no empathy. They just don't. That's it. It really is just that. Like, it just makes me sound like a fucking wokey fuck.
Okay.
Several of them.
Do you think the cartels operate in other countries besides just El Salvador?
My question is, do you think that somebody my question is to you. Do you think someone that's a legal resident in this country that came the right way from Venezuela can, without due process, be sent to a foreign prison in El Salvador? Do you think that that's what the government should be doing?
Are you talking about American citizens?
Yeah.
No, they're Venezuelans that came through a legal process. They're working through legal pathways.
So
they were refugees,
legal
asylums.
In regards to
they came to this country and we sent them to an El Salvador gulag.
Did they break any other laws?
No.
Deport all Deport all Latinish-looking people except for the, the fucking baddie, hot booty Latinas for Pete Hegseth.
No, and the administration has not acknowledged it, has not apologized to them. One of them was a guy I interviewed. His name was Andre Hernandez Romero. He was a makeup artist and a hairdresser. He came to this country, and he went through the CBP One app, just like you were supposed to do. But he tried to do it the right way. And what we did is we picked him up, put him on a plane, and we sent him to that El Salvador hellhole.
Is he still there?
4 months later, Bukele and Maduro cut a deal to get him out of there. He was in there for 4 months. We did that to him. He came to this country, he tried to do it the right way, and we sent him to a foreign country. I'm sorry, that is against.
Is he still there? You hear the way he asks that too? Is he still there though? But Tim, is he still there though? Is he still? God.
American values. This was a country where people wanted to come
There's
here.
Got to be a lot
shining
more.
city on a hill.
Got to be a lot more.
Welcoming people throughout the
I
world.
understand that, but there's got to be a lot more to the story than you're saying.
There isn't.
There has to be a lot more to the story than what you're saying, right? Like my Big Daddy Orange Emperor can't be a bad person. It's not true.
Oh, buddy.
That's timeout.
Oh, here we go.
These people who crossed into this country, they broke a law. And so there are sort of asylum-seeking processes that you do when you're outside of the country. Yeah. What I don't appreciate is the cutting in line aspect of this, because it's almost like you're at a grocery store, you cut someone in line. I don't appreciate that because there were Venezuelan individuals who...
Okay, I didn't really want to be mean here, but I'm going to try to say this without being, like, ridiculously mean, okay? I don't know. Okay, I know I'm assuming this person's gay, okay? Just by I've seen them a lot in a lot of jubilees, and like the way they carry themselves, the way they speak, whatever. Okay, like this like sensibility though really bothers me. Like it's, I mean, it might not even be a gay thing. Like I think the reason they sound like that is like when they get this like it's a snootiness. It's like that snooty gay. Oh, it's punchable. It makes you want to punch. Like, and it's not always like, yeah, but it's like passive aggressive. Like just hold on, like go back a little bit.
Asylum-seeking processes that you do when you're outside of the country.
Yeah. Oh, buddy.
That's timeout. These people who crossed into this country, they broke a law, and so there are sort of asylum-seeking processes that you do when you're outside of the country. Yeah. What I don't appreciate is the cutting in line aspect of this, because it's almost like you're at a grocery store, you cut someone in line. I don't appreciate that because there were Venezuelan individuals who were criminals being housed in New York City, and that was coming out of our taxpayer dollars. Now we're talking about American values. Yep. I voted for Donald Trump, not because of a mutually exclusive interest. I voted for him despite it. I wanted to see closed borders, and I wanted to see things like gender ideology diminished. I wanted to go back to a time where we weren't self.
I hate when they try to cite like stupid little, well, not stupid. Yeah, I read a theory on this a long time. It's not even like a theory. It's like there's a history behind the gay voice. I think it's a lot of different amalgamations of things. It's like yeah. One also depends, like, because there's also like, well, obviously because Tim Miller also is gay, so but he's kind of like probably a little bit more on the masculine side. So it's like I mean, all people just have a different masculine feminine spectrum, whether you're gay or trans or whatever. Like yeah, everybody just exists on one end of that scale or another, I think. All people do in general. Fuck, there was something else I was going to say real quick. What was I talking about? I don't know. Tim Miller's gay.
Fighting in bathrooms, and we could actually vote legally instead of having things like legal aliens voting. The issue that I have and what we need to actually fix, immigration is it's been thrown around like a...
Oh, that's what I was saying. No, he gives the grocery store example, right? Like it's like the kind of norms of society, right? Like because technically, like is cutting somebody in line at the grocery store, is that illegal? No, but it would get you probably kicked out of the store, right? Like it's like disruptive, disorderly behavior. But like this is like social norms, and it's like when you get into the social norms, that triggers me because I'm like, really? You're gonna start caring about norms now? Like you want to talk about the man you just said you voted for? Like, yeah, give me a break on the norms, buddy. Like, don't talk about grocery store this or return your shopping cart that. Like, no, fuck you. Okay, no, we're not in the world of norms anymore, and that's because of your guy, your man, your daddy that you voted for.
Poker chip. We've seen both sides utilize it, but I think what Republicans have actually done, and we can look at this through the DREAM Act bill, which was actually voted against by a lot of Democrats, including AOC. So this DREAM Act bill was going to create a process for citizenship for DACA individuals. I consider parents who are smuggling their children into this country as terrorists, domestic terrorists.
Really?
Because, yes, I do, because these individuals, they're not having a decision on being in this country. They're sort of foregoing out of our taxpayer dollars education, right? And we're paying over $9 billion federally.
Well, I got to tell you, I just think that this...
Who? Illegals in schools?
Look at this through the DREAM Act bill, which was actually voted against by a lot of Democrats, including AOC. So this DREAM Act bill was going to create a process for citizenship for DACA.
Hold on, there was a reason AOC didn't vote for it, though, wasn't? And it's not what he's making it sound like. AOC voted no on DREAM Act. Okay, yeah. Overview saying no, she did not vote against the DREAM Act. She supported legislation on DREAM Act. She voted against a procedural rule for one bill in 2019 because it was tied to a rule that she opposed on fiscal responsibility grounds. Although she voted for the final bill. So is he trying to use some weird fucking technicality and citing that as she voted against it? I'm sure he is. Cool. More bad faith argumentation. Nice. AOC. Yeah, I really have a lot of respect for AOC these days. She's really had she's consistently on message. The whole movement she's built with Bernie Sanders has been super effective. Like, probably was like a big part of the reason why Mamdani won is because he had that institutional momentum behind him of the thing that AOC and Bernie had been doing the whole basically ever since right after Trump got elected they were on it doing the whole oligarchy thing. So, I mean, I give credit where credit's due. If you build political coalitions and you have political power, I mean, ultimately, as long as they help Democrats win and they don't try to undermine shit and steal votes or something stupid like that. But it seems like they're both still pretty dedicated to the Democratic Party. So I think it's only a good thing. I think if we just have a big fucking blue hurricane, big tent party of just never Trumper, ex-conservatives, fucking lefties that just aren't fucking Hassan tankies. I'm down for all of it. Yeah, let's just fucking win. I don't know why I went into that rant. Oh, because we were talking about AOC. Yeah, I just have massive respect for her these days. She's and just she's just very clear in her messaging. Very beneficial for the Democrats because she's still very heavily associated with the party. I think she's headed to be in leadership. I think that's gonna be good. Because we need. I think we also have this young generation coming up too. That's about to come honestly overtake the party because I'm I'm in the leadership of these college things now and it's getting crazy. So the young people they're going to break through and they're taking over in politics. So yeah, I think if somebody like AOC is kind of at the front of that, I think that's good. Yeah, I think she will. Yeah. Is it going to be 28? No. I think technically she'll be old enough. AOC age. She's 36 now. Yeah, so she could run. But I think I think it won't be until later. Maybe 20. Maybe just the next one, 2032. Because I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens in the primaries. I mean, it seems like Newsom's definitely setting himself up to run. Is AOC going to try to compete against Newsom? She could and might and could probably beat him in a primary. Probably would beat him in a primary. But I don't know if she'd want to do that. So I don't know. Maybe it depends on what she's thinking internally. Does she see the value in having a Newsom presidency first as sort of a bridge into a lefter or more more left of center? I don't know. It just depends on what she thinks inside of her own mind. I would love to pick her brain about it.
Individuals. I consider parents who are smuggling their children into this country as terrorists, domestic terrorists.
Really?
Because, yes, I do. Because these individuals, they're not having a decision on being in this country. They're sort of foregoing out of our taxpayer dollars.
I know who Wes Moore is. Yeah, he's the. Wait, not. I wanted to say Maine. That's not right. Oh, Maryland. Governor of Maryland. Yeah. Yeah, I like him. I like him too. Again, it's just for Newsom. I wasn't even a huge fan of Newsom before, but I give a lot of. Yeah, I want Wes Moore. That's fine. Good one. Yeah. Oh, you were just actually doing it. Oh, you're correct. I thought it was a good joke, but that's fine. Yeah, I want Wes Moore. More than Newsom. Yeah, I mean Newsom his whole effort with Prop 50 and the fact that it was it actually was slated to not pass, and then just the fact that he was so driving and consistent and just trolling the fuck out of Trump, and he was just relentless about it, and he actually made something happen, and he also did it through democracy. So he has the moral authority over Texas and these other places where they forced it through the state legislature. He put it straight to the people and said, "What do you all want?" And it passed like 60 fucking +% support. So again, it's credit where credit's due. That was largely because of Newsom's efforts and his pushing of it. Not to say he's the only reason it passed, but I mean, obviously, like he was the main kind of like articulator of it, pusher of it, and all that stuff. Yeah.
Education, right? And we're paying over $9 billion federally.
Well, I got to tell you, I just think that this is going to be an area where we aren't going to find much common ground, because I think that somebody fleeing communism in Venezuela, somebody fleeing oppression that is looking for freedom, that wants to come to this country and is doing so through an asylee process or through the refugee process or through the TPS process. Somebody wants to come to this country because they want to give their kid an opportunity.
Yes.
I think finding a way to make that happen is the Central American value. It is what made America what it was.
Have them wait outside. Have them wait in line.
No, some of them were able to get in through temporary protected status or through asylum status. And they're
Joe Biden.
I'm sorry, and they're coming to this country.
Have them wait outside. They make it sound so pleasant. Like, oh, there's just like a little lobby waiting area outside the country. You just wait outside for your turn. Like, no, there's nowhere for them to go. Like, there's barely anywhere for them to wait in Mexico. But if they're in these other places, they're trying to get away from these fucking places. They're like war-torn areas. Like, they need somewhere to be. Like, what? Like, that's good and safe, and especially when they have kids and shit. Like, they make it sound like it's so just wait outside. You just wait your turn. The fuck? I've been thinking about that. Yeah, who does Vance pick as his running mate? I don't know. It's just, these conversations just get so poisoned by, half these people like half joking in their little snide way about like, well, maybe if Vance picks Trump and then he steps down and then Trump can be a president again and that's a loophole. Like, it's just like nobody's even like talking about the possibility. They're all just, it's just a cult. It's a cult. It's like we literally have to like wait until Trump actually dies for like us to even know what the fuck the Republican Party is going to be. It's pathetic. Like, I mean, I could say that sounds like a sensible political thing to do, because then like you have Vance kind of catering to the MAGA base, and then like Rubio kind of catering, maybe can kind of save the sort of more center right, like maybe sort of save a little bit of that. So because like that the disapproval is just because Trump is being seen as so extreme. Like, that sounds like a politically sensible thing to do, but it seems like the Republican Party under Trump has almost done nothing that's been politically sensible besides the few things they've done to, eke out their wins electorally. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of that wasn't even from political sensibility, but just because political recklessness was made to be cool.
Right. To give their kid a chance.
Which we did not want.
You just let me finish. They're able to come to this country and give their kid a chance. And to me, that is the American story. Like, our country is, as Ronald Reagan said, the shining city on the hill. We want to give people fleeing oppression a possibility here. And what you
shining city on the hill, yes.
Said is that if a parent tried to come as an asylee and bring their kids into this country, and I've worked with some of these kids, that they are a terrorist and a child trafficker. No, they are a parent that loves their child, that wants to give them an opportunity that they could not have in the communist hellhole where they came from. And we should not treat them bad. We should not.
Taxpayers'
no, a lot of them pay taxes. They come, they work. Obviously,
let's look at this. American values.
This is the American value. We should not be sending people.
All of us actually voted for Trump because we wanted what was happening right now. We want people to finally be in line with.
Nice. And that's the final American value, which actually none of you wanted to talk about, which is fine.
We can agree on that.
But no, we can't actually, because Donald Trump lost. Because Donald Trump lost the 2020. If I could, Donald Trump lost the 2020 election.
He won this election by the popular electoral vote.
And then he pretended like he won, and then people stormed the Capitol and attacked police
because
they don't respect. And you.
Yeah, you know what? If they're going to Jesus smuggle, he gets to Jan 6 smuggle. And he's only done it once, but that's perfect. Perfect time to do it.
You guys, and maybe all of you, I don't know, you're speaking for everybody, but many of you voted for him after he instituted an attack on our democracy on the Capitol.
What was the attack? Oh, the one people that were referring to the Nancy Pelosi one that was a stunt to actually look like it was Donald Trump, or it wasn't.
Oh my God. Do you hear the way he just throws in his conspiracy fucking tinfoil hat shit at the end there? This was a staged attack by Pelosi. That's fucking insane, dude. What? It's just like, oh my God. It's not even idiocracy anymore. It's like schizoocracy.
Yeah, that's not bad. Sorry.
It did. It was on record.
No, you can watch the tape. You should talk to us. The last claim is that the reddest states are governed worse than the bluest cities.
True. That's a good claim. I like this.
What up, man? Good to see you.
So obviously, in order for us to understand your claim, I would love to understand why you say that. What specifically about red states makes them govern worse than blue states?
Well, I think that there are kind of two ways to look at that. One is just in a technocratic sense, like the outcomes are worse, right? Poverty rates are higher, violent crime is higher, divorce rates are higher.
the 10 states with the highest poverty rates are red states. Oh shit, that's bad.
Economic dynamism opportunities lower. School scores are lower.
Violent crime is higher.
Oh, it's that guy. Okay.
But per capita, the highest violent crime red states are, I think, almost all red states except New Mexico. I think it's Alaska, Louisiana, Mississippi. Those are the highest violent states when it comes to violent crime.
So the blue cities that have overwhelmingly more regulation on guns, they have more gun violence. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's exactly true. There are some cities that have really high.
That's not true.
Well, there's some cities that have a lot of gun violence, like Chicago, and a lot of the guns are coming in from.
They have some of the strictest gun regulations in the.
Yeah, but again, you have more violent crime in places like Tennessee than you do in places like Massachusetts and New York.
That's true. No, not even New York. Let's take Chicago and New York, who have some of the strictest gun violence. Chicago's a horrific example.
A lot of those guns are coming in from Indiana. Yeah.
Okay, and how are they coming in?
People are trafficking them for Indiana, and they should be stopped.
Trafficking them. Okay, so they're coming in illegally.
I don't know why you're whispering it.
Well, they're coming in illegally, right? Yeah, sure. But they have the regulations to crack down on the guns. So you're telling me that regulation doesn't work?
Well, no, regulation certainly does work in certain cases. There are ways to
why doesn't it work in Chicago?
Okay, but again,
because they have strict gun problems. They have strict gun regulations. Gun regulations in the.
Yeah, but again, you have more violent crime in places like Tennessee than you do in places like Massachusetts and New York.
That's true. No, not even New York. Let's take Chicago and New York, who have some of the strictest gun violence. Chicago's a horrific example.
A lot of those guns are coming in from Indiana. Yeah.
Okay, and how are they coming in?
People are trafficking them for Indiana, and they should be stopped.
Trafficking them. Okay, so they're coming in illegally.
I don't know why you're whispering it.
Well, they're coming in illegally, right?
Yeah, sure.
But they have the regulations to crack down on the guns. So you're telling me that regulation doesn't work?
Well, no, regulation certainly does work in certain cases. There are ways to.
Why doesn't it work in Chicago?
Okay, but again,
because they have strict gun problems. They have strict gun regulations.
You're trying to do the debate bro thing with me, like where it just isn't working because the facts are not right. Like in the states that have the least gun violence are blue states. There's places like Vermont and Massachusetts. I'm sorry. The gun violence. I'm just sorry. You know why? Here's why. Because the gun violence, like you hear about like the street crime gun violence, and there certainly is some of that, particularly in Chicago, where it's really bad.
Yeah, it sounded like he was trying to trap him there, but I don't understand how he. I don't think that trap worked very well. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll go back. I don't know.
But there is a ton of gun violence that's happening across rural America related to domestic violence. And having guns in your home just leads to suicides, leads to wives being menaced and killed. And like that is happening all over the country.
But there's a lot of other factors that go into the fact. For example, in the rural areas, they're going to have less deterrence from the community. Not everybody lives together, so they don't have the threat of their neighbors shooting at a robber, for example. They have less law enforcement. The time that it takes for law enforcement to get to these crimes that would be happening, like, for example, all of the things that you're mentioning, is a lot higher than it would be in blue cities. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that you even agreed Chicago has the highest gun regulation in the country, and they have the most amount of gun violence. How does that work? And
again, because we live in a free country, and Chicago is not like a fortified environment where nobody can come in and out. But I guess my point is that I think that Chicago's governed awfully. Actually, the mayor of Chicago is terrible. But my point is that there's a lot of conversation about that. That the mayor of Chicago is terrible. Like a lot of this is in the news. People talk about there's not a lot of conversation about the fact that in West Virginia, in Tennessee, in Louisiana, and Mississippi, there is greater violent crime than there's in Chicago. It's just not as in condensed area. People don't talk about it, and they're not doing anything to solve it. Yeah. And the governors in those states are actually making it worse, exacerbating problems.
You make this claim that on.
I don't know why he thinks the mayor of Chicago is bad. I don't know if that comes from his like conservatism, because he thinks that the mayor's like too left economically. I'm not really familiar with the policies of Chicago. But I mean, yeah, I mean, crime in the city just, I mean, a lot of it's economic. I don't know. Again, the gun conversation is just so cursed.
Average, the blue cities are governed worse than red states. When we talk about Chicago, which happens to be one of the biggest country, or one of the biggest cities in the country, the most populous, they have the strictest gun regulations. It's like, oh well, we can't talk about that. We have to talk about it.
I'm happy to talk about it. I'm just saying, I think that Chicago, objectively, Chicago is governed not well, and I think that it should be governed better. What do you think? But objectively, it's governed better than West Virginia.
What do you think?
Like, if you want to live, Los Angeles is objectively governed better than West Virginia, Oklahoma on every score. Where would you want to get your kids?
What policy differences?
Sure. Again, education, access to healthcare, services, transportation, poverty levels. Poverty levels are way higher.
But the affordability is also higher in those states as well.
Hold on, I have to just check and see if anybody even saw my link that I posted. Some people saw it.
I agree with you. I think he's incredibly narcissistic. Just from the brief summary or reading it out of other fascist figures, like, I don't think Hitler was just up for himself. I think he did have some vision. Like, yeah, I don't think Donald Trump, right? Like, he wanted to. Sure, yeah, I don't think Donald Trump has a vision for America at all. Then is it just like self-service? I think that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that his underlying motivation, again, overriding principle for anything is ultimately his own ego. Sure. I don't think I necessarily disagree with that, you know. I think it describes more political or intelligent or ideological malice than Donald Trump is actually capable of. We call him a fascist. Yeah, I don't disagree with that either. I don't think I usually call him a fascist. If I do, I'm just trying to trigger conservatives. Usually I say he's very selfish.
Ooh, for triggering conservatives.
I don't think he's a fascist because I don't think he's smart enough to be
Yeah, okay. Yeah, big screen and people don't understand me.
Finally starting to rack up some wins again. Not only did we just blow Republicans out of the water by margins nobody saw coming in the elections just a couple of weeks ago, but dare I say it, guys, I think we won the government shutdown as well. But take a look at the generic congressional ballot. Pre-shutdown, they were ahead by 3 points.
Yeah, the Dems are getting wins and stuff in the polls, yeah. The Carpenter. Wait, really? Holy shit. Afton Bain's doing really good in the polls now. 46 to 48. She's only down 2% behind Van Epps. Damn, I wonder if we could have Afton Bain win in that district, dude. Dude, the Democrats really have been killing it in our organization, man. That's crazy. Because I think that was, what was that? Her district was like Afton Bain district. Is it District 7 over there? Oh, 51st district is it is. Oh no, she's running down the 7th. Yeah. Afton Bain. No, we do Tennessee District 7 Trump vote. In this Tennessee district, the president won by 22% last year. So if she actually takes that district, that's crazy. That will be crazy. That will be crazy. If Afton Bain actually wins, I will flip.
Hey, it's Noel again.
Yes,
good to see you.
Good to see you again. So I know a lot of things were mentioned, and just to kind of level the playing field and find common ground, you mentioned, kids dying because of school shootings. I'm with you there. My heart breaks every time I hear something. I want something done about that. Same when we look at immigration and we're seeing human trafficking, kids being trafficked at the border by the cartel. Horrible. So all of the violence against children, I want something done by that, and I think it's horrible. That being said, and I think we can agree on that. When we look at blue cities, they have some of the most extreme abortion policies. For example, Cesar Santangelo in Washington D.C. They were justice for the 5, and they still haven't received justice, but they were 5 babies that were aborted at the 3rd trimester. And so we see these cases happening in blue cities, and I think that's super problematic. Do you think that is?
I'm against 3rd trimester abortions. I'm like quasi pro-life, I would say. I'm where a lot of people are in the country, which is in the middle on that issue. I think a lot of times it gets bifurcated into extremes. But now that Dobbs has been overturned, kind of like the dynamics has changed a lot in what the laws are in a lot of those cities. But I agree, and I think that the Kermit Gosnell thing, whatever in Philadelphia, horrible, a horrible story. Here's the problem though, is that again, on average, like the red states do a horrible job of protecting young people. You mentioned gun deaths, but it's also child poverty is higher in the red states. Infant mortality is much higher in the red states because they aren't funding healthcare to the same degree. And my view is, look, when I think about what I'm looking for in a governor, in somebody who's governed a state or the country, I used to work with Jeb Bush. One of his lines was that he wants to be able to
Jubilee is like an abusive relationship. You know it's shit, but you can't stop coming back to it. Lord. It's like I feel compelled to watch it to the end now, especially now I've made it this far. Oh shit! Wait.
To be able to live a life of purpose and meaning, and that's kind of what I judge everything by. I want people to have an opportunity to live a life of purpose and meaning. What does that mean? It means that when they're born, they get to stay born, right? And then it means when they grow up and they go to school, then they have good schools where they have a chance to learn and do well. And then if they get out of school and they have like financial issues, like that there's a safety net, so they at least have a chance to go out and find a job.
Yeah.
Like on that metric, like red states are doing terrible. Like infant mortality is high, the schools are terrible, and the safety net is has holes in it. And I
kind of laid out his philosophy there politically, and I kind of agree with it. Like, I mean, very broadly, I don't know if he has to get more nitty-gritty on certain things, but yeah.
I think that, I agree with you that there have been some extreme abortion laws in blue cities. I just don't think that matches up to this horrible way that red states are governing on that metric.
I do not agree with him on abortion. I'm radically pro-choice, all the way up to birth.
I agree that the education system is a mess, and I think we need to change that. I think homeschooling should be a more popular option, and people should have education choice. And unfortunately, we don't see that a lot in blue states. We see that in red states to allow more freedoms of education choice. But I do want to say, you mentioned that we should protect a life after the child is born. Yeah. So do you agree that we should protect a life, allow the child to be born? Because so you're pro-life then?
again, I mean, I think that this is a complicated issue, right? Like, I definitely am not for third trimester elective abortions. Right? I think that there are exceptions with the life of the mother. I think that some of the red state laws are really terrible, like bounty laws in some of these cases. I think it's a little different. You know, the abortion isn't the issue. Like, we could probably sit here and debate the 6-week and 8-week. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there are different lines on there. But I guess my point is that I'm for that. Again, I think that people should have an opportunity to live a life of purpose and meaning. That means getting born, but that means staying born, right? You don't want infant mortality when they're death. You want to make sure they have good hospitals. And I just think they're failing on this one. I live in Louisiana. I live in New Orleans. We have school choice. I'm for school choice too, actually.
Awesome.
But like, they don't fund the schools. So it's like there are 3 really great schools. And so if you have great parents,
for school choice, so what, does they support vouchers? Yeah, that's just a sort of like cringe, quasi-libertarian, leftover shit. We'll get Tim in due time. He's almost there. He's very similar to me. He just needs to come all the way. Why? Well, I don't know. That's my other fucking project. Is my fucking book. Now that I have a name for my philosophy, now I have to change that. I have to fucking change the name of my book though. I'll come up with something, I guess. I'll ask Maya.
That work hard to get you on the list and make sure that you get the test and you get to go to the good public schools, and you're great. If you have absentee parents or bad parents, then you end up in these crappy schools. And my point is, you can have school choice, but you also gotta invest to make sure kids have opportunities. They're doing that in blue cities. They're not doing it in red states.
Sure, but we have to allow people to have that option. And we're seeing a lot of restrictions in blue cities towards school choice, and so people should be able to choose, because then they're not going to be able to even have.
I agree. I just think on balance, like if you want to send your kid to school and you're just like, would I go in San Francisco or would I send them to school in Shreveport? If you want to give them the best chance to succeed. I think pretty much everybody would say San Francisco. There'd be some weird woke stuff that they learn, but like they would get a good education, and like there's not that investment happening in red states.
But what we're seeing in blue states is we're seeing a lot of governors and we're seeing a lot of mayors be very adamantly.
They'd get a lot of weird woke stuff. Okay. Weird concession.
Pro-choice, like they're not advocating for any sort of restrictions on abortion. I think that's super problematic, and I think we can agree on that. And so, if you have governors and you have mayors who are saying it's okay to kill children, I don't really trust their judgment if they think murder's okay.
Yeah, again, and I think that there are differences of opinions on abortion.
Thanks so much.
Good job, thank you. We rolling. All right, here we go.
So I think when you look at blue states,
really exhausted by the breakdown
one of the things you see a major difference in is like investment in terms of what private companies are investing in. You know, like New York City, San Francisco, you have a lot of these tech companies that are also hiring a lot of white collar workers, right? Whereas some of these blue or red states you're talking about, Mississippi, Louisiana, used to be blue collar states that are now blue collar jobs have dissipated from and gone overseas because of, you know, free trade and stuff.
Let me object to just.
So that's just because the factories died. That's gonna be your argument. Cool.
One example. So again, as I mentioned, I live in New Orleans. I was thinking about this as I was trying to come up with a good example. If you just go.
Oh, that's right. He lives in New Orleans. Oh, you want to talk about Louisiana? Well, actually.
Mississippi River, right? So let's take out the coastal states, because I do agree they're kind of different in the kind of economy it is. You just go up the river, you got New Orleans, Memphis, St. Louis. They're all in red states. And then you got Minneapolis, St. Paul, that's in a blue state at the top. Minneapolis, St. Paul is thriving. A lot of people want to move there. There's a lot of economic opportunity. There is a huge.
That's true, and why? It's been very Democrat for a long time. Yes.
So has a lot more private companies investing.
Also, Minneapolis, St. Paul is sick. Minneapolis by itself, I've been there many times. Like I said, I have a lot of family from Minnesota, from Minneapolis. Like we have the Mall of America, like literally the largest mall in America, and it's fucking sick. And the whole city is just like laid out really well, and it's pretty, and people there like have a high median income, but they also have like a nice support system for everybody. There's like not like homeless walking around. Like it's nice. It's like a nice city.
Well, right, but why? It's because the governance there has been attractive. People want to move there. A lot of tampon access in Minneapolis, thanks to Tim Walsh. You know, any bathroom you go into, you can get a tampon. A lot of people want to go to Minneapolis. It's a liberal state that has been governed well, where the education is good, the health care is good. So no wonder companies want to go there, because diverse communities are welcome. And then you go down the red states. St. Louis was one of the biggest cities in the country. Memphis was one of the biggest cities in the country. New Orleans, where I live, used to be very dynamic. They have hollowed out, and people don't want to move there because they're governed like crap.
Okay, when you're talking about moving somewhere, where are you primarily going to move? For a job, right? Yes. And so. Okay.
So it's the job of the states to try to attract the good jobs. The
right.
So it's not about geography. It's not like randomly. It's because of the coast or because of certain industries.
So I mean, Tennessee has had a lot of companies move their tech companies, right? The thing is, I think it's a false equivalency here because so a lot of the jobs have left from the Rust Belt and everything. These are the states that you're saying are worse than on average.
Been governed great. Josh Shapiro's doing a great job. Michigan is being governed. Detroit is having a renaissance right now. They have a Democratic governor. Wisconsin is being governed well. Milwaukee's having a renaissance. There's no reason that New Orleans,
but it's also
Memphis, or like any of these other cities could be like
states you're talking about. The cities you're talking about have white collar jobs. So obviously those people
because
are
they've attracted
better on average because they have better income.
Pittsburgh, Detroit, Wisconsin, that was the rest
of them. If you look at Ohio and Indiana, not as many white collar people live there, and so of course outcomes are going to be worse on average. And now I want to go back to your
Thanks, man. Good to see you.
Damn, on by the time. Shit. Okay,
welcome back. What was it, JP?
JP, yeah.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I see you again. So I don't really want to talk about like states, cities, because I see what you're doing. You're mentioning the states, we're mentioning the cities. But again, like we all know, like it's no surprise that people are always talking about LA and New York. I came to the city for the first time with my little sister. It's beautiful. It attracts eccentrics. It's a wonderful city. It represents America. I'm from Miami, Florida, where you don't see all this homelessness, right? But you see it here. No, you don't see it like here. And it's no surprise that it's on the news all the time. Yeah. So I want to move away from that because I know you're going to mention specific states and you're going to ignore the social conditions there, the poverty rates, et cetera. I'm not going to do that. I want to talk about the word Morris that you mentioned. I assume you're a big Tocqueville guy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm getting old since I'm a dad. So it's been a decade since I read Tocqueville, but yeah, sure.
For the normies, Alexis Tocqueville loved to talk about inclinations, right? About Morris. Yeah, I think that today, liberal cities have an issue that's not really about government. It's about
Tim needs to assert himself more in this. He can't just he basically just said, I don't want to talk about I don't want to talk about your claim. That's what he just said. I don't want to talk about cities and states. But Tim's claim is the reddest states are governed worse than the bluest cities. So you say, I don't want to talk about states or cities. I don't want to talk about your claim. But we just let him take over the conversation? Like, no. What are we talking about now? What the fuck?
For individualism, right? Yeah. And we're losing, let's say, the Morris, the inclination to make America great. Yeah. Some of those are represented in, rural America. And it's imperfect, hard to compare these places. But I think that you sometimes make things so much about identity, about hyper-individuality. You mentioned gay, Latino, black. You brought demographics many times today. And one thing that Trump does and Republicans do is they talk about nationhood. They talk about being an American. And right now with liberals, a lot of times they're like, why do all these people have American flags in their house? What are you proud of,
Did you watch the protest, the No Kings protest? It was all liberals, a lot of American flags out there.
Yeah, a lot of American flags, a lot of them, saying things that...
and Donald Trump did the thing where he called them the enemy of the people, the enemy within, the enemy from within, the people that were protesting, he called them the enemy from within. He has very kind things to say about foreign despots that like him. If you're a Sharia law saying dictator...
You're confusing foreign policy making, like he's trying to negotiate and get a deal, and you're trying to make Maduro loves like Putin. And that's what...
I want to talk about some traditional value stuff. I appreciate it, man. It's okay.
Miller kind of saved himself.
All right. What's up?
Good. Martin, nice
to meet you.
So I think that the whole framing of kind of red states versus blue cities, it's kind of a bad framing because we're talking about different levels of analysis. I think the best way of looking at this would be what happens when a state goes from blue leadership to red leadership. And I think the best example of that is the state of Florida under the leadership of Ron DeSantis. So under the leadership of Ron DeSantis, has the poverty rate of Florida gone up or down?
I don't have all the Florida stats in front of me, but I'll say, do you want me to do a little Florida talk? Sure. I'll give you the downside of Florida. I think that right now what you're seeing in Florida is a big rise in cost of living because people want to move there. I get that. There's a supply and demand.
The poverty rate of Florida has gone down.
Yeah, there's supply and demand. There's Adam Smith.
Yeah, why has it gone down in Florida?
I think it's probably because of economic development opportunities come to the state.
Yeah, the main reason why is because when you lower state taxes, you attract more businesses. Businesses come in, that creates more jobs and opportunities for people, which is what you see under Republican leadership. Yeah. And that's really why you're seeing major companies and people leave states like California in droves to go to states like Texas and Florida with preferable
California's doing better than the poverty rate than Florida is, though. But look, Florida has big issues. Because Florida has a big insurance rate crisis. So look, if you're right, if you're doing well in Florida right now, if you're like one of the tech bros that moved from San Francisco to Miami, you're doing well.
It's more than
the health insurance. It's second most
under leadership Ron DeSantis. Mainly because when you have pro-business policies, you're going to have more job growth in your states.
You love DeSantis. That's great.
I mean,
are you for him in the primary?
I think I voted for President Trump. But I think that
why?
Why did I vote for
Ron DeSantis? The primary seems like a crazy thing to do.
I think that President Trump's leadership was great in his first term. I think we're seeing it again in his second term. But I think let's say on the
this conversation is getting so fraught. Did Tim Miller say that he kind of like low-key liked Ron DeSantis?
You love DeSantis. That's great. I mean, are you for now? If you're like one of the tech bros that moved from San Francisco to Miami, you're doing well.
It's more than
the health insurance. It's second most under
leadership Ron DeSantis. Mainly because when you have pro-business policies, you're going to have more job growth in your states.
You love DeSantis. That's great.
I mean,
are you for him in the primary?
I think I voted for President Trump. But I think
you love DeSantis.
Why?
Why did I vote for
Ron DeSantis? The primary seems like a crazy thing to do.
I think the president.
Oh yeah, so he's great. Well, you love DeSantis so much. Why didn't you vote for him in the primary? Good question.
Trump's leadership was great in his first term. I think we're seeing it again in his second term. But I think let's say on the topic of Florida here. Okay. So in Florida, you've seen, like I said, you've seen record job growth, you've seen record number of.
Let's try to go the other way. Yeah.
What was that?
I mean, Florida's starting to hit tough times. There was definitely a boom with Ron DeSantis, and right now they're in a huge insurance crisis, right? Getting home insurance in Florida is a nightmare because of climate change. Yeah,
that's hurricanes. Yeah, that's not the fault of Ron DeSantis.
Well, it certainly, as a governor, it is your obligation to try to make sure people can live affordable lives in your state. And like, there's a major insurance crisis.
Because there's a lot of hurricanes that are coming into the state.
I mean, again, yeah, and it is making it unaffordable to live there. Obviously,
I think there's things that are actually within the control.
Okay, well, how about health insurance? That's what I was going to say. Second,
lowering taxes.
Yeah, well, and we know likely how DeSantis feels about climate change. He probably thinks he's probably one of those people that thinks it's a fucking hoax. So yeah, he's not gonna be very helpful to the state since they are being battered by more hurricanes because of climate change. Not like DeSantis can unilaterally do anything about it, but if he started pushing for it, he's the governor of a state, which you have a lot of sway as a governor of a state. So if he gave a fuck about climate change, that might actually do something.
Businesses to come in, getting people to move your state. That's why I've seen a record number of people move to Florida, especially since it's come under Republican leadership.
Yeah. Second amount of uninsured in Florida. Look, here's my thing. And I didn't use Florida as an example because I think Ron's done an okay job compared to some of the worst red states, right? But if we're going to talk about it, I intentionally didn't want to do like gay stuff as a gay here to like just kind of all you know, kind of focus on that issue. But as a gay parent, I wouldn't move to Florida because Ron DeSantis put in a law.
Well, you disagree with the vast majority of Americans who are moving there from blue states.
Well, I'd like to explain why. I'd like to explain why I would move there because Ron DeSantis put in a law where any Karen could sue a school if a teacher has and Tango Makes Three, the book of gay penguins. If they read that in second grade,
porn in our schools, absolutely.
Is that a penguin porn book?
There are have you
seen a gay penguin porn book?
Not a soft porn on our libraries.
No, I'm against porn. I'm also against porn.
So then you're soft porn in our life.
Against the vast majority of the books that have been banned in the state of Florida.
Well, no, but I guess my point is that you could sue a teacher for having a picture of them and their spouse in Florida. That's like something that's legal now. They had a bill.
Yeah, I don't think gender ideology and these other weird sexual orientations should be pushed on kids.
So that's an interesting question. So my kid's 7. She's got 2 dads. So she went into school and the assignment was.
I mean, we kind of strayed a little bit away here from the.
No, it isn't. This is about Florida's governance.
Yeah, can you read that? The economics of a red state
has
gone better since coming from.
I would like to finish my hypothetical. And so if they're given an assignment which is give us your family tree. My daughter's given an assignment that says give us your family tree in Florida, and she does that assignment.
Also, yeah. By the way, yeah, Tim can't keep cucking his own claim. The claim is let's go back up to it. What's the claim? The claim is the reddest states are governed worse than the bluest cities. So that's a pretty crazy claim. He's saying that the whole state, the redder it is, the worse it is than just the blue cities, the worst blue cities. And he's right. He needs to defend this claim better.
It includes 2 dads, and that some other kid in the class doesn't like that and goes home and tells their mom or dad, and then that dad in Florida now can sue the school.
My kid I also like to know real quick. You didn't answer my question on the economics part because you know that Florida has gotten better. The red states get better. That states get better when they go from blue leadership to red leadership.
Well, that's look at Colorado. I just did this. Pennsylvania, Josh Bureau, it's gotten much better. Colorado, Jared Polis is doing a great job. I think
Kentucky's gotten far worse. That
is totally not true.
It absolutely is.
So I think that this is kind of crazy. I think they're trying to do an outlier. We can argue about Florida. I don't think that Florida has gotten better. Actually, that's going to be just.
I mean, the stats would just flat out disagree with you. The Popular would disagree with you.
You're trying to see the amount of people
who moved there had disagree with you.
Yeah. I do think Ron DeSantis would have been a better president than Donald Trump. That's not really what we're debating. I wish you would have been for that. I definitely don't think you would have seen people storming the Capitol with Ron DeSanctimonious flags, beating up cops. I think that's very safe.
Pause. Time's up.
Good to see you.
I guess choose my buddy. Oh God, what are they going to try?
I think I'll go with the gentleman that's been taking notes over here. I felt like we have some unfinished business.
My claim is from the moment of conception, abortion is a grave moral evil.
From the moment of conception.
I can't. I knew it was going to be about abortion. I knew it. Oh, okay. Let's do it. Goose from abortion. Schizo abortion. Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
And I guess I would disagree with you.
Yeah.
But I think that that abortion reaches a point where it is a grave moral evil, and I would agree with you on that. I think it's something that I fall on a disparate side with a lot of people on the left.
I'm curious where you put the line.
I think it's complicated. But I'm pretty compelled by arguments related to the heartbeat, and I'll tell you this. I adopted my child. We had a couple of adoptions that went south, where I went and sat with mothers that were trying to make this hard choice, what to do, whether to have their child or whether to terminate the pregnancy, whether to parent the child, whether to give the child up for adoption. And so I could sit there with them in the hospital room where you can, look at the monitor, you can see the heartbeat, you can see the little fingers, and in those rooms, like you can feel a grave moral weight. Like you can just feel it. Like you can feel that the decision is a big decision.
Yeah.
I think that. When you get into now the nitty gritty of like how the government remediates that, like I think that there are different questions. There's different.
This is obviously a really important thing, just given the numbers, right? And so I think someone said earlier, it's almost like a third of Gen Z is not here because of abortion. And so whether where we put the line is actually
a third of Gen Z is not here because of abortion. You make it sound like they were already part of your generation. They were fetuses that were terminated. They were never people at any point. They weren't part of your generation. It's the words you use in the certain order you use them can be extremely manipulative.
A huge thing that we need to get right on, because human rights, right? The right to life is at stake. And so I think this is something very important.
No, it isn't, because fetuses don't have the right to life. Done. End of story. Next.
That we need to think about. And so you said you're persuaded by heartbeat arguments. I'm just curious, what about a heartbeat makes you a human being, a valuable human being that's worth protecting?
Well, I think every human being has value. Okay. And I guess this is where I get into. I'm not trying to do a debate trick where I duck your question, because I'm happy to come back to this.
Yeah.
But this is where I do get frustrated with people on the right, and people particularly that have supported Donald Trump, who talk about the fact that they believe that every human has value and has dignity. Because I can't think of a public figure in my entire life who has had less respect for human dignity and human life than this president?
Well, maybe Joe Biden that advocates for abortion.
Well, no. Again, you're talking about. Okay, again,
yeah.
You're talking about just abortion. And again, we can look. I'm not an expert. I didn't know. Well, no.
Right. How many other human rights violations has Trump committed? Actually, in fact, egregiously. And the one thing you're going to say is abortion. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah. And like I said, I think the European countries can't.
Your whole argument is.
You haven't heard my argument.
Well, I know what you're going to say is Donald Trump has done all these terrible things, right? But all the conclusion is from your argument is that Trump supporters that are pro-life are hypocrites. That's it. It has nothing to do with where life begins.
We're doing this. I love that we're doing this. I'm hoping a lot of young MAGA, young conservatives are watching this.
Yeah.
Particularly young Christians. I want them to watch this, and I'm hoping to try to compel them to the arguments that human life having value. If you believe that in the unborn, which I do, and I think there's some questions about 3 weeks and 4 weeks, but I believe that every human life has value. If you believe that, then it's not about hypocrisy. It's about manifesting that same view of life once the kid is born. And in this country,
I mean, if Miller keeps saying heartbeat, though, he's probably for some pretty early restrictions, which is, I don't know why I keep hearing people trying to competently, concisely argue for 6 weeks, and it's like 6 weeks. Most people don't even know they're pregnant at 6 weeks. It's just crazy. There's no way.
we are eradicating support for mothers, for single mothers who need support to help their kids. Can I finish? We are menacing. We are menacing. It has everything to do with it.
Yeah.
Why is abortion a grave moral evil from the moment of conception? Because every human life has dignity. Right?
Well, right, because it's literally the murder of an innocent.
Okay, great. And so if every human life has dignity, then we have to treat each other as such. We cannot, and that child when they're born, that little baby when they're born, they need to be able to survive. So we need to make sure that they have the medical treatment. Just right. No, the mothers need to have support. The kids need to be able to go to good schools. The kids don't want to be scared that they're going to die by a mass shooter in their schools.
But Tim, our differences
country doesn't want to be deported. I'm sorry. No.
Tim, our differences in opinion on what constitutes human flourishing when it comes to immigration or the welfare state or healthcare or all these different things. Okay, human dignity. But our differences in our views with that have nothing to do with whether it's a human being at the moment of conception.
Yeah, I mean, Miller's kind of dodging a little bit, yeah. But, it's just, I mean, it's just...
No, it doesn't, Tim. How? What is the argument that a heartbeat is what makes a human being a valuable person?
I came from a background for life, as I said, and I came as a Republican. I came from a Catholic family, and I believe that unborn life has value. But
so Tim Miller is a kind of a softer kind of Catholic man.
Human life having value, being pro-life means instituting a culture of life. And when I was growing up in the Republican Party and in the pro-life movement, this was something that people talked about the culture of life. It meant all the way from life until death. It meant not having the death penalty. It meant not sending people to foreign gulags. It meant being compassionate conservatism. It meant giving mothers treatment. It means all those things, man.
An innocent, unborn human being is completely different from a criminal who has raped and murdered innocent individuals.
Okay, well, sure.
They're completely different cases.
We live in a society where you're going to have to make laws. You have to understand the rights, because in a situation of abortion, as you know, we're talking about two human lives, like the life of the mother has value, in addition to...
Right here, this commenter is the Giga Chat. Bruce Leroy. These people are crying about embryos, but have no problem sending people to a torture camp. This is still the best comment, though. Nightmare blunt rotation. That's the comment. That's the winner.
In addition to the unborn life, right? And so you have to respect the rights of the mother.
Tim Miller versus 20 people who never took civics.
Make judgments based on their health. The rights of the mother to make judgments based on.
Well, but we don't allow mothers right to murder their newborns, right, or their 2-year-olds, right?
Well, so we
against. Right, exactly.
I'm against second, third trimester abortion.
I know, but you brought it up as an argument, and so we don't do that. Why is that? It's because the newborn and the 2-year-old are human beings that we need to protect. Right. And so let's get back to the actual question.
Now you're bringing back up. Let's protect the newborns. Let's protect the people that are fleeing and want to come to this country to have a life for themselves. Let's protect people, mothers who are disproportionately in red states who are dying in childbirth. Let's protect the kids. Let's protect infant mortality.
You have a single argument for why the unborn before a heartbeat is not a human being and we can kill it.
Because
a single argument.
My argument is basically that it's a tough judgment call, and I think if you're making laws in a country that is not a Christian country,
how is it a tough judgment call? The science of embryology is extremely clear. From the moment of conception, this is when a new, distinct human being comes into existence.
So that would make IVF illegal in a lot of cases, because a
lot of pro-lifers are against IVF. Actually, Trump actually rescinded some of his statements and policies about IVF because.
Miller either is purposely trying to give basic arguments to just hope that this is. I don't know what the clock is saying right now. He's trying to run the clock, but he seems a bit ill-prepared for abortion. I mean, and I guess he wouldn't necessarily have known abortion was going to be a super nitty-gritty conversation, but he had to expect that. I don't know. He's acting like he's maybe a bit unprepared for this conversation.
is he got so much pushback from the pro-life.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think that.
Oh, it's almost, yeah, the clock's almost
We don't
up.
live in a
He's
Christian.
trying to
Yeah, but
waste
like
time.
this is Jubilee. Like this is where we're supposed to have these tough moral questions
and I'm telling you,
debates.
and I'm
It's
telling you, I
less
think
than a
there's
minute
some
left. He's
there's
trying to
areas
kill
where
time
it's
right
clear.
now.
I think we're not living in a Christian nationalist country. We are not living in a and so if you're going to live in a pluralistic society where people have different views, we have to respect the rights of the mother and the baby. Like I just think that early on in a pregnancy, like you have to make laws that,
Yeah,
that
but
are
this
going
is
to be
like the
acceptable
equivalent
to society.
of going back to like when slavery was around and saying, oh well, slavery is a very complicated issue. You know, these plantations are hiring right, and so exactly that's what you're saying, and I'm saying it's actually really not that complicated of an issue. It is a human life worth protecting, and in the same way, if slavery was wrong,
I just wish there was that passion for life from the life of the 1 week old zygote. I wish we had that passion for the 2-year-olds that are dying.
A third of my generation is gone. They are gone because of abortion things.
I said, look, you put them in a room and they just clap. They just clap us like seals. Yeah, you got him. Yeah, my generation of embryos. Oh, those are my people. Class of never, because they never existed. Only in your mind, in your head. It's the only place they ever existed. In your generation.
This is the greatest moral tragedy. I would say even greater than the Holocaust. As far as
oh fucking Christ! He said it. There it is. Holocaust. Oh.
millions of lives are being killed if I am correct. I am very passionate about that issue because of the implications. And so, Tim, I love your heart. I really see your heart behind it. All I'm saying is, please come up with some arguments that will actually define the view, or become pro-life, or from the moment of conception, defend the unborn.
I appreciate your passion on this issue, and like you said to me, my wish for you back and for folks that have this view is that they would have the same passion for the human dignity of the people that are being badly mistreated by this administration that they do for unborn kids.
I will have that passion when abortion is completely ended in this country.
Appreciate it.
All right, then. Great.
Good seeing you. I think we've all gotten in our own silos so much when we're talking, particularly those of us who are like in the media. And after the last election and Trump won, I really wanted to commit myself to at least try and communicate with people kind of outside the anti-Trump bubble, and particularly talk to younger people who I think feel very polarized right now.
I think Tim Miller is a great millennial debater. I think his stances come from a place of compassion, of just wanting the world to be a better place. I think that was something when we were talking about immigration or abortion or just children in general, something we could all agree on is we really want those demographics to be protected, and we may have different ways of going about that, but we care about them.
There's a deeper conversation that needs to be had in this country, and it's not about guns or abortion or these issues that are important to have, but also some deeper conversations about social cohesion. What does it mean to be an American? How do we move forward?
The main thing you do as an individual to bridge the partisan divide is to see people from the other side as humans.
See them as humans. Oh, they're all humans. I love humans. Yay, humans. Okay. Hi, two people who are here, or I don't know if you just have me on in the background, but I need to take a pee break, and then we're gonna watch the video I've been wanting to watch this whole time, which is Paulogia. Oh, I need some Paulogia in my life. I need some just a based atheist, okay, not this Alex O'Connor cuck shit. I want to still say I love you, Alex O'Connor, but like, you're making it hard, okay? You're making it hard for me, buddy. You were the chosen one. God damn it! Well, I should get better about. I should be like a more legit streamer and try to. Should we put on some sick royalty-free music while I'm away? Sick royalty-free music. So sick, dark pop. Wait. Let's see. Industrial cyberpunk dark synth. Shit. Okay. Fuck. There you go. Oh. Barely got to the end of that shit. Okay, so now we're 1-1. It always says I have one, though, even if I don't even know if I really even have one. But you know what? I want to watch this game. Fucking go, fucking Paulogia, let's go. 2 dacked Christians flex on soy boy atheism. Here we go. Paulogia is not going to fucking copyright me. Okay. It's going to be more fun because we actually have a video we can actually watch and see. Maybe I'm going to update my Instagram real quick just to let people know. In case they dipped in and like they just saw me on comments and then dipped out because they thought it was boring. Which honestly that Jubilee video kind of was. So we're just missing out on
This is
space.
just a heads up to my fellow fighters that the Unfuck America debate tour group I'm with is going to be in Phoenix, Arizona, December 20th. Okay, and we're going to be going with the Unfuck Democrats or
Here we go. Let's go. I just heard Discord send a message right now. It says they're welcome. Oh yes, and I know now how. Ba ba da ba da ba ba. Da 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 da. Okay, well actually, you know what? Because it's late for most people, I don't want to link the live, so I'm just gonna watch. I don't give a fuck. Watch with me if you don't. Watch with me or not. I don't care. Okay.
I think the new atheist movement, I mean, it really stood up tall, roared loudly, and beat its chest in the public square for a while. And now what I see, and it's been happening over the last decade, is it crash and burning, and Christianity is standing untarnished in the rubble. That's
It's because of cucked ass atheists like Alex O'Connor who were like openly shitting on people like Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins and saying the new atheism was dead and all this bullshit. Oh God, I'm so depressed.
really interesting. Some folks won't really understand exactly what I'm talking about there.
I do not understand what you're talking about here.
When you don't really know what the intellectual arguments are, you can kind of straw man, beat it to the ground. But when people actually lean in and investigate some of the claims, there are devastating arguments in favor of the existence of God and that Jesus is who he said he is.
That's what I'm here for. Devastating arguments in favor of the existence of God and Jesus. Maybe today's the day I come back to Christianity.
Devastating. It's double devastating. Okay, hold on. This is gonna be good. I gotta get people to come and react. Yeah, I already know this video is gonna be good. I think there are more people in here. Hold on. Let me get that. I'm gonna get that link again. I just have to go back to YouTube real quick. I'll leave through the gift shop. I'm getting all my souvenirs. I like that the thumbnail is fucking this skull. Oh no, it's gonna. Oh no, hold on. I see the link. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, shit. too. Hello, hi. I was just trying to get more people because I'm actually reacting to the video that I've been wanting to react to now. So, hi. Yeah, I'm about to have some great things to say on this one. I'm just also posting to my Instagram to the link one more time just so we can get a couple more people. Reacting to Paulogia video now. Atheists, Christians, anyone. Anyone that likes quality content. Click that link. Just point down. Point down. So I think a little smaller. Content. Center it. Click on this stuff. It used to be. I'm learning the technology. Done. Oh, and I want a different color. There we go. Wait, no, fuck. Okay, let's see, still read the comments. I feel like I should make it a little longer and set it to music. So you can also read all the comments. Posted some unhinged, like, anti-Semitic guy in the Instagram comments. I feel like I want to do the Book of Mormon. You all know the Bible is made of testaments old and new. You've been told there's just those two parts, or only one if you're a Jew. I just like that little Jewish part. Wait, so that's All-American Prophet. Yeah. From Book of Mormon. There we go.
He's made of testaments old and new. You've been told it's just those two parts, or only one if you're a Jew. But what if I were to tell you?
That's perfect.
He's made of testaments old and new. You've been told it's just
those two parts, or only one if you're a Jew.
But what if I were to tell you?
Perfect. Okay. Okay, nice. That's live, uploaded. Ship it, clip it, flip it, nip it. Let's get religious. Let's do it. Okay. Let's go.
Stating devastating arguments in favor of the existence of God and Jesus. Maybe today's the day I come back to Christianity.
Maybe me too. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm open. I'm open.
Welcome to Paulogia, where a former Christian takes a look at the claims of Christians. And today, we're once again following the Golden Boy Ambassador to Christian apologetics, finding new giant platforms in which to share his brand of confident proclamation. For instance, he was recently hosted by a former U.S. Army Ranger, John Lovell, on a 1 million+ subscriber channel called Warrior Poet Society.
Hey guys, my name is John Lovell. I'm a former Army Ranger, war veteran, and now a full-time tactics and firearms instructor. And I wanted to say welcome to the Warrior Poet Society. So we're people of deep conviction and carefully tempered minds, and we aim to have hands skilled in violence.
It was an hour-long interview, and
he was trying. You could tell he was trying to do something cool there with like use our minds and our hands to blah blah blah. But then he like kind of fucked it up, but he just went with it. He's trying to look all cool.
The first half went like this.
Guys, welcome to the John Lovell Show. Special guest today. His name is Wes.
Obviously,
Huff.
him much
And
younger
if you don't
before,
know the
right?
name already,
You need to.
A long interview, and the first half
It's like a younger
went
version
like
of him.
this.
Guys, welcome to the John Lovell Show. Special guest today. His name is Wes Huff. And if you don't know the name already, you need to, and you're going to, because this guy is super sharp, super bright. He's been on a bunch of big shows, and he is an absolute brain. He can beat you in an argument, but he's also jacked. He could beat you in a fight. Get ready to meet Wes Huff. So first off, you're a scholar. You're an academic. You're an intellectual, real impressive educational pedigree. But at the same time, you're a meat eater, bro. You're an alpha. You're super jacked. Well, can we put a photo of him up on screen? Just looking jacked. Look at Wes Huff looking all jacked. It's like he's going to beat you in an argument, and then he's going to lift you up like Bane breaking Batman over his knee style. You're working out all the time. You're an academic that doesn't strike me as a Dungeons and Dragons and backgammon in the back room kind of guy. Of like, you're into weaponry and stuff. Of like, I'm looking at you. I'm like, man, you're an alpha, right? You into guns or anything, or weaponry or martial arts? What do you do for workout routine? Tell us about how the academic with the big head also has a big body.
A Monday is.
What the? Okay, can you? You can just be gay. It's okay. It's okay. We love you. We'll accept you. You can just be gay. You can just be gay. Okay? You don't have to hide behind this persona where you say, what's it like having such a big brain and a big body and a big fucking cock? Like, you might as well just said that just now. I didn't interrupt that. I just wanted to like hear all of that. Hold on.
Backgammon in the back room kind of guy. Of like, you're into weaponry and stuff. Of like, I'm looking at you. I'm like, man, you're an alpha, right? You into
you're
guns
an alpha,
or
bro.
anything, or weaponry or
guns?
martial arts? What
You eat meat?
What do you do for workout
Martial
routine?
arts?
Tell us about how the academic with the big head also has a big body.
A Monday is chest and triceps. Wednesday is typically back and biceps. Then I do shoulders on Thursday and legs on Friday. Sometimes I'll double up legs, one at the beginning of the week. And then they sent me this, which is a replica of a Scottish claymore.
But eventually, we got to something.
Bro. Just please. Just like, why, what happened to that? We got this like weird subculture of like gym bro Christianity. Like, it's like alpha gym bro Christianity. It's like so much gag worthiness just like in one fucking culture of people. Oh my God.
Close to the title of the video, Wes Huff debunks top 7 atheist arguments, even though 7 questions were never explicitly enumerated.
For those listening in who struggle with belief in God, it's kind of more in that fairy tale category. They can't get their head around it and may even look down and say, how could anyone believe this stuff? Can you give a quick elevator pitch for why we should believe in God?
Yeah, well, I think we are beings that are instilled with a longing that goes beyond.
Humans have built-in desires for a lot of things that don't correspond to anything outside our psychology.
True.
Many long for eternal life, unending
True.
wealth,
True.
absolute control,
True.
infinite knowledge.
True. Wait, yeah, we missed some of those because I fucked it up.
And desires for a lot of things that don't correspond to anything outside our psychology. Many long for eternal life.
True.
Unending wealth.
True.
Absolute control.
True.
Infinite knowledge.
True.
Or to be universally liked.
True.
These longings tell us something about human cognition and emotion, not about what actually exists in the external world. Our wishes don't create facts, they create stories.
Let's just hear all of that again. Let's just hear all of that again one more time.
To anything outside our psychology.
That are instilled with a longing that goes beyond.
Humans have built-in desires for a lot of things that don't correspond to anything outside our psychology. Many long for eternal life, unending wealth, absolute control, infinite knowledge, or to be universally liked. These longings tell us something about human cognition and emotion, not about what actually exists in the external world. Our wishes don't create facts, they create stories.
And I think we should push into some of those.
Our wishes don't create facts. Just remember that. It's a metaphysical statement. It's a strong one and one that I agree with.
Things that we often assume. You know, there's miracles that we read about in the Bible of turning water into wine and walking on water and Jesus healing people. But realistically, if the first miracle happened, that everything came from nothing.
This is going to be important later.
Here we go with the everything came from nothing bullshit. At what point would it ever have been possible for something to have come from nothing? I don't even know how to explain that with my hands. Because everything is something, including my ability to explain it, is going to involve the use of something to explain the concept of nothing. You can't get there. There is nothing underneath the existential obviousness of the fact that something is and always has been. Because how could there have been a time when there was no time? How could you have something that was no thing at some point? Just give that some thought. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's just pointless to ask this question. What? How did something come from nothing? How did something? It didn't. That's the answer. It didn't. You made up the question. We made up the question thinking it was a relevant question to ask, and then people just kept asking it to the point where we just told ourselves that it sounds intelligent. But it doesn't make any fucking sense. That's the truth.
Everything came from nothing is part of the Christian story. Sometimes Christians get confused, as we're about to see, and think that this is also part of other people's story, but it is not.
Then everything else is kind of small pennies. In that, if we believe in the origin story of secular materialism, that everything came from nothing. And
he didn't.
He's going to explain it. This is what you guys believe. You believe in creation ex nihilo. We're not the ones saying this. We're not the ones saying this. We're not the ones thinking that there was some void, but a void that's nothing. It's not a void. It's not a void because a void is a thing. It's something that has physical dimension or some kind of type of properties. This is the question I run into when I try to ask, theists or believers, like, what is God? What is he made out of? What are his or its constituent elements? And again, I get no answer. God, we don't know exactly what God is, Marshall, but he's above us. He's a mystery outside of this world, greater than this world. The reason for this world. Okay, but what is that? What is that?
Didn't even get to the end of the sentence. Secular materialism does not posit that everything came from nothing. We'll get to the details in a minute.
There was no progenitor, right? The Big Bang had no Big Banger. Then that's I think harder.
Ayo, woo yeah, Big Bang had no Big Banger.
To put your faith in.
It might be hard to put your faith in that, but that's not what's posited. When I was a Christian, I relied upon the misrepresentation of my.
I really want to go to Amfest. I just can't make it there. I'm poor. Uppies? What is it? This uppie stuff. Bill Clinton is younger than the last two U.S. presidents, and he left office 25 years ago. Damn.
Maybe it's a reaction.
Sorry, wait. Let's see if. Oh, that's what I want to see. Yeah.
Is made of testaments old and new. You've been told it's just those two parts, or only one if you're a Jew.
Anyway.
my Christian leaders, like Wes, and quippy slogans that encourage me to not look into it for myself. Now, if you can accurately articulate cosmology and then proceed to discount it, well, that's well and good. But if you can't even describe it, then it doesn't mean much that you don't believe it. That's simply not intellectually honest.
True.
You mentioned the origin of the universe. Have all this matter: Alpha Centauri, Venus, Earth, oceans, rocks, everything. I'm being led to believe by the atheist camp that everything just came from nothing.
No, that's not right.
And they rewind the clock to a Big Bang where it's like this singularity, which is still the same amount of matter. They just packed it real tight.
Okay, so it's probably worth discussing what modern cosmology does or doesn't say. It wasn't long
Just packed it in real tight, like, yeah, that's it. You got it, Buster.
ago that I thought the Earth was 6,000 years old, so I'm not too far ahead of John here. I'm going to rely heavily on a new book called Battle of the Big Bang by astrophysicist Daesh Afshorty and science communicator Phil Halper, who runs an excellent YouTube channel called Skydive Phil, which makes phenomenal documentaries featuring the world's best scientific minds. They were on Alex O'Connor's podcast recently, discussing the project, which aims to be a comprehensive exploration of alternative cosmological models.
I appreciate about this about Paulogia so much is that he never even attempts to explain any highfalutin scientific concept without presenting a fucking expert. Like probably over half of his episodes, he has somebody else more credentialed, more qualified, and probably much more studied than he is to like talk about a complicated topic or like a high academic topic. He's so diligent about this.
The claim that the Big Bang is...
He'll either bring the expert on themselves and make an animated version of them who talks in the video, or he'll cite their work from their book and cite like he's doing now.
As the universe popped into existence from nothing, misunderstands what scientists actually mean by the Big Bang.
The Big Bang Theory doesn't say the universe came from nothing. It just says it came from a hot, dense state.
There are actually two different definitions of the Big Bang, and the distinction is important.
We talk about
the whole universe was in a hot, dense state. Exactly.
Two definitions: the hot Big Bang, and that's just the idea that the universe evolved from a very hot, dense state.
The hot, dense state is what scientists agree on.
And the hot, dense state is what everyone agrees on. Much more modest claim that the universe evolved from a hot, dense state and then expanded.
The other definition, the one that leads to confusion, is the Big Bang singularity.
But there's another definition of the Big Bang, which you might call the Big Bang singularity.
Mm-hmm.
That says that 14 billion years ago, time stopped ticking. This was the beginning of the universe.
But here's what most people don't know.
And what's interesting is that neither Penrose nor Hawking actually stood by those theorems.
Mm-hmm.
They actually think that some of the assumptions in the theorem don't hold in reality. And so maybe we shouldn't trust the idea that the Big Bang was the beginning.
And
because guess what? This is where philosophy is important. Because if a scientific discovery leads you down a nonsensical philosophical road, then you abandon the science in that case, because the science has led you somewhere that doesn't make sense, or it's like something in your math. It's probably math, right? Because math can lead you to conclusions that aren't actually, in fact, true in reality, like Zeno's paradox. So that makes sense to me, right? Like, and yeah, because time can and should only be properly thought of as just simply a measurement of motion. That's all time really is, if you break it down to like what it is metaphysically. It's just a different ways we measure the motion of one object relative to another object. And then that's what the universe is: space and time. It's just objects moving objects. That's what the universe is. Good, nice, covered, got it.
When physicists were surveyed at a major conference, there was much division, but...
And in fact, the only one where we got a majority view was that the Big Bang should not be considered the beginning of time.
Why don't scientists trust the singularity? Because it represents the breakdown of our current theories, not physical reality.
And what is a singularity? As I said, this is this place where everything goes infinite. It's not really a physical thing. It's just a limit of understanding. It just tells you that there is this point beyond which we cannot push our laws. Our laws break down.
We're talking about not the beginning of the universe, but rather the end of our current theories. And what we need are better theory.
It's the end of our understanding, right? It's like we just don't have the epistemological tools to get there. We need something that can bridge the gap. It's really we've hit the wall of our understanding of the wall of reality itself. Yeah.
So no one believes that the singularity is actually real.
And so?
But what came before that is the open question.
Interesting. And scientists are actively exploring many different models. Some propose a big bounce.
You kind of have a collapsing or contracting universe that kind of reaches some maximum density and then a stop and it starts expanding. And that's what appears to be the Big Bang for us.
Others explore inflation, a pre-Big Bang phase.
Inflation happens before that hot dense state. So inflation is, if you like, a pre-Big Bang model, even though a lot of textbooks don't seem to think that. Maybe inflation is past eternal as well.
The authors examined at least 18 different Big Bang models and introduced a handy table in the index to compare them.
One of the columns in this table is, does this model say the universe has a beginning?
Mm-hmm.
And the majority of them say no.
That's right.
In fact, only one said yes. Even models that involve quantum fluctuations don't describe nothing.
And ironically, neither does the Big Bang say the universe came from nothing. It just says it came from a hot, dense state.
The bottom line is this. The idea that science claims the universe came from nothing is based on interpretation scientists themselves have largely abandoned. The Big Bang describes change from a known state, not creation from nothing. What came before.
And how do you get change from a known state? The only way you get change from one state to another is you have to be in time. Otherwise, things can't change if there's no time. Things change because they're moving. You're moving from one place to another, one state to another. You're going faster, slower. You're changing your state, but that's going to involve some change in time because time is just directly correlated to motion.
Remains an open frontier of research.
Anyway, it's really hard for me to even follow the line of thinking or lack thereof.
Your inability to understand.
Or lack thereof. Or it's hard for me to follow the line of thinking or lack thereof. Anyway.
Scientific explanations has no bearing on whether they are correct, any more than my lack of belief in God has any bearing on whether God exists. But at least I'm trying to accurately consider what Christians actually believe. Your inability to accurately articulate the scientific topics you're dismissing causes me to assume that you're not actively attempting to understand.
What is that first step? How do we go from nothing to everything? And so there are some attempts at dealing with that. And actually, this is an interesting fact that Joe Rogan himself has been talking about publicly a number of times on his podcast, is that he says that he's interviewed a bunch of people, cosmologists and scientists and philosophers, and nobody's been able.
And nobody's been able to explain the beginning or the whatever fuck bullshit.
Able to give him a sufficient answer of how we answer that.
Of course, Joe Rogan has had these.
You know what I still need a fucking sufficient answer on? Why does God allow child rape? Still no good answer to that.
Things explained to him.
There's this intuitive feeling that there was a time before the Big Bang when there wasn't anything, and there was nothingness, and nothingness just sat around for a long time, and then it decided to bang. Okay,
where it could have sat around for an infinite number of years, right?
Yes, but don't think of it that way. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Don't think about nothingness transforming into the Big Bang.
Okay.
Universes
Sean Carroll's the goat.
Are not an expendable resource. You can make if you can make one universe, you can make an infinite number of universes just as easily.
I don't understand that.
But actually, all we
classic Rogan. I don't understand that, bro. That's trippy. What do you mean by that? He's saying if you hold on, I don't want to get it wrong. I'll embarrass myself. Let's go back.
Not an expendable resource. You can make if you can make one universe, you can make an infinite number of universes just as easily.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it's matter and energy is like a static thing. It's not created or destroyed. Like, yeah, I get what he's saying by that. Yeah.
I don't understand that.
But actually, all we know really was the universe was very hot and very dense at that time.
And we have some theories that the universe was in existence before that, and perhaps some sort of circumstantial evidence. And that means that actually the universe could have always been there, eternal. And when I talk to people sometimes, they get a bit, some people get upset about that. Some people would rather it had a beginning. And the idea that it might have been around forever is more frightening somehow than the fact that it began.
I'm aware of,
or like they're not necessarily frightened by the idea either. They just think that it's, for some reason, that's not possible. Like that's so unfathomable that the universe or existence itself could be the eternal thing. That there has to be some sort of daddy figure outside of that makes that logically possible somehow. Which just that doesn't logically follow. There's no reason for that to be the case. It could just very well be that things move, things exist and they move, and that's just a truism of the universe. That and we're just a part of one of the many things that are moving. And we just move in a different way that makes us alive. And then we move in a even more special different way that makes us uniquely human beings of conceptual consciousness.
What you're saying, I can sort of visualize it in some sort of a graphic form, but it's incomprehensible. Like my mind doesn't have the capacity to expand this sense of distance and size to that grasp.
Again, fortunately, the truth is not limited to what Joe Rogan understands.
Which is really the reason that we exist. That's the reason, because the universe began.
See, that's where Paulogia is wrong. The limits of what you're allowed to know and understand and believe and all that is set by Joe Rogan in the United States of America. Okay, he's a fuck Canadian. He doesn't understand. Okay, Rogan is our god. Okay, if whatever Rogan says goes. Okay, if Joe Rogan can't understand it, then nobody can understand it. He's the arbiter. He's the arbiter of truth and knowledge.
And in a particular form, we don't know why that was. So we will probably find out at some point, and it'll be something to do with the laws of nature. But so I'm always careful. I don't want to. Science can sometimes sound arrogant.
Stupid bonger.
Arrogant, right? It can sometimes sound like it's the discipline of saying to people, well, you're not right.
Yes, yes.
And it's not the discipline of saying you're not right. It's saying this is what we found out.
Yeah.
So I like to say that it provides a framework within which, if you want to philosophize or you want to do theology or you want to ask these deep questions about why we're here, you have to operate within that framework because it's just an observational framework.
Yes.
So everything we've said is stuff
that is important. He said you can layer in whatever philosophy, theology on top of, but what did he say? It's pure observation. What does that mean? It means that we are a subject. Actually, fundamentally, we're an object that also happens to be a subject, but that's fundamentally an object among all the other objects that exist. And we have the ability to perceive those objects and ourselves. And we also have the ability to introspect, look inward at our own mental processes. Okay? So that's important. What he just said is that no matter what you want to layer on top of the observation is the root. That's your framework. Whatever philosophy and theology you want to have is fine, as long as it has to fit within the framework of, reality. The only things we can know and the only way we can know it. Right? We're world fucking senses.
we've discovered. It's not stuff that someone made up.
Joe may not personally feel he's been given the sufficient answer, but at least Joe should be aware by now that his cosmology guests don't claim that something came from nothing.
The problem with YouTube videos is it's a problem with a lot of things, but one of the things about being unchecked while you're discussing things is you can say things, you can use big words, you can sound articulate and smooth, and you can do it in a very professional looking manner.
Or do it passionately.
Yes, passionately, convincingly, charismatically, and you're unchecked. But if you did that in front of an expert and you showed them that, along the way they go, stop, that's not true. Stop, that's not how it works.
Right.
Let me show you why this is incorrect. Let me show you how you could prove that this is incorrect.
Let me show you objective truths.
But this is not happening.
That render your argument invalid.
Right. So people who don't have any education, and then they watch one of these YouTube clips, they start actually believing that this stuff makes sense because it's unchecked.
And I would say it's not about whether they've had education. It's
what the hell happened to this version of Joe Rogan? How old is this video? Jesus Christ, I forgot how every once in a while he would say sensible things. Jesus, like what happened? What happened to Rogan? What the fuck happened to Rogan? Oh, it's the RFK brainworm. It's all the ivermectin. Like what? That was just such a basic insight. Like I'm gonna call it insightful. It was just a basic insight to have about like social media and YouTube, and like people get captured by these personalities, and you don't have somebody there fact checking. So if you say something in a confident, presentational enough way that hits at the right emotional appeals or whatever, like you could sound like you know what you're talking about. Like, God, like just.
It's about whether the education they had teaches them skepticism of information and teaches them how to inquire. You realize it's just as intellectual.
And teaches them how to inquire. That's the key. The method that you use to question things, the how you do it, the why you do it. Right? You can't just endlessly critique and question everything because that's a waste of your time. Some things are like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You don't need to critique it. But the things that need critiquing really need critiquing. And you need to understand it. Have media literacy, fucking source literacy, and all this shit. We don't teach our students. You don't really learn this shit decently until you get to college, to be honest. We need to teach it much earlier.
Intellectually lazy to believe everything you see as it is to deny everything you see.
Yes.
Why should someone know automatically that Earth isn't flat, yet I tell them in the next breath that the entire universe was once as small as a marble? Right? Both of those sound equally preposterous, except one has evidence to back it and the other does not, and very strong scientific, theoretical, and experimental underpinnings. So when you are trained to inquire, you don't either believe everything outright or reject everything outright. You're trained to ask questions. You're trained to probe deeper than the layer of information that comes to you. That's what should be taught in school, and it's not.
And I said on this podcast,
and in the right order, right? It's I'm all about that sort of like progressively revelatory education. You start with the fundamentals, you get young students understanding the sensational world around them, how to treat other people, the things that lie at the root of what it means to be human and live within a human system. And then you expand from there. They learn what they're passionate about, what their skills are, and you just slowly give them more responsibility, more sort of like powers and authorities. You teach them what that even means to have those things, what those things are. It has to be a whole system that works together. It sounds like a cucked impossibility, but like that's really the only way forward for humanity. Like we have to just keep getting better at our systems.
A lot of people want to deny the virgin birth, but then uphold the virgin birth of the universe. I think
Oh, that's devastating. That's pretty
devastating. How exactly? As a single sentence monument to Wes's willing ignorance about basic scientific facts, he's equivocating a biological process with, an event that scientists don't.
Dude, that artwork was unhinged. Some of the things he finds. Wait, oh shit! God damn it! On the wrong screen. Hold on.
It's monument to Wes's willing ignorance about basic scientific facts. He's equivocating.
Jesus. Literally, it's Jesus coming out of Mary. Holy shit. Look at that. Is that AI?
A biological process with, an event that scientists don't propose. That's as devastating as teasing a Christian for believing in Zeus. It's an actual category error, as opposed to the one.
Also, like when they do that too, I hate when Christians do this, when they're like, they acknowledge that something's silly on their side by basically making fun of the same parallel thing for the atheists, right? They're like, they mock us for believing in this completely scientific impossibility of the virgin birth when they believe in a virgin birth for the universe. Got him. So, good one, buddy. Good one. You got it. Nailed it.
One Wes will complain about later.
Like I said before, why deny one and not the other? If everything can come from nothing,
no, that's not right.
Then is it that much of an impossibility for a virgin to be with child? Well, not really, and not considering that there's a lot more going behind that was predicted hundreds of years before that thing actually took place. And so that's where I think there's always going to be individuals who are going to attempt to come up with solutions to, and maybe they're very intelligently sounding, but I want us to actually think about these in a concrete manner and say, okay, you know, everything came from nothing.
No, that's not right. Oh.
Well, there are certain scientists out there
Hold on a
who
second.
want to start playing around with the word nothing. And you find out, well, they're not actually talking about no thing. They're actually talking about something. And then we're back to the original question.
This was a big mistake of Lawrence.
I hate when they steal my talking point and then they like abuse it. Like once again, you're not you believe this. This is your shit. You're the ex nihilo guys. You believe that something came from nothing. You just believe that God has the arbitrary power to do that. To literally, there was not a thing at all, and then somehow a thing came to be. But then, God is not a thing himself. Then what is he? Then what is he?
Lawrence Krauss. Like everyone, he was tired of hearing unthoughtful people like Wes asking the question about getting something from nothing. So back in 2012, he wrote a book which he called A Universe from Nothing, where he did roughly what Wes describes. Krauss tried to explain that the philosophical or religious idea of a true nothing is not what modern physics considers nothing. Sadly, I think this book did more harm than good when it comes to clarifying cosmology to...
Well, there is no true nothing. That's the point. There just is no true nothing. There can't be a true nothing. Imagine like if nothing, like instead of saying nothing, like your like mouth was like forced to go silent and like your mouth would disappear and no longer exist. Like you know, like it's not a true nothing. It'd be a true non-existence. It's the opposite of something that is. It's just a negation. It's like the same thing as saying you have nothing in your pocket. Doesn't mean you have a physical object in your pocket. It means the opposite. It means that you have no thing in there. What's so hard to understand about this? It's just the Christians get in there and they confuse the language and they just weave and twist. Well, but he said that and he's kind of like a smart guy. He's my neighbor, you know. We're kind of chill.
Non-scientists like Wes, as apologists have often latched on to the title rather than the substance. But notice that this is evidence that Wes is at least tangentially aware that physicists do not speak of something from nothing in this religious sense, and yet he's had no problem for the last 10 minutes pretending that is what they mean.
What happens when they turn the script and say, well, okay, very well, where did God come from?
Well, I think it's a category error because we don't claim that God came from anywhere.
Wow. That must be frustrating for you to have people who want to know how God came from nothing when you don't think God came from nothing. I can't imagine what it's like to be so misrepresented or misunderstood.
Right.
But tell me again how I think the universe came from nothing.
Right? We claim that God is the author of creation. He's not part of creation itself. And so it's I think incorrect to try to assume that God came from somewhere.
Asserting that
he's the author. Yeah, existence is the arbiter and author of creation. You don't have creation without existence. If things don't exist, they can't be created. I don't like existence and reality are the supreme authorities that you're looking for. You don't need to add some other magical sky daddy creature on top of it. You just don't need it. You don't need it. I'm not trying to mock it just to mock it. Like you just philosophically, logically do not need this. You don't need it. Okay? Things just are. They get created from the pool of things that exist. It's that simple. You're good. We're good.
That God is exempt from needing a cause because he's not part of creation is textbook special pleading. Creating
existence itself is not part of creation. It's is not part of the set of things. It is the whole set.
A carve-out by definition. That's the standard theistic move. But what you're really saying is that God is your explanatory stopping point, your brute fact. A brute fact is something that you treat as part of reality with no deeper explanation available. My brute fact is the physical realm. It exists, and as far as we can tell, It requires no deeper explanation either. So now we each have a brute fact, yours and mine.
Paulogia
The difference is that mine is observed, measurable, and predictive, while yours is merely asserted into the story. If brute facts are allowed, naturalism is on stronger ground, not weaker, because its stopping point is at least anchored in the world we can actually verify.
True.
And I think there's there's an aspect of the fact that there are certain mysteries that we're not going to figure out.
Wait, I thought the Christianity was the worldview that provided concrete answers.
I don't think that secular materialism and atheism offers any concrete answers. This is where I think the Christian worldview is not just intellectually credible, but it's existentially sufficient.
And that we don't have to settle for we don't know. But now Wes is telling us that in Christianity there are mysteries that we're not going to figure out. That sounds like we don't know. So this isn't about concrete answers after all. If you don't need to know the mystery of why there's a God,
secular, and I think there's an aspect of the fact that there are certain mysteries that we're not going to figure out.
Wait, I thought the concrete.
How did everything come from nothing?
To know the mystery of why there's a God instead of no God, then it's obviously just as fine for me to not need to know why there's a material universe rather than no material universe. That's fair, right?
You know, how did everything come from nothing?
No, that's not right.
Well, I think the fact that we, you and I, John, are here and we have this however many pounds of gray matter in our brain.
Jared, do you know the human head weighs 8 pounds?
That is somehow able to ask these genuine, authentic questions should make us pause. Now, otherwise, if it's just chemicals fizzing, if it's no more than the soft drink that I pour into a cup, and that's fizzy, and so are the chemicals in my brain, then why trust that?
Wes is the kid.
I mean, that's kind of what we are. That if you break it down, the only difference is that the chemicals arrange themselves in a certain way that produces what we call a living being, and beings or things that are alive can self-propel, self-generate, self-sustain. And so we're alive. We can act towards the things that keep us alive, which is like a separate mode of existence. It's life. And when something dies, it's still a thing of us, but becomes a thing of a different nature. It's now it's now an inanimate object, a non-living thing. Or becomes a dead thing. It becomes a dead version of the thing that was alive, and then it breaks down into different sets of non-living entities, material.
King of bad analogies today. Though to be fair, this fizzing soda one has been floating around apologetics for at least a decade. Carbonation was chosen as the comparison precisely because it looks like a random chemical fizz. But that isn't remotely analogous to a brain, a deeply structured biological information processing system shaped by millions of years of evolution to generate useful, truth-tracking thoughts that consistently help organisms survive. Trust isn't about what something is made of or how simple or complex it is. Trust is about demonstrated reliability. A pregnancy test is just chemicals reacting, but we trust those chemical reactions with life-changing decisions. Same with pH strips, glucose monitors, breathalyzers, and the silicone in a calculator. The material doesn't matter, the track record does. Our brains work on the same principle. We trust them only to the extent that their outputs match reality. If we kept walking into a wall every time we saw a doorway, we'd stop trusting our vision. We constantly double-check ourselves, revise beliefs, and correct errors. There's no blind trust of the brain, just the same kind of grounded, tentative confidence we have in any reliable system.
I'm not a scientist.
No kidding.
I'm a historian by training, but I think that there are these kind of philosophical and scientific questions that merit a good answer. And I don't think that secular materialism and atheism offers any concrete answers.
It's true. Oftentimes, the answer from science is we don't know or we don't know yet. If you're someone like Wes who demands concrete answers, then I don't know is an uncomfortable place to live. I used to be the same way. One of the hardest parts about my journey has been to learn to be comfortable that I don't know is more honest, but less reassuring than just answering every question with God did it. God did it actually provides no helpful insight. It makes no predictions to be verified. It does not advance understanding. It's just a placeholder with the superficial, with the feeling of being concrete.
You just put a whole bunch of different arguments together to build a real quick defense. I thought that was fantastic. By the way, you should do this professionally. What do you think?
Maybe it's a good idea. I'll write it down.
I have no doubt that Wes will make a good living from defending God.
God, I just hate the smugness, just the utter smugness. It's just, and just listen to the difference in sensibilities between these two. Like, Paulogia is being so humble and conceding points, even in his, standalone pre-prepared video. And they can't do it. They can't bring themselves to do it. They have to be it's just bad faith. I hate it. It's malicious.
odd, two people who already believe in God. But that doesn't mean he does a good job. This is look at the trees argumentation of the most superficial and generic variety, and is frankly quite disappointing from someone with Wes's credentials and reputation. I'd hoped for much better from the vice president of an apologetics association.
You have the argument from morality, which is one of my favorites. You know, we argue, and I think this is one that's very profound in our day and age, because our culture, for better or for worse, is very concerned with topics like justice. And in one sense, I want to say, that's great. You should be concerned with justice. Where do you think that comes from?
In a social species like humans, survival pressures pull individuals in two directions at once. We reproduce as individuals, but we survive best in groups. While the mix of cooperation and self-interest varies between individuals, across whole populations and over time, it forms a stable distribution, much like a bell curve. Instinctively, we don't want to be harmed. And through empathy, our evolved capacity for emotional resonance and perspective taking, we recognize that others don't want to be harmed either. When we are harmed, naturally want to be restored or made whole. Empathy, again, allows us to extend that expectation to others when they are harmed. From these simple ingredients, harm aversion, empathy, and reciprocal expectations, our basic sense of fairness and justice emerges. These instincts have deep biological roots, and culture, reflection, and legal systems have built on them. We don't need a supernatural lawgiver to explain why humans care about justice. It just arises naturally from how social creatures survive and thrive together. Ultimately, groups that ignore fairness and justice place themselves at a long-term survival disadvantage, and history shows that such groups tend to weaken or collapse over time.
You know, you're calling something evil.
Damn, he was cooking with that explanation. That's all I had to say was just, yep, he's right, he's right, he's right, he's right, he's right, he's right. That's it. That's all you need. Justice comes from an objectively observable, verifiable human need. Justice, in some sense, is a concept that we created. We also discovered the principles by which it operates.
Where do you think the foundation for calling something evil comes from?
The word evil isn't a fundamentally different category. It's just an intensified form of immoral or wrong. Just like delicious is a stronger version of tasty, or gorgeous a stronger version of visually pleasing. Evil is just a stronger version of moral disapproval. So the real foundational question is, what makes something immoral or wrong in the first place? I think this is where Wes needs to define his terms.
Yeah.
That only makes sense if there is a God who's out of time and out of space, where goodness is actually an overflow of his character, not something he lives up to.
If he defines wrong as misaligned with God's character, then the argument is circular. He's building God into the definition he's trying to prove. For most people, when you dig down into what they mean by wrong, it's almost always about harm. If action A causes unnecessary harm, then action A is wrong in some meaningful sense. This often happens so quickly and intuitively in our minds that it feels like a direct perception rather than an evaluation. But once you slow down and think about it, it's clear that a moral judgment is a judgment. We're weighing effects, interests, and consequences, even if subconsciously. Caring about harm, or positively caring about flourishing, is all that's needed to generate what we call evil. And our sensitivity to harm and our capacity for empathy aren't mysterious. They're rooted in our biology as social animals.
Because if there's an evil, there's a good to compare it to.
He's right, only in a very limited linguistic sense. Terms like right or wrong, good or bad, operate on a spectrum, not as all or nothing binary categories. In that ordinary sense, evil is just an intensified form of bad, much like excellent is a stronger form of good. But that doesn't imply a metaphysical good with a capital G. It just reflects how evaluative language works. You can call something evil without committing to an absolute cosmic standard, just as you can call a food terrible without assuming a perfect platonic recipe exists somewhere.
And if there's a good, then there's a law.
Wes can't mean law in
True, he's doing Aristotelianism, right? This is the basic flaw of Platonism. Is that assuming that just because things can exist on a gradient or a scale, that necessarily means that works up to like the most perfect version of that thing, right? It could just be that there's different shades of things. So, you have like a color scale, and it's like you have something, it goes from like red to more red to more red to more red to now it's like getting so red that now it's kind of sort of like orangey, and then like it's kind of red orange, and then red orange, and then more red orange, and then now it's kind of orange red, orange red, orange, and now we're into orange, right? Like, but then it doesn't like, how do you? They're different colors. There's no like inherent, like it doesn't give the perfect color, or the perfect hue, like it. No, it's just things just progress on like an infinite scale. It just goes forever. Both directions, right? Yeah.
in the normal legal sense, because in his worldview, God's character was good long before any legal commandments were issued. So he must be using law more like a natural or descriptive law, something observed to be consistently the case. But if that's what he means, he's about to make a major category mistake.
And if there's a law, there's got to be some sort of lawgiver. What or who is that?
Legal laws do come from lawgivers, but legal laws are prescriptions, rules that tell people what they ought to do in order to avoid legal consequences. A descriptive law, such as God's character is good, is not a prescription. It's simply a claim about the way something is. This is the same sense as scientific laws, or the so-called laws of logic. They merely describe based on observation. So by using the same word in two different senses, first descriptive, then prescriptive, Wes unintentionally commits equivocation fallacy. It makes the argument sound smooth, but the logic doesn't actually follow.
I think the moral argument you brought up, I think that's a really powerful one, where I've struggled as somebody who's trying to defend the Christian worldview and give an intellectual answer for what I believe in here. My biggest difficulty with the moral argument is the person I'm debating with or having a conversation with really just can't grasp it. Have you experienced that too?
I have definitely experienced that too. A lot of believers don't recognize that when a non-believer raises the problem of evil, they're making an internal critique. The point isn't, my worldview has better morality than yours. It's making the observation that if a loving God exists, as described by the apologists, the world we observe seems inconsistent with that description. Demanding that the non-believer first justify an objective moral standard misses the critique entirely, because they aren't claiming moral objectivity in that moment. Long-term viewers of the channel will know that I don't personally find the problem of evil decisive one way or the other, but I've at least taken the time to understand how the argument works from inside the Christian framework. On a more personal note, when I've tried to have moral conversations with presuppositionalist Christians, things often become unproductive because they won't define their terms. They rely on the ambiguity of everyday moral language and then shift between meanings to create intuitive traps. That's exactly why I no longer discuss morality with anyone unless we first...
I'm so glad he's good at identifying these things. He's one of the only few who gets it. Christians and, well, not all Christians again. It's like the thought leaders. It's the apologists. It's these people who are sitting here arguing, like these arguments, logical arguments. It's like they just use bad faith tactics. That's all it is. They mess with the penumbra of our language, right? And they switch and shift and twist. Their skill, it's all of it. Look, if you hear sermons, these people are skilled orators. They're skilled rhetoricians, right? They're very good at rhetoric and language. That's the whole point of it, right? But that's a skill of a certain kind. It has nothing to do with the underlying veracity of the things that you're saying.
Degree on what the terms actually mean. Morality is one of those topics where everyone has a personal sense of it, but relatively few have reflected deeply on what lies underneath. I won't speculate publicly about how deeply Wes and John have examined their own assumptions, but clarity always begins by defining our terms.
Yeah, and for the moral argument in particular, to address your question a little bit more specifically, a friend of mine, Andy Bannister, who's out in the UK, heading an organization called SOLAS, he was speaking when he still lived in Canada at one of the universities here in Canada, and in a Q&A after his talk, someone came up and they made the statement about Christianity being bad for the rights of women.
Oh, great. We're heading into an anecdote about someone supposedly getting owned in a Q&A. This is one of my least favorite teaching methods, because the fact that an interlocutor is underprepared tells us nothing about the strength of either position.
Yeah,
it demonstrates only who was more practiced at that moment, not who had the better argument. Stories like this are for entertainment purposes only.
This person came up and brought up this objection about the rights of women, and Andy could have addressed that specifically, but one of the things that he did, which I think was kind of clever in the moment, is he said, well, why is it wrong to oppress women? And the guy said, well, what do you mean, why is it wrong to oppress women? He said, why is it wrong? I have a framework to talk about why it's wrong to oppress women, but according to your worldview, why should women have rights?
As always, the question, why is it wrong, can be answered only after we agree on what wrong actually means. If we define wrong in the ordinary sense, a label for actions that cause unjustified harm to sentient beings, then the answer becomes straightforward. Oppression means keeping someone in hardship or subservience through the misuse of authority. That is a clear form of harm, and if wrong is at least partially about harm, then oppressing women is wrong by definition. So the issue isn't about needing a supernatural foundation, it's about clarifying the terms. Once we define wrong in a way that reflects how humans actually use the word, the moral judgment flows naturally.
And the guy kept going, well, because it's bad, because it's wrong. And Andy at a certain point stopped him and said, we're standing in one of the top universities in Canada, and all you can come up with is it's wrong because it's wrong.
Yeah.
That's not overly comprehensive or academic, is it? And the guy just went in circles until at a certain point he just said, no, I don't know why it's wrong.
I'm sorry that the person Andy confronted wasn't prepared for a spontaneous moral philosophy discussion, but that tells us very little about the topic itself. Not everyone at a university, no matter how prestigious, can articulate a comprehensive ethical theory on the spot. Expertise is domain specific. A Bible scholar or a chemist or an engineer might all struggle equally if ambushed with a question outside their field, and drawing broad conclusions about an entire worldview from one unprepared student is no more reasonable than dismissing the value of the whole university because a random student can't explain quantum physics.
And they know this, and they know this.
At that point, Andy said, you can posit that you don't like that women aren't treated well, or that you want women to have rights, but going from an is to an ought merits an objectivity.
Oughts don't require objectivity, they require an objective. An ought makes sense only relative to a chosen goal. Most goals are subjectively adopted, either consciously or by biological or cultural pressures. But once two or more people share the same goal, then they can coherently talk about what ought to be done to reach it. If you want to run a race, you ought to run fast. If you want to get from New York to London, you ought to take a plane. If you want to...
Well, he just contradicted himself there. Yes, I was going to say, it's not when two or more people share a goal. You can have a goal for yourself. So if you want to run, if you want to run faster, there are certain objective things you have to do to achieve that, right? If you want to lose weight, there are certain objectively verifiable steps you have to take to achieve that. Yeah.
To maintain a healthy body, you ought to be intentional about your nutrition. There is no ought without a subject who wants something. Even the goal of aligning his one life with the character of...
Which is why the most fundamental thing that we choose is to live, right? And then all the other choices flow from there. But if you want to live, then that's the fundamental choice, right? You get up every day. You either choose to keep feeding yourself and doing the shit you need to live, or you just can keel over and die. You just let it happen. If you just do nothing, just lay yourself on the floor and don't eat, drink anything, you'll die. You'll just die eventually. Yeah.
God is still a subjectively chosen objective.
So how do we get there? So I think asking these questions when people bring these things up, I think go a long way in helping them even come to the conclusion. Rather than talking at them, we can dialogue with them and say, I can tell you why women should have equality, because they're created in the image of God just as I am. Yeah. And so they are entitled to rights.
I think my justification is better, because thousands of years of Christians have not interpreted God's word as granting women equality. There's a lot of mixed messages in the Bible.
That's good. So there is a God. Jesus truly did exist. I know I want to be respectful of your time, so we're wrapping up here. But how do we get to, and Jesus did rise from the dead. Jesus really was God among us. Jesus really did die for sins and as a way of salvation.
Now we're going to historicity.
A quick elevator defense for, we know Jesus is who he claimed to be.
Yeah, well, I think, there are a few things going on there. I think part of there's a historical case in terms of the reliability of the Gospels that I think actually can be validated. I think that the Gospel authors communicate that they're actually talking about real history, and they get the small details right time and time again, to the point where I don't think it's an exaggeration to then claim that they get the big details right.
While I strongly disagree with the idea that the Gospels consistently get the details right, let's grant that for the sake of discussion. Historians don't divide sources into reliable and unreliable buckets. They evaluate each claim on its own merits. A text can be very good with ordinary details and still include extraordinary elements that we have no independent way to verify. We see this all across ancient literature. Tacitus is one of the most trusted Roman historians, and we can check him on troop movements, political appointments, and geography. Yet right beside those accurate features, he also reports prodigies, like a cow giving birth to a mule, or ghostly apparitions influencing political events. Modern historians simply treat the mundane and the miraculous differently. Herodotus is similar. His descriptions of Egyptian geography or Persian genealogy can line up well with external evidence. Yet in the same work, we find stories of sacred snakes guarding treasure, fulfilled oracles, and flying serpents in Arabia. The accurate pieces don't automatically validate the miraculous ones. The Epic of Gilgamesh includes real cities, kings, and customs, alongside encounters with gods and monsters. The Homeric epics match Bronze Age weaponry, alliances, and geography, while also describing divine interventions and mythical creatures. Later biographies of the Buddha combine real historical settings and political figures with miraculous birth stories and cosmic signs. Early Islamic historical traditions describe recognizable battles, tribes, and places next to angelic interventions and other supernatural events. The Book of Mormon weaves named cities, genealogies, and everyday life together with visions, angels, and miraculous events. These literary styles weren't necessarily deception. It was normal in the ancient world. Authors grounded stories in familiar places and realistic details to signal that they were speaking about real people and settings. That technique is called verisimilitude, giving a narrative the appearance of being true. Verisimilitude can make a story feel rooted in history, but it doesn't by itself establish that its most extraordinary claims actually occurred. For those, historians still look for independent corroboration, multiple early sources, and explanations that align with what we know about how human beings record and transmit events.
Especially because the people who are the origin points of these stories are the people who at Jesus' death thought that he was dead and gone and that the movement was over.
The gospel certainly presents the story that way, but from a historical perspective, we have to be careful. We simply don't know how many of the stories about Jesus go back to his closest companions and how many emerge through the normal process of storytelling, interpretation, and legendary growth within early Christian communities. Most scholars agree that many of Jesus' followers initially believed the movement was over after his death. That part rings true. What we don't have good data for is how many of these followers actually came to believe he was alive again.
There's a theologian and author named Fleming Rutledge, and she has this great line that says, if Jesus had not been raised from the dead, we would never have heard of him.
A more precise way to put it is that if Jesus hadn't been believed to have been raised from the dead, we almost certainly wouldn't have heard of him. What changed history wasn't the event itself, whatever that event may have been, but rather the conviction that it had occurred. From a historian's perspective, movements spread because people come to believe something and then pass that belief on. Once the second generation held a resurrection conviction, the movement's growth no longer depended on the accuracy of the original claim. The mechanism of transmission is the same either way. So Jesus became known to history not because a resurrection was historically verified, but because early followers were persuaded it was true and organized their lives around proclaiming it.
And on that basis, I think that is a good argument. What's an argument for the resurrection? The fact that you and I are still talking about it 2,000 years later.
Yeah, in the years 2025, in every country around the world. Why?
As for the calendar, it would be more precise to say that the world uses a system inherited from Christianized Europe, not that the numbering of the year validates the resurrection. Our calendar also uses the name of Roman gods for days and months, Mars for March, Janus for January, Thor for Thursday, but no one treats that as evidence that those deities literally existed. Calendar systems survive because they become embedded in trade, politics, and just our habits. Once Europe standardized on the Anno Domini system, its use spread along with colonial expansion, not because the dating system had been historically confirmed. So the enduring prominence of Jesus doesn't tell us whether the resurrection occurred. It tells us that early Christians were convinced it had, and that conviction shaped cultures, laws, and institutions that eventually influenced global timekeeping. Historical impact and historical verification are two very different things.
And I think, that there are a few instances, I'll just mention very briefly, that we can read about in the Bible itself on Pentecost, right? Acts chapter 2. You go from Jesus' death to the disciples who claim they've seen the risen Jesus, and after Jesus' crucifixion, they go back to the city he was crucified in, and then they proclaim that he was risen from the dead.
There's solid historical evidence that the early Jesus movement began in Jerusalem, but Acts itself is not the strongest place to start if someone is trying to persuade a skeptic. Unlike the Gospels, where we can at least compare different sources to see where traditions agree, Acts is a single source narrative written decades
Fire
later
on the
by an author
head,
with clear
yeah.
theological aims. Pentecost, as described in Acts chapter 2, is...
Now, why would you go back to ground zero, especially if you're trying to be
Oh
dishonest?
shit!
to the
Wait,
place
I
where
like when he
people,
does that.
sources to go back to the city he was crucified in, and then they proclaim that he was risen from the dead.
There's solid historical evidence that the early Jesus movement began in Jerusalem, but Acts itself is not the strongest place to start if someone is trying to persuade a skeptic. Unlike the Gospels, where we can at least compare different sources to see where traditions agree, Acts is a single source narrative written decades later by an author with clear theological aims. Pentecost, as described in Acts chapter 2, is...
Now, why would you go back to ground zero, especially if you were trying to be dishonest, to the place where people, multiple people, groups of people, would have seen him crucified? You know how you could falsify that? A group of people could say, hey, you guys are lunatics.
For all we know, there were dozens or hundreds of people telling early believers that they were lunatics. As we all know, fact-checking rarely stops people from saying false things. If fact-checking worked, then either myself or Wes would be out of a job.
Let's go to his grave, right? It's a Jewish tomb. You can just unroll the stone door.
This is assuming that the gospel stories of Jesus being buried in a known location were accurate. I have several lengthy videos on this topic alone, but to briefly summarize, one should think first about the fates of the bodies of the thieves said to have been crucified beside Jesus. If the Romans were in charge of the bodies, they would have been left on the crosses, and whatever the animals didn't eat would have been later chucked into an unmarked mass grave. If their families had enough influence and access to take charge of the bodies, they would likely end up in a known location. But rich people were rarely crucified, so it was unlikely to be a stone-cut tomb. That said, Jesus' family was from out of town, so they wouldn't bury him in Jerusalem, and the Bible is pretty insistent that Mary didn't get the body. If the Romans and the family did nothing, then it fell to the Sanhedrin, who were obligated to put such people in one of the criminals' graveyards, where veneration was expressly forbidden. These were the only three regular scenarios on the table. Having a rich religious leader from the order who earlier that day voted unanimously to execute Jesus suddenly come swoop in on a holy holiday and intervene so that Jesus could plausibly end up where someone might remember him is a highly unusual scenario. It is the least likely thing to happen, so it is quite reasonable for a skeptic to favor the more likely scenarios over the least likely scenario, particularly in light of the very embellished Joseph of Arimathea legends in and out of the Gospels.
Now, in one sense, it's not our jobs to convince intellectually everyone that we have a conversation with, right?
That's good, because this video has been highly unconvincing from an intellectual perspective. Wes is much better when he's talking about manuscripts.
You and I's application to join the Trinity, John, has been denied. We failed the minimum requirement. The Spirit is the one who's actually going to make that person and open their eyes in terms of getting to the spiritual knowledge, right?
In that case, it seems apologists should really just give up and spend their time praying for the Holy Spirit to intervene with people. Except that apologetics isn't actually about convincing new people. It's primarily a retention strategy to keep current Christians from leaving.
Christianity and salvation isn't intellectual assent.
Perhaps not, but intellectual assent to the existence of God is a prerequisite to Christianity. If I'm not convinced that God exists, I can't actually make a choice about Jesus, can I? This is why divine hiddenness is so devastating to non-resistant non-believers like me. God could choose to remove barriers to intellectual assent without denying my free will.
And they'll say, don't watch those dirty atheist videos. Even if you're strong in your faith, just infecting your mind with that will make you become an atheist. This is the devil.
Will, and at least let me make an informed choice, but he doesn't.
And so I think there's an aspect of, we need to speak into people's lives. We need to help them understand that this is the reality of it, but it's not necessarily our job to take that person's heart of stone and give them a heart of flesh.
My flesh heart is a muscle that pumps blood. It makes no decisions. Are you trying to say that accepting the concept of Christianity is emotional and not intellectual?
And there are going to be some conversations that we encounter where we're just going to have to walk away. One of the things that I do occasionally is I say, let's just back up from this conversation. If Christianity were true, would you believe it?
Well, if I became convinced that Christianity was true, by definition, I would believe it. That's the way being convinced works.
It's a good point. You could have just saved you and them a couple hours.
If you wanted to save time, we could have saved 30 minutes of talking about leg day and swords. Even better would have been to have had more sophisticated thoughts about the argument for and against God.
Because there's no amount of evidence that would have convinced them. They don't want to believe, and therefore they won't believe. They're going to make sure they're only picking and choosing the evidences they like. So no matter what evidence you give, they'll at the end of it declare, but there's no evidence for God. Because they're invalidating perfectly good evidence in favor of what their judgment was before you began, right?
Of course, the reverse is true. If a person isn't willing to entertain arguments against God, then they are equally intellectually dishonest. It's an important warning for all of us to avoid letting our presuppositions blind us from truth.
Well, that's such a privilege to be able to get to talk to you. I really look forward to seeing you at the Greater Homeschool Conventions and that 1613 conference. It's going to be good to see you face to face, shake your hand and say, thanks all that you're doing. I really appreciate it. I'm a big fan.
I guess the alphas are done destroying however many atheist arguments that was. But if you'd like to see more of this former Christian taking a look at the claims of Christians, please tap on the thumbnail on screen now, and I'll see you over there.
Awesome. Warrior Poets, thanks so much for tuning in. See you next time.
Until next time. Later.
Great Paulogia clip. Good one, guys. Jewish kids memorize perfectly. Partner says not true. Sure they did. Okay. Wow. That was a good night. We got to there was so much conversation and shaking it and bopping it that I didn't get to any of my Constitution stuff. Because of course. So that means tomorrow during Thanksgiving, maybe I'll do a Thanksgiving stream at some point. So if I generate anybody's bored, want to get away from their family or something. Yeah, let me do government stuff. Oh, okay, I'm out. Good night.